There we go. What's up? Honestly, get right into it.
Great point. I mean, Desk pointed
Watching
out
this
perfectly
shit.
earlier that the general fact that you
Did
get
miss
Magneto
first match,
usually in the protect
unfortunately,
phase
but Navi has
instead
won
of
the first
Gambit
match.
feels like it's
Agreed.
more impactful.
Yeah.
And they were 100% on the note there, or on the point there with that. And
Best
at
of
the moment,
3.
that's the
I'm
best
just gonna
one
make
with
sure.
Rosario playing the Magneto.
No, I got to give you credit for that too. You made those calls early, saying I think Gambit, although incredibly strong, maybe not the same meta
Make
pick, in terms
sure.
of priority
Yep.
as Magneto now is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is
And
going to kind of
then-
continue as we move on. Is
Yep.
that not that Gambit is necessarily bad, just feels like you mentioned the Magneto,
Okay.
the Vanguards are kind of the
Okay.
main characters of this patch.
Agreed. I do think the team ups for Vanguards
Okay.
are very impactful, where the duelists don't necessarily have as much power
Okay.
out of those new team ups.
Maybe we should do like a one-to-one comparison. Like if we take even like the Rocket Raccoon team up, maybe that's a bad example. Maybe like let's think of like a strategist team up or something. That like the Luna Snow team up with White Fox, the fact that she
That's a
can
good
CC immunity.
Yeah.
Compare that to what's the Thing team up and stuff. Like
yeah, I
what
mean,
is the
Thing becomes. I mean, I think the Thing team up pushed them right back into the meta to the point where now, when teams aren't having Thing, it's becoming a win condition. It's very similar to the Magneto and conversation we have with Gambit, where Thing now can essentially attack almost twice as fast, get more overhealth, and just pressure frontline just as much as he was able to kind of peel for that backline. Became a new hero with this team up. So those kind of changes have been just so influential in the meta, and I love how different these team comps have been and how much variety is in this hero.
Oh, absolutely, you're right. The variety is something that you mentioned countless times because even though that is so good and the Thing is so dominant and
Virtus
hard to
Pros.
KO,
Yeah.
you can see if you play Storm and freaking
They're
Punisher
throwing just a
like
little
the old
bit.
days,
Yeah, bring us back.
bring us
Releasing
back, yeah,
ults
and
at
you
the
don't have
wrong
any
time.
flankers on the side. The BRB found value every time for the side of Na'Vi. I mean, that was perfectly played, and kind of also calls back to the mid-season back a year ago, where Rad at the time were playing a little bit more Rocket, I think, than other teams were, and Jeff and like those super mobile heroes, because everybody was so focused on the ultimates and that kind of stuff. Na'Vi was always thinking a step ahead, where they're thinking how to counter that.
What's up, Z?
Right now, in that replay, you could see it was
Long
all
time no
Na'Vi
see.
after round 2. It was just consistent success, and VP have to figure out what to play against it. And this Ultron Atom comp is always going to be a mainstay. The Loki ban also had a big, focus in terms
I'm
of
going with
the
Navi
overarching
again.
strategy of VP. Unfortunately, that getting banned is kind of tough in terms of, maybe getting that
Unless
Atom, kind of lock
Virtus
alongside it.
Pro
But I
does
wonder if
something
they
about
prioritize away from the Gambit, back towards the Magneto,
using their
because that all
ults
kinda
at the right
comes back
time.
to what you pointed
They're,
out earlier with Rojaro getting the Magneto one-sided.
They're gonna be losing.
Because
they Punisher or Terra Punisher ulted, and one I think the Elsa ulted at the same time, which Punisher just absolutely deleted the ultimate.
Farm that ult incredibly quickly and have it for a combo ultimate with things like Terra on the Punisher is just.
So what's up, Z?
It's crucial. It's
What
next
you been up
level. It's
to?
a playmaking move there. Fate's just been playing so well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading to
I myself have
for
been
map number
doing pretty
2,
good.
and it's already map point, Ship. So this could cement one team in the upper bracket finals
Kashmir,
already
what?
into one of the best
Anyway,
teams in the world.
I've been
yet
alright.
again.
I got
You can see
accepted
Evo
into
coach in the background,
a university.
trying to give his team a bit of an edge on
I got
decide, and
a
meanwhile,
loan
our new guy,
approved
Shu, by the
and
way, brand new coach for Na'Vi,
an
just
apartment
talked to him in the
approved.
lobby the other day.
So
Great guy. He's been around the block
it's
for
working out
quite
pretty
some
well.
time, and he's definitely been a huge
We're moving
factor
out
in the fact that Na'Vi has been
in
able to stay as a
August.
cohesive unit and look so
Be on my own with
Yeah, stoked to
4
see
other
Araco, too.
people,
I mean,
maybe.
It's been a while since we've seen Araco. And we talked about, yesterday, teams have been running Museum a ton, and that's because it's a scrim map. But now we're going to start seeing these maps that the teams have, had in their back pocket, something to surprise.
Playing some video
something they've
games.
been working on. Maybe
What's up, Katie?
cheese comps that they can use at different locations. So I'm excited to see what we're going to see from VP after their map choice.
We'll see. They're looking at it. Talking about it right now, and
The move-in date
we'll see
is
how the
August
phase goes.
15th.
And, I think it's something kind of interesting, too, that we saw the Penny Parker kind of get countered that last map, Shib. That was something that we haven't seen as much. I mean, you talked about it before. Remember when Penny Parker was showing up at the beginning, you were talking about where's the Moon Knight, where's those kind of classic characters. You have
Yes,
the Punisher
sir.
alongside the Storm, and
Moving up, it actually feels like I'm moving up in the world,
choice, and it worked out for Na'Vi, right?
Yeah, I think, Ultron Storm, you just want to get in the sky and find that spawner and prioritize that. It really puts Penny in a much worse spot. I do think Penny in this meta right now is incredibly strong, especially with the team up with Ultron, giving everyone drone, being able to actually stack those drones and multi-heal at the same time.
Actually focus on getting my degree.
Super synergistic, but if you have found a comp to counter that and they're going to continue running it, you don't need to change a thing.
You don't. You're right. They don't need to change a thing. And Na'Vi,
Which also just reminded me while we're in an intermission like this.
They've kind of probably figured out, at least on domination, how to play.
I need
This is the thing with
to
VP. Yesterday
sign
they were
off.
great. Like to
Yeah.
me, in terms of
Sign
performance,
something.
they had a very, very good matchup against the teams they played against. And for Na'Vi, they, I would say just look good too. But it was a bit of a difference in terms of those matchups. And I think that kind of goes back to what we always talk about: is it's not cut and dry every single time we talk about teams, right? There's always matchup dependent.
Oh, yeah.
things.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much into it. I'm actually surprised, too, because I know that before, VP has beaten Na'Vi on Central Park. So my assumption was that is where it was
if
going to go.
it's-
But then you also say you got to get more in depth. Na'Vi's a smart team. They know that it's a weak map. I'm sure they've been practicing. They've been working on how to find a way
Without
through
trying to
that
leak
and
it.
not have that loss happen. So instead,
If
they
it's-
elect to take it to Araco, which I don't know is a very practiced map. But we
Did I
used to see this
tell you
map all
about
the time with Dive.
the other
It was
one?
super prevalent because
It's
you had
probably a
those
different
sneak
one.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Dive was super good on Araco, getting those flanking.
We're
stuff,
looking at
goals and stuff, always mattering.
the-
times, man.
BP times, yeah. Yeah, rip self-soul BP.
Oh, give me a sec. I
Yeah,
need to
where's
do
that
this
at?
later.
Yeah, he's been playing nothing but Black Cat, and has looked good alongside
Yeah, I need to
Crazy
do this
Kitty, but
later.
none of
I
these
cannot do
teams-
this
By the
now.
way, these top two teams.
We're looking at
haven't
Marvel
played a ton
Rivals
of, or
Ignite
top 14
on day
better.
3.
Haven't played a ton of Black Cat
True.
between Na'Vi
I have
and,
not watched the Odyssey.
BP. They've looked good on everything else. A lot of the hit scan characters.
I am going to be
alongside those.
watching Spider-Man
like,
Brand
we
New
talked
Day
about how
next week,
Vanguards
though.
look so good this patch, but the Duelist, it feels like people haven't fully decided on the best kind of characters to play. You saw Storm and Punisher that game, and hit scan characters.
Yeah, you're right.
looked really good and have been showing up later on.
It's funny. We were kind of discussing the other day in the green room that where's this front-to-back poke comp? I think it could work right now in this meta. And you know what? Here it is. We've been seeing it. And we can discuss
Hello.
it.
Yeah, and it kind of goes to
Hello.
how strong Magneto is, how strong
Yes.
Thing is, so kind of all ties together.
Busy.
as we
It is
enter the
probably
map, enter the ban phase
a different one.
in
I'll
Morocco. Convoy
I'll
was
message
the
you on
map
Snapchat
chosen
which one I got
by VP.
accepted to.
So that means Navi's going to be on the defensive side. VP going to be on attack, and I think that was chosen by Navi to be on the defense, right? So kind of see how that plays out with these two squads.
You can see the immediate ban coming across from Mantis on both sides, and then the lock-in of Loki. The Mantis ban, I believe, has been the same mainstay in every single game we've seen so far.
It has. And taking a look back at the overarching view behind our players, you can see the ban phase.
Oh, we were
and
watching the
take
Marvel Rivals
place for
Ignite
live audience,
tournament.
which is awesome.
It's
as
day
well as
3.
the
It's
fact that
Navi
you can see
versus
that
Virtus
Loki
Pro.
protected
Or
from the
Mantis
side of
Pro.
VP and the Magneto for Navi. Again, they get the one-sided Magneto. But I guess, I don't know, Shib, like it feels like the Loki and the Magneto kind of in terms of how they play are a little similar. Maybe obviously the Magneto does provide more damage to the front line, but the same kind of
Last-second protection?
style.
Yeah. Actually, I see where you're coming from with that fully. I mean, the Crystals is a huge cooldown. I think Bubble's a similar story, right? Especially when you see a big ult come up, you know that you can essentially be immune in that moment for whatever's coming at you. So the removal of Adam, too, I think is a smart play here by Navi, because you're
Actually,
trying to
didn't check
protect
my
against some of
snaps
the
today.
cheese
My
defense comps
bad.
that can come in at Araco with his triple spawn door hole.
Absolutely, you're right. Adam's been dominant this whole tournament. Looks so good. VP's adjustment this game is to ban Rocket Raccoon. On the
If
offensive
Virtus
side, they
Pro
still like
wants to have a
that.
chance of
Yeah,
winning, they
they're
need
always
to
fighting
lock
VP, they're
the
always getting
fuck
fights. They're
in.
also having a ton of damage to the See You Later. You talked about that. And the Gambit Protect comes out from Navi. So we're going to get Magneto Gambit. This is the first time, I think, in a while that both these characters were available.
They need to
for
work
a
on their
team.
ultimate
A single team,
placements.
as our audience obviously is getting into this game between VP and Navi.
There's that removal of Penny, too, from the side of VP. They do not want Navi on that hero for now, which you can also run a very similar comp that they were running the last go-around. I thought we might see a mirror there on Dom, but instead, through the van phase, goes another way. The final lock going to be the Thing, which makes a ton of sense to me based on what we were talking about last time.
Absolutely. I mean, this is kind of something that was that needs to be called out. Definitely VP's priority towards the Thing has been something throughout the tournament. A lot of teams are focusing on definitely keeping 1 or 2 characters in their hero comps.
Okay.
The Thing being one of them. Penny
Got my
Parker
streaks
obviously
going
shown
now.
by VP they don't like to play against it. And for Navi,
Yeah.
they look like they're countering that comp and they're countering the Thing. They've thought of the ways to deal with the Thing. That's why, trust me, and this Navi crew seem to be a little bit ahead in terms of the draft phase, is because they're thinking,
And
what's
Virtus
everybody
really
playing and
loves
how can we
Thing.
counter it? What's the good stuff to play right now? And it seems like that is it. They get Thing through on the other side, though. This time it is not going to be a little one-sided.
Yeah, we're going to have eyes on what Navi wants to run here on defense, because they're going to get out there and
One-sided
set up.
Loki.
But then you look over at Virtus Pro, likely just kind of thinking through what they want to do here through the ban phase, trying to find a solution to
Interesting.
break and get out the door. But again,
One-sided
this is their map
Gambit and
choice.
Mag.
So let's see what they have
Oh,
cooking.
and Adam.
I think they know they have to mix something up, too, because that last map we saw, they played front-to-back style on domination, of all things. And you played Ultron and you played the Adam Warlock. Now that it's banned, it obviously forces them to mix it up and change something out. And Navi are now the ones that have to adjust to what VP is going to have to do in their 2-2-2 style.
You can see everyone locking in right now on the stage currently. If you're just tuning in, Navi
Come on,
up
Navi.
1-0 into Virtus Pro.
I guess so. So far, every pro team has been using Thing at least once. So
was able to take a map off on Dom. Can they move forward and take this
they're both
home
using
and get a
Thing in
1-1
this.
series on their map of choice? Let us begin.
Triple tank, triple support.
Going for that counter spawn hold
2-2-2.
against Na'Vi, who are playing triple Vanguard, triple Stratus line. Alongside the Gambit and Magneto, one of the first times we get to see that, as well as VP having Sparker back onto his Elsa. Oh my goodness, hit scan again.
Wow.
Right now, the point just kind of moving for free. Not a lot of stall, nobody holding too tight, as what we typically have seen from Ignite in the past. Instead of trying to play around that lower side corner, notice this level of play, not really holding that top side. It kind of puts you in a tough spot for flank angles, and there is the commitment now. Finzi walking forward heavily. The whole team being driven
Na'Vi, what are they doing, bro?
That backside corner. That's a lot of free
Just
space
giving
here
space.
by VP. Give them an inch, and they will take the map, it seems.
It is also doing so much. They soul bond back into it, kind of like the Loki crystals. Both teams playing it out, though. Finzi using the card as cover. Now they go for their counter engage. It's a bit of a yo-yo in these two compositions right now compared to the last map.
Taking their turn on the fight here. Goes the engage now from Sparker. Out goes the Yancy.
Envy's all that fast?
Already from level 1 Crook. That's an insane
Wow.
healing. Jerky able to find 5 though, and the pace is back in Navi's favor.
Wow.
Rajaro drops Nevix, and that's going to force them back to the
Complete
door.
switch up right
I
there.
think VP's a bit mistake there, was just playing a little bit too
I was not
fast.
even paying
We
attention to
saw
the
for
ult
VP against
percentage.
Na'Vi the
That
last
was
map,
crazy.
It was being countered on the other side, but let's listen to a Razor listen in for VP.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thing has a lot of mobility,
I pull Loki, shoot him. Loki low.
being so heavy.
Thing is gonna do the same. Thing is gonna slam us against the top, I think. Yep. Okay, we have Gambit in turn. Kite the rocket ult, they might go with it.
Do you want to play first?
They have Gambit ult.
Can lift this for free. I put them back.
They use Rocket. They have Loki too, so
Yeah, they will have Elsa roll.
Hear me out.
I'm with them.
I have res.
I'm okay.
What's up on right?
That's what I'm right. I can manage.
Shout out to Razor for giving us that sneak peek on some of those comms.
Nice.
Back in we go.
Adam
Fate
also has
Hope
res,
not
that's
here.
good.
Raging Royal flush available. Out goes the Sonic Seduction from Rajaro trying to walk forward, but nobody has been found as it's match right back by Finzi. Clobbering times out, and that's going to be able to find one.
He's
Actually,
dead.
This time, turn around on to Trust Me. Well done there by Nevix on that ultimate. The res comes out here from Terra. The Karmic Revival. The numbers are even once again.
Loki
Saipe gonna start
is
off
about
with
to
a
use
long
it.
punch with some great positioning and head immediately into Nevix, as that's going to be
Nice.
one Crook dropping Nevix. Sparker taking out Trust Me, and Rajaro drops Fi. It's back and forth for days here as they take the third turn.
Oh my goodness, Crystals to save that front line, blocking off the heels of the Rocket. Actually, Jerky falls back to the main side, looking like Rajaro in that last fight with how much he did on just Magneto in the fight. And we might get staggered here too. Sparker on the right side flank could find a last-second Glartrox, but Na'Vi are trying to make them
what
uncomfortable.
in the world?
There's that huge Glartrox out of the front
Huge.
line. Sparker dropping Terra. Is that res available? Yes, it is. Terra going to drop back to the team. Will still be a 6v6 in this
This
moment.
is so weird.
Oh, that's going to be a nice boundary right on top of the head of the Vanguard line, but they are...
The Rocket's about to have ult too.
Excuse me. They have no reason to slow down their pace. Still moving forward with the Sia here from Dreedro. Is that going to be launched and committed? Yes, it is.
You're right. Early even the fight
Was that necessary?
There's more. Yancey
Maybe.
trying to take Fi, slow down
I mean,
that pace here. Nevix gets the next pick.
it kinda
Sparker
got
drops
destroyed
Rajaro.
really
Pro
fast.
trying to move forward on this attack, and it looks like they actually will. Finally getting the pace back in their favor, but the portal from level 1 Crook is guaranteed
Damn.
to touch. Will it be enough for them
What's
to reach?
Terra doing?
There it is, last second. We have a few meters to go. With 2 meters, he's touching, but against the Storm, it's going to be hard to keep on this objective.
Elsa's dead immediately. Strange dead immediately.
Ice in the veins, trying to get on that highlight reel.
That's tough,
Fi dropping
dude.
Fade in the whole side of Na'Vi.
What's up,
as they
yeah?
drop back for point 2.
Well, VP fully cap out, but that was a bit of a struggle bus. Now into the second phase, and we talk about teams, you know, either full holding on these convoy maps or almost full capping.
I think Punisher's a
Usually
good
second phase
switch.
is hard to hold, so let's see how Na'Vi do against VP's comp, which they were doing excellent first point, I think. They held for a long time, but Sparker was a difference maker with the Glartrox.
Using
Can't do it
Daredevil
again
team
against
up,
Na'Vi.
not Rocket.
Shout out to the Storm mains across rivals. Heroes get a ton of play. Give you some confidence. Sonic Seduction getting launched now. Looking for Jerky. Great bubble there. You talked about the protection from Mag. That's a great example. Does not
Oh,
get
wow.
tranced in that moment. Drops back in his
Loki
fourth
has
reset
it.
as an answer comes
Oh,
through.
Loki
That is
dead and he
massive
used it.
on a Saipe. Nevix goes down.
Oh
Doesn't
no.
matter. That will all was already committed.
Yeah, he copied, but didn't get it off.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Sonic Seduction.
That sucks for them.
No, it's just raw attack power. Just
Yeah, Saipe is going to be blacklisting Emma Frost from everything of all in the future. VP now again getting caught in these situations with ultimates or wasting ultimates. In that case, it was not necessarily Saipe's
Minute
fault.
40.
Na'Vi are playing so good at the current
What are
moment.
they gonna do?
I assumed it was seduction, but no, it was just Sparker.
The Storm's
my
dead.
goodness, Sparker finding Jerky early.
Oh my gosh.
There is going to be Fly coming in with the Omega Hurricane, trying to force out some cooldowns onto the front line, heading back towards the team. Typically the path you want to see.
That was a huge
from their
flank.
Storm here. Nevix taking this
Punisher
space,
Mike.
clobbering time in, but
Oh my.
Sparker says not up in here. Goodbye to Terra. Up with the Meteor M. Rajaro looking up towards the sky.
Sparker looking
No,
carrying a
does
little
not
bit.
land.
Just a little
There's
bit.
a ton of damage, great movement there. Oh my goodness. Sparker
Okay, never mind.
with another huge Glortros, but goes down
Carrying.
Jerky.
I can't believe he just did it by himself. It literally did it by himself. He flanked up top side, got the Storm, who's caught above the high ground, and Sparker again.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, MVP for a reason. Talked about on the stage.
Sparker's
Both good players
crazy.
Giving a bit of a shout towards the other squad with a minute left to go. Sparker puts the team on his back.
Doesn't want to go down like this. I don't believe Portal is available. They got to make this work out now. The side of VP, Nevix with the clobbering time. Dredro going in now with the Sia.
Weird rocket.
In the Hurricane
Oh,
event. Oh my goodness.
probably should've
everything's
saved
getting
it
committed. It's gonna
after
be
the
first
Storm
ball.
ult.
Sia gets burned instantly. Clobbering time's out now too. Doesn't seem to land too hard as no one falls just yet. A neutral trade for the moment with
Damn.
two ultimates. Out goes Crystals too.
And this is kind of all on Sparker too. No any ultimates available besides Saipe in a moment. Same thing with Fate. Both teams playing a slow
Why's
turn.
that?
Else as well can got a match.
Oh my.
Thing was
goodness.
almost dead there,
Terra
too.
Pick there on a Nevix with some really good movement. Sparker in a tough
Oh,
spot. Terra
diff,
trying to get
diff,
this pick.
diff.
Both go down to like 30
Diff.
HP, but still no one
Oh.
falls. Trust me, gotta find the first pick out of Finzi. Oh, and this could be big. Raging Royal.
Oh.
15 seconds on the clock. Gonna be forced to portal here for the final fight. Everybody drops back. They need to go down now, or they won't be a unit together on this portal. Gets caught. Finzi will go
Wow.
down. It's a little bit too late with 5 seconds on. Can this portal
Dude,
win
Elsa is
here?
actually fucking crazy.
It does not. That's
Dude,
gonna be a hold on
Sparker
point
can only do
two
so
by the
much,
side
dude.
of
That
Na'Vi.
sucks.
Man, they were figuring it out. I mean, there was some good plays out of VP, but it's kind of rare that we see teams get held in that second phase like we saw in all Convoy maps, basically, right? That was kind of a first.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen a ton of Araco, so it's hard to, especially at this level of play, it's hard to get a good judgment, but definitely a decent push there from Virtus
Wow.
Pro. Again, this is their map choice. We'll see what they elect to
Good
do.
hold by
They
Na'Vi there,
could
but
have
Sparker
something
put up a
else.
really good fight
This is
that
the map
the
that
last
always makes
two
me hard to
fights.
play, why I use red outlines. Because I'm like,
Yeah.
do I need to go back to yellow? It's such a red map. There's so much evil here.
I'm up right
Hey, Shadow.
That's where I stick with it. I feel like
What's
this is-
up?
Looking at the stats across the board here, 11 for Sparker. We saw that presence in this map. Dredro doesn't go down a single time so far on that attack.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, being the difference maker in those fights, like you said, between that matchup with Terra on the Elsa. And
What's
with
Sparker looking?
on it, that matchup,
15-2?
I think, slowed down Sparker's pace because they were on the Storm earlier.
On
And then
Ultron,
the
11
difference maker,
finals.
Trust me, full
Oh my
energy on
God.
the Elsa, which you talked about earlier, has been so good and can match against
Really the
Thing
best
really well,
stat.
right?
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
stat
You
line.
stay at 100 charge. A lot of the times you'll see pros use Diamond Form just to stay there. In between fights, you get those. It's 4 seconds till your charge goes down. So why not hold in Diamond Form, get those extra seconds, reset the next fight at 100. They're not expecting it, and your front line falls over.
You know, I never actually
well
pay attention
done
to
there by Na'Vi, who are
Araco
looking
map
to try to get out
in
this
terms
over
of
comp they have
what's
used
around it.
Time and time again.
Just little details. Why?
Sparker with a nice natural
Why are
cover
they?
peek, playing
Oh, I
around
see. Okay.
unbreakable
On
walls is going to
Ultron,
be a
Invis,
common
Loki.
theme here. Doing a good job holding them out the door, and they're just trying to figure out which door to go out of here. Into Penny, those mines have been a threat here. Finzi doing a great job. Back now, the whole team
Hate Penny
charges
so
with
much.
Bond. And Era's going to be the first one to find the pick out of Sparker.
Excellent pick by him, doing what the Storm too. They understand how to play against
Sparker
this
dead
Penny
already,
Partner.
that's
I thought
not
this Penny
good.
Partner comp was pretty
I'm
much
s-
impossible
they got off
to beat,
Rocket,
but
I'm curious why.
Especially against this spawn hole break, it's definitely going to dominate based on what we saw on Domination.
Yeah, I mean, the playstyle into Penny is just angles, you know?
This is Marvel
you're gonna
Rivals.
dominate whatever specific
It's
zone
a
you've chosen to lock
tournament
down.
going on,
You gotta play
professional
around that.
tournament.
Really good decision making there.
This is
by a
day
super
3.
cerebral team. I love
The
to
day
see
just
that
started.
thought process coming out the door right back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean,
I
Terra
think.
doing a good job escaping, evading with his life, understanding. Oh, never.
Oh.
Where those mines even coming?
Predicting the movement. That
Oh
was
my
dirty there. Well done by Finzi, who again finds another one of those picks in the
I
neutral
hate
prior
that
to the
so
second
much.
fight.
A little bit
The
too
amount of times I've
aggressive
died
there.
are just random mines on the map.
Who allegedly doesn't play a ton of ranked, but is a bit of a
Kudos to
genius.
the
That was
Penny
Marvel
player.
Rivals.
Those obviously weren't
Setting
random,
up for the
but
next fight here. Ult advantage going to be with level 1 Crook, and Virtus Pro not really close to an ultimate just yet. Level 1 Crook always
Psylocke.
seems to be the
What was
first to it.
Psylocke
That's just a
doing?
testament to the strength of him on that backline roll.
Whoa!
wow.
Ew. Rope shot there by Jerky. Rojaro again,
Na'Vi just has
Not
way
as
better
facing, it's just heavily in Navi's
support
favor.
placements
Being
and
down
also just
Virtus Pro kind of just played slow. They were afraid to move forward.
good
and
at
try to
using
attack
them.
off that, and it shows here as the portal's
instead of
already
all of them
being
using it at the
defended
same
here by
time,
Na'Vi.
That's
they
an excellent
alternate.
point. How Navi's playing right now is world champion tier.
Not sure about this
Tira
portal
with a pick on a
placement.
Nevix 2, and that makes it worse, makes it 2 onto Finzi and through the portal. Is anybody else even touched? The answer is definitely no. We're in the
No.
second phase with so much more time in the bank than VP had.
And Navi's just down
It's a
low
weird-
with this team right
weird
now.
portal
They
placement
look like
there.
they've got it on lock. Still, we'll have that Royal Flush coming in with Rojaro, Trust Me, Jerky, and Terra's ult here. Going to be matched back by a few from Virtus Pro. Eyes on as we will likely see the commitment from
Sparker went back to Elsa.
And this is really
Valid.
interesting. When we talk about matchups, I feel like a lot of the Black Cat teams who play Black Cat at this point, Fi doesn't show it. He's playing the Psylocke instead.
Psylocke coming into play. Not as much of a mainstay in this meta.
Oh, okay, that was a fake one.
There is that Meteor M available now for Rojaro. They're just holding this high side while the cart just gets free push. Nobody's stalling it for now, but it's, you know, still a little bit back. You want to hold this corner as your first defensible spot.
The reason we're bringing up too with Psylocke versus Black Cat is they both kind of do same things. They both get target focused on the right side. Finzi does find Terra. But the point of Fi is not to necessarily find those KOs, just to beat up cooldowns and more. Oh, yeah, just to say that, Caster Blessing for Fi in this case takes down Jerky.
Down early. There's that space. Rojaro dropping 5. That was just
I thought that was a clone with how AFK.
Yeah.
Not much you can do, and you get knocked back like that right into a sword. Oh, from downtown
Oh.
Jerky using the ult over 100 meters away so they don't hear it. It's going to land and just send in, but right on top of the mines might be Dicey, waiting to burn that ability first, and now walking in, heading back towards the team. But good decision-making and thought process as out goes the boundary. Meteor M lands, doesn't seem to hit, though, as Rojaro now cleans up Nevix.
I mean, I guess he didn't even need to. He soaked
Wow.
up all of the output
Dude.
from the healing, the damage. And this is
Wow.
one-sided with 3 minutes to
Oh
go.
my
There's no
Why did
control
Ems use
here.
ult? They
Ship
won
and
that
Na'Vi
fight.
Look like they're going to close out on VP in the upper bracket to cement themselves in the upper bracket
They won.
finals. 2-0, Na'Vi.
Wow.
Critical here by Na'Vi.
That was kind of
Not
a
missing
bulldoze.
beat. The map choice by Virtus Pro was not enough to make them shake in their boots. Instead, they were on solid ground and walked right through them.
Congratulations to Na'Vi.
Na'Vi to get into that upper bracket final to go one more game. To
I don't really have
in
a
this case,
team in
the
mind
reigning
just because I'm not
mid-season
very
champions, right? That
well
would be
informed about
insane with
them.
how good Na'Vi looked yesterday and how
But,
good that VP did look as well. It's a bit of a surprise that I think Na'Vi just dominated the game throughout.
It depends on
round number 1.
each
you can see
match.
they made some mistakes, but when we look back at the map number 2 and also the last 2 on the first map,
Ooh, I have
on
100
Koa,
more
it was
chrono
all Na'Vi.
tokens.
Yeah, it
Yay.
was like they figured them out. I think they were just trying to find a solution, or at least the play style change, because it wasn't even a major change in the comp
Yay.
a lot of the time. And once they had that figured out, it was nothing. I mean, it's just world-class execution. You talked about it yourself. This team just looks so dominant.
I do
Once they
think
find their solution, I think a lot of
it might
rivals is
be. It might
trying to
come down
find
to
that
Na'Vi
work they're
and
struggling on.
Yeah.
And this team always gets there.
Liquid.
Absolutely do, and Na'Vi obviously have a bit fans of the crowd. This team always thinks a step ahead.
Yeah.
It feels like with
They have
we
really good
saw
synergy with
the
each
Penny
other.
Parker stuff, I was kind of on the boat where Penny Parker seems OP, and the teams that are playing it to a very high level, and it's hard to counter. Na'Vi said, no, we figured that out. We played Punisher and Storm against it on Domination.
Yeah. It was crazy to see there. Jerky was using that Omega Hurricane around corners to try to get to that spawner without it affecting him. That was just really smart decision making, always getting the spawner prior to the engage. They would fully commit together, and it worked every single time. I mean, coming out that left
Not
side
tomorrow.
door,
No,
center,
not on
we
weekends.
saw the Penny
Just on
setup
weekdays.
and immediately walked through the team. It was like after that, VP could not find their footing. They didn't really know what to do, and they never actually did.
Yeah, and this goes back to, I think matchups matter a lot. Like,
Yeah.
I wonder how this team would play, versus other squads that can play Black Cat and stuff like Rad, and that's why we saw in Rad, or rather at EMEA, a lot of the top teams were having a tough time versus teams like Rad, but the interview is ready on stage with Cozy. Joining him, I believe, is Trust Me, or no, that's Jerky on the main stage.
Yes, it is. It is Jerky from Na'Vi. Everybody give it up LA one more time for Na'Vi. Now, Jerky, want to ask you, I mean, this was a different story last year. In fact, they were the team that sit you down and then, of course, ultimately beat you in the grand finals. I mean, what is the difference in this team versus the team that was there not long ago? And also, like, is revenge sweet? How does it feel?
Revenge definitely is sweet. I think the biggest difference is not actually in VP, I think it's in us, because in Atlanta, I think everyone kind of knows this. I was a Psylocke OTP. I think I had a very good Psylocke, but nothing else. And now I'm kind of the flex god, as people like to call it. So yeah, I think that's the biggest part. And of course, Terra, right? Terra is Terra.
I'll never forget when you did say, I remember talking to you, like, I'm just a Psylocke one, and it was looking good for a day before the nerf happened, and now, hey, the Swiss Army knife in the duelist position. I think one of the most important roles, honestly, in these teams is that flex duelist. There's so much responsibility for the role. I want to ask you this. It's been TLC, saying we want Na'Vi. Na'Vi saying we want TLC. Now that matchup with Swamp still has to be decided. But if it is TLC, how do you feel matching up? It's always been the conversation. Best in the world. Y'all are them. Any words?
I think TLC and us are the best in our respective regions, right? No doubt about that. And I think the draft, the ban phase will go very, very deep in with them, right? Like every game will change, every ban phase will be different. So I think it's just whoever is better on the day, man. I think they're a very good team. I think we're a very good team. So all respect to them, and yeah.
Amazing. And anything you want to say to all your fans of Na'Vi here in LA and all over the world, the viewers, anything you want to say to them?
I mean, thank you guys for coming out. I mean, it's very nice to see everyone, right? So yeah, of course. And if you have the time for it, I want to give a quick shout out to my team, of course, and the people behind the scene. I mean, Debit and Kirill and our coach Shu, right? They do the best possible thing for us, get us the scrims and everything. And of course, for me personally, to the girl.
Yeah, I play Rivals. I just don't. I'm just not in the pro.
Right, throughout Atlanta,
pro play.
throughout everything,
Obviously.
she's been the best, and couldn't do it without her.
Appreciate you so much, Jerky. And once again, that was Na'Vi
W
taking
shout
down
out.
VP. And to close it out, bring up all the action, Des Stetcher, take it away. What did we see?
It depends on how long this goes.
We saw what felt like
It's probably gonna
a
last all day,
prophecy
probably.
coming to pass. In fact, multiple prophecies coming to pass from Na'Vi there. We saw what everyone's been talking about of this incredible Penny Ultron composition from VP, and Na'Vi, despite struggling a little bit, beat it. Vodable, what a start for them.
Yeah, the big problem here, it felt like Virtus Pro were
I want to see the
stuck
bracket.
into this
I'm
Penny
curious.
comp and didn't really have a different
Who's
game plan
next?
afterwards. And Na'Vi had completely figured them out, right? Especially the flexibility that we saw from Jerky. He's saying it himself, used to just be that Psylocke OTP, no longer one of the best flex duelists in the game, proving it here as well. I feel like the Storm is a perfect answer to that
Swamp
Penny Parker,
TLC.
but
Oh.
Gaskin, I mean, you were doubting Na'Vi before. How are you feeling now?
I mean, what? It's two EMEA teams, right? I've got to doubt one of them.
That's true. That's true.
I kind of forgot how Swamp
I'm gonna
did.
be honest, I think VP
Swamp was
threw this in
against
the band draft.
OUG,
I don't
right?
think that they
Yeah.
did very well at all. I think that Na'Vi got a one-sided mag
And
to
they-
start. Then
they
they get a
2-0'd.
one-sided mag and one-sided Gambit. And what are we doing with a low-key as
Sweet.
your first protect? I just think VP
I think
completely got outsmarted.
TLC is probably gonna win.
It was a great effort, map one. They were looking good. But
Damn,
Na'Vi,
I didn't
we
even
know
see
what they're
that.
capable of. They're a team who adapt
Invis-
so quickly. As soon as they
that
saw what
sucks.
VP were
Invis
trying to
used
do,
ult and
they
then she
came out
dies
with an answer
immediately.
to it.
And it wasn't
Yes,
even
I will say
her, it was
Na'Vi
Loki.
have impressed me now in this series, and I'm very much looking forward to see what happens between them and either TLC or
Poor
Swamp.
Sparker.
The second prophecy.
17
coming
and
in as
4.
well there. It
24,000
wasn't against
damage.
Thieves, but during their interview
Poor
of
Sparker,
that series
man.
yesterday, Terra came forward and said, well, iRemix is just going to first protect Loki and we're going to win. It wasn't Thieves, but Virtus Pro tried it, and, well, Na'Vi showed that it's not always a good idea. Another solid setup here, and there is the man himself.
Terra, 25,000
He is hunting
damage.
for that first land
19 and
victory.
6.
And Gaskin, you barely missed him in terms of casting him for the Americas, but he looks like he might be earning it.
Looks like the real deal, and I think he's going to be a key factor if Na'Vi are going to go on to win this entire tournament. If you can keep him hot, if you keep him playing this way, then I think Na'Vi are going to be in a very good position. That being said, I still think VP gave Na'Vi an easy win here. I would like to see more from VP in that ban draft for me when they drop down to the lower bracket. Now I hope they've learned that lesson, because we've already seen one-sided mag is very powerful. You can't allow one-sided mag and one-sided Gambit. Come on.
I worry a little bit for VP here, though. They're facing off against a very hungry Rad in that lower bracket, and in the preseason, we saw them go out in their lowest placement ever in 6th place, and that was against Rad. Dropped from Na'Vi in the upper bracket, in the semis specifically, then fell against Rad there, so history could repeat itself.
Hey, did Rad win yesterday?
There's a lot of
In
pressure
the
on the board.
losers
You're talking
bracket?
about history repeating itself. I was telling this story a lot yesterday and the day before. Once upon a time, last year, about this time, there was a team called
3-0?
Rad, completely different roster, but same org, that came in through the play-in stage. They lost in that play-in stage against an American team. They then went on through the lower bracket, defeating multiple teams from America, EMEA, and all around the world in order to win the whole thing. That team went on
Win a
to
snow
become
pen? Are we serious?
Na'Vi. They are the champions of mid-season last year. Rad is waiting for them to potentially lower down to potentially cause a little bit more chaos if that happens. But first, Rad versus VP is potentially waiting in that lower bracket now. As Virtus Pro, they're not out yet, Gaskin.
They're not, and I do think that if they get domination again, if they can get capturing that first point, we saw what happened in map 1, round 1,
So
right?
important.
They capture the first point, they have the penny, they lock it down, they look brilliant. Were unable to get the first point on either round 2 or round 3, and it really hurt them. And again, I think that we saw the prioritization from Na'Vi with their ultimates. They said, let's make sure we win this first fight. We can blow whatever we need to as long as we don't allow them that first point. They won't set up, and then the rest was history.
I feel like VP
Crazy.
were kind of focusing a little bit too much on the Thing protects. Yesterday
just
they
about to
did
ask
so much with that, of course, against Gen G, but this go around it didn't seem to be too much of a prioritization in terms of any issues that Na'Vi had against them, right? It's a different team, different quality, and different caliber, as we saw by the evidence of the 2-0 this time, right? So I think maybe focusing on something else to prioritize. It could be the Gambit that they would like a little bit better there as well, but it just felt like the ban draft, as you were talking about earlier, Gaskin, just wasn't in their favor once again.
What were they thinking protecting the Loki?
Yeah, I don't know.
How many times did we see Loki pop the Gambit ult with the copy and it failed? I think it was twice.
Yeah.
If you were just protected
went
the
down
Gambit,
before you could even use it.
Exactly. If you protected the Gambit, you get that ult out, you potentially win that fight. I do think it has to be a lesson learned for me. I do think VP looked good around that. The fact they still made it work and still made it closely contested despite that fact, they should still be proud.
Excuse me.
We're going to be heading to the break so that we can get set up for our next series. It's going to be our second upper bracket semi-final. It's the Battle of the Americas. It is Team Liquid Citadel versus Swamp Gaming coming up after this.
When it's make or break, the Razer Shark B3 Pro is a real difference maker.
Oh, that changed the title.
Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point.
Fantastic.
To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
Bro, Bro, Swamp Gaming is going to walk over this time. Are we serious? Wait, how is it that I put in like 5,000 channel points, but I only get 6? 6 back. That don't make sense. There's nothing. Nothing important.
This was inevitable.
Yeah. Guys, you gotta buy this. You gotta buy this Fat Shark. Then you can have Fat Shark in the game. You must buy it. Finally, a good Bucky skin.
Armed and dangerous. No mercy.
Oh, thank you, Shadow. I just now saw your comment. My fault. The best Spider-Man costume. No, it is not. It's just a recolor. Nothing cool about it. Are we gonna see Hulk next? Nope. Because the symbiote.
There is only one path to peace: the Avengers' extinction.
I don't know. I never claimed the Symbiote one was peak. The brand new day one is peak, bro. It shows Iron Man doing that much damage, but does he really do that much damage? Oh, did I ever change the game? Yes, okay, I did. That's for Pietro. Like cut? Do you mean my haircut, or do you mean
Everybody's afraid of something,
this?
but true legends rise above the nightmare. Available July 30th at 7 p.m. PT. Remember who you are. The past may haunt you, but the battlefield belongs to you.
Do I go my Bucky arc now? Is it my turn to get Bucky Lord? I've only actually played the characters that come up with good skins. Like, I wish I could play Spider-Man because he's got... Fuck no. Fuck no. I wish I could play Spider-Man just for the brand new day skin. Yeah, maybe if I was on console. If I was on console, I'm 100% playing characters like Squirrel Girl, Cloak and Dagger, Scarlet Witch, Elsa thing, not Elsa, Emma thing. It's gonna be an interesting fight here. Liquid versus Swamp. Here's the roster. Rad won against OUG, okay. And then Rad versus Virtus Pro. I think Rad probably wins that. Interesting. Oh, that was the first match of the day. Cool. Yeah, it's hard to play games like this on console. You think so? You think? Maybe. Yeah, I think Liquid wins here. There's no way. Like, sure, Swamp Gaming won twice in a row against OUG, but OUG seemed like they weren't that great in the first place. And Swamp Gaming is like, obviously, I'm just talking about in the context of this roster. They're like a little over mid. Dude, poor 100 Thieves, man. Ugh, yikes. So is Swamp Gaming's probably gonna lose this, which means Gen.G versus Swamp Gaming. You think so? It's a good match then. Good matchup. Wait. Lower bracket and upper bracket? They go in the grand finals? So whoever wins. Interesting. I just thought if you were in the lower bracket, then it's just.
Back once again.
Yeah, but you get to go to the
our
grand
next
final if
matchup
you win
of
that
Today, we forget
lower
on one
bracket.
side of the region. We have another in America to settle the score. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Mid-Season Finals. I'm your host, Cozy. And before we get this thing started, we've got an awesome crowd. And I've decided, as some are making their way back to their seats for a break, to go and find a few here for some knowledge of where they come from and who they think they're going to win. We have Loki. Come up with me here, Loki, if you don't mind. And Loki, where are you from and what's your name?
I'm from Holly, Michigan, and my name is Matthew.
I see.
Well, Matthew, what made you want to come all the way here to LA from Michigan to watch the best of the best?
I've never been to an event like this, and I've just been a big fan of Marvel Rivals Esports, and I'm just so happy I could be down here with the community.
Has it lived up to the hype?
For sure. The matches from Gen.G, from Na'Vi VP that just happened, it has been absolutely a blast to be here today.
And who is the team you're going for? Who's going to win this entire thing?
I'm hoping for Gen.G. I've met their parents, and honestly, they've just been the greatest people to watch today and in the past.
And I'm assuming, I'm assuming you're a Loki main, or?
No, actually, I play Vanguard. I love playing Rogue, Magneto, and Emma. Like, those are my favorite, but I just
Rogue and
like to look at
Magneto.
Loki, so I decided to dress up as them today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, give it up here for Loki. Thank you so much, my friend. And wish you the best for Gen.G. Now I want to go, and yesterday we found the awesome moms of some of the players from TLC and Vess's mom.
I do think this match is going to
amazing
be
crowd that you can't ignore in
close.
the Gen.G mom squad. But now I want to come on over here to Kara. Hi, how are you doing? Come with me to the stage if you don't mind, right over here. And we have everybody, Nero's mom, her son just about to play. And can I just try to understand, how is it like having, you know, your son go through playing video games? Most moms want them to stop playing video games. Walk me through the journey of how you and your son, you know, got here today.
Oh, it was absolutely crazy. He started gaming really early on, and he told me just to trust in him, and he knew that he had what he needed to go really far. And so we're here. It's exciting to be at a LAN again since COVID hit. We haven't been able to see him live, and we're rooting for TLC all the way.
I love it. I love it. And what would you like your son to hear from you, speaking to him about to play one of the biggest games in his life?
So proud of him, and he has put in so much work, and he says that he literally dreams strategy.
Literally.
And it's 24/7.
Sorry.
And
That threw me off.
Today.
Well, thank you so much, and we appreciate you. Give it up once again for the amazing players' moms here in the crowd.
That threw me off.
I'm gonna find one more here before I move forward. Let's go. Hello, how are you?
W moms.
What's your name?
Robert.
Robert, come with me on over here. So, Robert, where do you hail from? Where do you come from to LA?
I'm from Bakersfield. Yeah, I'm actually pretty close.
I was gonna say not too bad, maybe not an Uber, but also not too far away. How long have you been playing Rivals for?
I played since Season 0, but I took a break until 6.5, and I came back. Yeah, but the game is so addicting, like very addicting.
Do you have a favorite team today in this whole thing to win it?
Oh, originally I came here to watch 100 Thieves, but I had hope, and they're gone. Yeah.
Pivot. You got to pivot quick.
That's so tough.
Yeah, just, you know, bandwagons are open, all right? So who we hopping on?
Oh, man. After what Na'Vi did? Oh, yeah, Na'Vi. I mean, Terra is the truth. Stomping level threat.
This is what you love about we have one of our great American players going on over to EMEA, because I thought for sure it's like, well, go to the next American city. No, going on over to what would some consider the dark side there. Okay, I'd love to see it. Definitely a 100 Thieves fan if I've ever seen one. What makes you love Marvel Rivals Esport?
What makes me love Marvel Rivals Esports? Well, that's hard, because it's a lot. I mean, I couldn't really get into esports at first, but I loved hero shooters. I loved Overwatch. I watch J3 content a lot. So yeah, man, we love J3.
Shout out J3.
Shout out J3. What's up, man? Our ball king there at his home and the viewers. Anything lastly I want to say to give you the floor before we get this thing going?
Oh yeah, man. Hey, any team that's not Navi, back it up, man. Tell the truth. That's it.
They're right here, man. We got teams right here listening to you. All right, take your seat over here, you traitor. Appreciate you for coming on. Well, folks, you heard it. We have 100 Thieves believer bandwagon.
Crazy J3 shout out
right now,
on the Marvel Rivals
number
official
2,
account.
We have to settle the score. Now, we introduced them earlier as a story that has had a familiar finish. Over and over, these teams continue to be what defined this region, the top 2, and it was pretty clear and cut. But every single time, the results have remained the same. Personalities couldn't be higher. The skill floor and level as best as you get in America. Let's meet our teams and our matchup. First up, your number 1 seed, as we call them, the Super Team. Team Liquid Citadel.
So tough. Hands in pockets. So tough.
Paulie and Vess, the Vanguards. Energy, the Accuracy King. And of course, Speedery as your flex. Duelist. Now, listen, we'll get to y'all again just in a moment. Great to have you here, Cooper. You guys feeling ready? Love it. Confidence, quiet confidence. Well, let's meet the other side. Y'all are very familiar with these opponents, of course. Your number 2 seed and their first time to land. Making yesterday look easy. Today, we have Swamp Game.
What's wrong with it?
From Craftsman and Scatter Your Vanguards of Valentina and Forky Dog in the back line. And of course, Melophobia. And doing it all day, it's Days. Welcome in. Welcome all. We have our 2 teams, but for this interview, for this matchup, the heavyweight fight, it's not the players. We've got the coaches that've got something to say to one another. So first, for TLC, welcome out Coach Gator and Coach Fox for Swamp Gaming. Gentlemen, Fox, Gator, good to have you here. Come on over here. We're going to separate here in the middle. Coach Fox, hello.
Fox, bro.
Shake hands, gentlemen, shake hands. Well, we have a big matchup you guys are both familiar with. All right, first up, we're just going to go ahead. You're staring them right in the eyes. We'll start with you, Gator. You got 7 seconds to say whatever you want to them.
They're losing, so it doesn't really matter. There's not really much to say.
Coach Fox?
All the notes I need. Liquid's bad.
Liquid is bad. Yeah, definitely. Very thorough. For a man of how many words we usually have, this is not what I was expecting here. I mean, either way, what I want to go ahead and say is, this man, let's go to Fox first from you. What is one thing he thinks he's good at, but not so much?
That's a weird question.
Drafting.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, they lose draft every time.
Okay, all right, and same question to you.
They have shit comps.
Damn.
By the way, this is why I've got these coaches here, right? Now I'm going to flip the script. I want you to force to give him a compliment of what he's best at, but why it won't matter today.
He's great at dressing. He looks great. But that's not going to help, though. That doesn't do anything, so.
Hey, you get the fit check. We'll give that, all right?
Liquid
Okay,
coach needs to step up a little bit.
What does Gator think he's great at? But it won't matter.
He's backing
today.
up.
Or what is he great at? But it won't matter.
They did a good job recruiting their team, but my players are the best in the world.
There you have it, folks. We've got Coach Fox, Coach Gator. Someone will be sent to the lower bracket right here, right now. Desk taking away this epic matchup for the American region in the Civil War.
And what better desk it could be than 3 EMEA casters to cover this America's game. But quite frankly, out of all the games we have had set up for us, we've been looking forward to this one a lot because we've just been watching, pining vicariously over the fence of the Americas region with such a tough set of teams. I'm once again joined by Vodable, and joining us this time is Ryan Central for this matchup. And whoa, we have had some good games so far, but this are two teams who have had quite the rivalry, Vodable.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, a great run from these teams so far during the preseason into Ignite qualifying all the way here for the first time for both these teams, right? We've seen different amalgamations of the Team Liquid Citadel roster play on LAN for the players individually or some of them together, but none of these teams have actually been in this environment.
I wasn't
all
paying
as a
attention.
cohesive unit, so I'm actually more curious to see, you know, what we can expect.
Oh, rivalry. Rival. Marvel Rivals.
Q ranked in between them on the desk with this. But yeah, this is like not our region, but this is the matchup that we've seen a lot of with preparation because these are the two teams that consistently meet in the grand finals of preseason, the upper bracket. There's so much to go for, and of the 9 maps that Team Liquid have lost,
Domination
it's come from Swamp Gaming.
Swamp Gaming, of course, won in the preseason, but Liquid Citadel had a solid run during the main stage. So we have that beautiful.
Was Swamp good during Domination, or
some pivotal
is there
But
Strong Point Convoy?
Who is a pivotal player for Swamp?
I'd say the main
Daredevil.
one coming to mind for me right now, focusing on the duelist lineup, because I feel like that's been very important to make sure you do enough damage against the other team, is Daze. If Daze is doing well, this team is going to fly high in the competition. But the problem is Wolverine not quite meta right now, so I don't know how well it's going to be a factor here as well, Ryan.
Yeah, I also feel like with, on the flip side for Team Liquid Citadel, in their case, you can rely on that front line a lot. Energy had a really good series yesterday against Rad, but the player that I think you need to sort of match up well against Swamp Gaming is the strategists. Cooper had 13 eliminations against Rad when they lost on Jalia. He was hounded by the likes of Crazy Kitty. So if Daze is having a good game, Cooper's going to be on the other end of it. But also Forky Dog and Valentina for Swamp, MVPs of yesterday. It feels that if they have a good game, Swamp are going to play well, so it needs to be matched from Nero and Cooper in the backline.
It's a lot of pressure on them. You brought up the amount of times Cooper was targeted down, which is almost as many times he went down as the entirety of the actual stage. He has put on such good performances in the past. He also had a great run at the Grand Finals last time, but now with this different roster to really show what they can go in here. Let's do a quick comparison here. TLC. Pivotal players, you've already mentioned that Nero and Cooper could be strong here, but Vodable, who else is going to be jumping out to you?
I think Speedery is kind of underrated here as well, right?
X-Flyer, one trick now onto just incredible flex.
Exactly, yeah. The
Dude, we
Black
should
Cat
have a
was
LAN
very
party,
effective,
Kevin.
Actually getting a ban out from Rad.
Everyone bring their
because of how strong it
PCs
was,
and
but
their
also,
monitor.
Even with, you know, Crazy Kitty doing so well against them yesterday, was able to show that flexibility that was a question mark sometimes before. So nice to see that come out, even the more if they need to opt for that too. But I think my biggest question that I had going into this event was Paul.
That'd be cool.
Captain America, pretty non-existent in this meta, playing Thing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, he's flexible enough. It's just mostly that the Captain America was
I
so
was
good
gonna
last
switch
year in
over
EMEA
place,
when he played
but
for Citadel that
I'll leak stuff.
It was just, you couldn't ban him out. He was an
Hey, isn't this
anomaly
guy a
that seemed to play
controller?
consistently, but he's filled in nicely alongside the other, like, new Vanguard with Vespa coming in. King Magneto, really, but you know that it's a flexible role.
Or am I thinking of
do
someone
like
else?
the
I'm thinking of
breakdown
someone
by
else.
Speedery, though,
They just
because
look
he was
similar.
playing a lot of Storm yesterday. We saw it in the last series with VP. And
Yeah.
Na'Vi, with the Storm being good on convoy maps, but going into Domination, this is the one area that Swamp has not been able to do any damage to Team Liquid Citadel because they haven't dropped
I
them
see.
out. Team Liquid
Yeah,
Citadel are pretty much
I'm
like
confusing him with
24,
TTK.
25 and 0 here, and getting into the draft, it starts the same way. One of the main differences, first
Save
of all,
Ultron.
an Ultron Protect right at the start from Liquid Citadel is crazy, but more so that it was a switch between Gambit and Magneto. Both these teams going in different directions. Team Liquid Citadel pulling out something completely new.
A very early Ultron Protect. We've seen it protected and banned in the later stages of draft, but this is huge. This means, like you mentioned, Magneto, Gambit, all these other characters who've been in our first bans.
Penny
That's
ban.
the Penny. Banned out on the other side. It is going to be that Penny and that Ultron that are going to be secure. But the Ultron protected, the Penny banned out. They do not
What do they
want to deal
protect?
with that combo.
That
Magneto.
Ultron's definitely Speedery, as we were talking about, very effective on that triple strategist lineup, and Swamp Gaming has been known to struggle against it. So that's the game plan it feels like for Team Liquid Citadel. And of course, Vest is going to be getting
They
his
both
back.
banned Loki.
looking mostly so far like it's Team Liquid Citadel actually not being
Oh,
able
is
to get
Liquid
that
gonna
range
ban
once from the games
Gambit?
yesterday against Rad. So like now it's that.
That'd be
priority to
crazy.
make
Actually.
sure
Oh, they already did.
that they're gonna
I'm
have it.
stupid.
Loki being banned now is
That's
consistent.
crazy.
It's the one thing that we did see a lot of one-sided with the Cooper on Loki, but neither
They
team's
picked
gonna have
Luna.
access to it. Luna just to make sure the Swamp Gaming have a bit of protection from the dive that could come in from Daze.
Makes sense, of course, that Luna with the Snowflake, with the Stone Ball for a freeze on anyone who dives, and of course that White Fox team up for a little bit of a charm and a bit of a self-purify to make sure that they don't get dove too aggressively here. It's an early setup here. Revives on one side as Rocket is taken away by
They
the
save
Citadel.
Adam?
They secure themselves the Adam. Swamp could still get themselves an Adam Warlock here, but with
Swamp
Rocket
needs to
taken
get
away,
rid of
we go
Gambit.
to that last ban,
Oh my
and
god.
Benjamin Grimm is removed.
They didn't ban
from Polly's
Gambit?
Heroes, and Swamp choose to try and target him out. We're going to send it over to our casters in just a second, but Vodable, who's your one-word pick?
I'm going Swamp on this one.
Team Liquid don't lose on domination. They're not going to lose now.
Statistics are in Liquid's favor. Let's head over to our casters. Cozy's teleported again, and he's with Gaskin.
Thank you, Tetcher. Oh my goodness, Gaskin, we've got ourselves what has been the rival of America. The top two teams, Swamp Gaming and TLC. I could not be more excited. How you doing today? How you feeling?
Oh, really good. I'm very excited for this one. I mean, you and Shib have been able to
So in
take us
tournament
through this
bans,
throughout the
if
online
one team
stages. I've been
bans,
watching in the
does it
wings. This
cancel
is
for both of them, or does it ban them for both of them, like in
No,
comp?
absolutely. And I have to say, I mean,
Or is
we
it
have
just for
not
the other
seen
team?
TLC drop domination in best of three. It's so important, right? Because all paths lead through that map one and Dom that we would expect to give TLC that big advantage.
That's what I thought. Okay. So Swamp's not going to have Gambit, but TLC is.
We knew there was going to be a
That's
lot of mind games. The
tough.
instant Ultron Protect into the Penny ban as well. There's been a lot of murmurs about what TLC are going to play, what Swamp are going to play. I think that Swamp were trying to throw them off the
I
scent a
guess.
little bit
That's
yesterday as
crazy.
well with their lock-in bans, but now we're into it.
Well, folks, we've got our game ready. The crowd is loud here for the top two American teams. We start here in Wakanda, the infamous location, live in LA. It's Liquid Citadel.
Triple
We take a look
support.
at Cooper on the
Double.
Gambit. So far, pretty interested in the bans. Definitely has defined a bit of not what they've done in past.
No, very different for TLC and Swamp Gaming. Maybe they've won that battle. They
Crazy
wanted
freeze.
this to happen so they could find some sort of counter. Very intrigued to see how Melo does on the Bucky as well. I think there's a lot of responsibility there as the Winter Soldier to get some of these hooks.
Yeah, they've asked Vest to pick up the tree, and he's done just that, but it's looking close to 99 woodcutting as going low, but going to stay in this thing. It's going to be the side of Forky going out first, and with that, it's going to be the tree on the opposition, and quickly going to spawn is Moses Swamp. Again, they like it.
What
but right
happened?
now, it's clean gameplay.
They just fell over.
The big thing was the ban onto the Rocket as well. How much does that hurt Forky, who's having to move over to the Luna? We've seen plenty of Luna from Forky, but he really does look better when he's on that Rocket Raccoon, and without it,
Did the Adam just go crazy?
back a little bit.
I have to highlight right away, Nero on the Atom is something we don't get a full lot here, so love to see a little bit of a different play with the Trip Strat backline now. Gonna go and play aggressive. We get ourselves a little living tribunal. Those that love the Marvel there for Nero. Gonna go and stay aggressive. I like the play. Best while getting low. They use that bubble once again, coming in clutch.
And most importantly, just getting this first point is huge for TLC. Having the Adam, because now
This
they
Groove
can
is
get
just
the
not
res
getting
as
healed.
long as Nero gets up to that ultimate and the Karmic Revival, and he is building it fast. Melo's gone down
Ow.
again, so Swamp Gaming can have to back off once more here.
Oh, it's aggression turned to 11, and this is a similar result we've seen in the past. Just go with that quick Rage of Ultron to silence any
Are people?
form of
Am I just not seeing something? Are people going in Swamp Gaming's backline?
Cooper's ult. This is gonna be tough here for Swamp with 52 already up.
Yeah, Liquid will
Or
want
Swamp just
Swamp
giving
to commit
space?
ults to this fight. They'll say we're happy to take the
They have
take it
4
down,
ults. They're about to
get
get
revivals,
mags.
and then suddenly we can pop ours.
Same with the
And
other
SG
side.
may just find themselves not even getting a touch on this first point.
Well, listen, Melophobia is the snowball himself and the hero that is Bucky. If they're looking to get something done, there's Daze on the Wolf as well. The Glartruck's coming out, going to come up a bit empty. Daze is going to be the one that jumps down the tree first.
Oh, crazy mag ult? Oh.
What happened there as Paulie tried to hit but clipped by the ceiling. Melo and Forky to clean it up. That's what you're looking for. But once again, it's Marvel Zombies out here trying to born again, win again, but looking like they'll lose again.
But look how much was committed now from Swamp as finally you will see the Karmic Revival, but it hasn't caught everyone.
They used
Vesper
4.
having to come back from spawn. So Swamp, this is their opportunity to try and get a touch on this point, but it is great defensive work from Polly at the moment. He is zoning Swamp
Yeah,
away.
Polly's crazy. Bucky, oh, because Bucky's distracted by the Elsa. Wolverine dead. Oh my gosh.
To the X-Men and Speedery now with the Rage. Looking close here.
So close, and it's a huge chance now for Liquid Citadel just to bully them away with this Rage of Ultron. Yes, Daze is going to have ult available to him as well. But you've got to be careful if you're Swamp.
Focus the Groot or the Mag. Yeah.
Unnecessarily. His energy gets two.
Wow.
Volley gets another, and just like that, it's going to be the capture of the point in the first round to TLC.
Let's listen in by Razor, powered by Razor, to hear their thoughts.
Real, they should have. No thoughts.
Team of few
Energy
here as they are
11-0.
go. We've got Veswa with the ult here. I mean, looking at what they've done, Gaskin. Energy is performing just how we thought we would see it. Again, the stakes are so high, but right now the results the same.
Same results. TLC still on top. So the first test for them has been very comfortable, and really Swamp Gaming had one attempt at a push that maybe things could have gone their way. It was the way that TLC were able to stall so successfully there. A lot of it goes down to what Polly was doing on that Magneto, bubbling himself, getting that shield up consistently, waiting for the rest
The
of
front
the team
line's
to
also
join.
just not getting
And really, it's Adam
heals.
Warlock yet again
That last fight
being
is
the prime
because
example of,
Ollie, I
with
think,
this
was
trip
more
strat,
forward,
having an Adam Warlock on your team
behind the
gives you
tanks.
such a huge advantage.
Absolutely here now, going in the lower ground, trying to find themselves the path to success. And yeah, looking at what they had counter-wise, again, Best does have that big Groot ult to get things rolling for them. I'm curious in the ult track, and this is kind of where it comes, the data behind it. Do you want to play aggressive? Melo's doing just that with a quick uppercut there to send energy back to spawn.
A lot of responsibility for Daze here.
Groot dead.
I think as the Wolverine, judging by what TLC have been able to do previously, if you could just rip one of them away, which he did, maybe SG finally get their first attempt to take this point. And we know what Swamp Gaming can do when they're in control of a point as well.
What's he ping?
Finally, they break through TLC, and it looks like they should get the first hands on it.
Absolutely here, and it just has so much defense and sustained effort with Valentina going to have that.
Yeah, that Wolverine
How much
is
do they need to commit, though? We
finally
saw that
doing
they won
work.
the fight there on first zone, and Daze is going to get the best of Paulie on it. So just like that,
Adam Rose?
Swamp Gaming feeling comfortable, and again, they like it dirty.
Huge.
Dragging him to the swamp, but Nero brings the team back to the action.
It's an early Karmic Revival, but it could be massive for them. Valentina is going to respond with
Oh,
an invisible
oh.
boundary, but no, you'll see the Strangling Prison comes out alongside the damage.
Oh,
from
Luna
SG,
died
but
too.
now
I didn't even see
Fulky's
that.
gone down.
It's tree and tree, but only one remains, and that's a Wolverine slicing and dicing through the wood, making splinters quick. Now quickly going to hold on, 20% climbing. Forky still has a show to put on. That's going to give the rest of the team, allowing them to build up as
Nero.
TLC. I mean, they've got some work to do on the open.
What? TLC didn't win that fight? That's crazy.
Even though we saw 5 revives from the Adam Warlock. And now they've got control, now they've got ult advantage as well, and they are just going to be able to keep them held here. But already Meteor End is going to be popped instantly from Scatter just to help zone a little bit as Melo was able to get the opening pick. TLC again on the back foot, they're going to have to retreat a little bit here, Coach.
Absolutely here now with 44% and climbing. Yeah, Liquid Citadel's in an interesting position because they have to build up, right? They can depend on neutral, but that's a tough task. With the comp they have rolling here in Swamp Gaming, Last Stand is ready, folks. If you don't know, Wolverine capable of just getting a massive slam down, take down, team wipe potential. Looking for that opportunity.
TLC tanks need to not get taken by Wolf, and that does not need to happen.
What an important factor energy is on this TLC side.
Wasted.
Here he comes.
Slicing, dicing, he's looking for more. It's like watching Animal Planet slowly as the hunter is looking for the hunted. Dave's gonna hold on to it. That boundary got pushed. Or
You're gonna get a crazy Wolf.
Wasted. Thought he was gonna go in for that opportunity. Chooses to save it. There it is.
Maybe.
We see the commitment, but that's the good thing from
No, he got bubbled.
They're at 83%
Good bubble,
already,
good bubble.
And they still have invisible boundary as a backup. It's a back-to-back invisible boundary on both sides.
And
Oh,
that is
no.
why Magneto is the babysitter of rivals, able to protect
Oh.
through the bubble is huge, but it's not gonna be enough. Nero does find that neutral pick they're looking for, forcing the show to go from Forky Dog as our show today is looking huge. Melophobia throwing down that Kraken impact, puts it into the tree in overtime.
Oh my god, great touch by Elsa.
Energy, though, to make sure this one keeps going, and the big pick as well. But it's all about Swamp Gaming right now. Kraz and Daze working
Crazy
together as one
freeze.
goes down.
Massive freeze frame, and just like that, the Kodak moment of Forky Dog getting that huge hit. Just like that, the yellow is slimming down.
Second portal.
Is opening, but it's on the side from Scatter to
Yeah.
ensure that defensive hold. Strong decision, strong moment for Swamp to define
That's
a new
tough,
era.
dude.
They get themselves the second zone.
Swamper on the board. Valentina celebrates, and for good reason. What an important factor she played.
That's crazy.
On that back line, just saving that ultimate for the right moment at the right time. But it was the ultimate usage Swamp were very careful with when they popped them. They had control. They were bullying Liquid back.
Yes.
They didn't overcommit to the fight. They waited for Liquid to do something, and then they responded.
Well, and Liquid had to get neutrals if they wanted anything to be even, and it was on the other side. I mean, it was Swamp that was continuing to get these important picks that we see and we expect from TLC. Folks, remember, once again, TLC has not given up a Dom map ever to Swamp Gaming. We're talking a full year here. Have not seen it. Could make some history today live in LA as we look at the Panther in Warrior Falls. So many iconic moments in Marvel decided right here we're going to see more.
You feel like this would be a passing of the torch moment if Swamp Gaming were to take this Dom off of TLC, and it would be a defining moment in this tournament as well of who we think might be the favorite.
Yeah.
We saw Na'Vi take down their counterparts in VP and show that they are the best in their region, but who's going to do it here on the side of North America? And even though it's
Where's
still
Nero
first map,
going,
it's still
bro?
early stages, we will learn a lot here in this third round.
Yeah, that Adam's moving way too fast. You know he's flying right there. Love to see the overview of the position they choose to take. Right away, it's going to be TLC trying to get that point round first, but you give the high ground. There's advantages to both here. Quickly now, Swamp Gaming trying to find an early pick. Energy is so lethal. Going to try to match Melophobia
They have Ultron ult.
on that Bucky.
Very important that TLC get this first point. We saw what happened when SG were able to take control, but now they start
They need to really
apply a
focus the
little bit of
Wolf,
pressure.
too.
The Rage of Ultron is going to be there, and it will be popped as well. It's the first ult to come out, and SG just have to retreat here. Is worth noting,
Yep.
Karmic Revival is going to be there for TLC in the next fight as well.
Yeah, look on the other side too. I mean, having Valentina, Eve, and Porkadog are dangerously close. So one of the best ult trackers and teams treat themselves as a family.
Crazy mag push, 3 bubbled. No.
The boundary on the side.
Oh my
Valentina,
gosh.
Eve trying to get this point. Porkadog and Mello make that statement known. The exclamation point is had as Nero bringing the board again, ring it through the halls of Wakanda, bring it back 2 now 3.
No, bruh.
Board again, lose again.
TLC.
Gaming are on a tear. It doesn't matter if you get brought back to life, it would seem. Forky has to pop Fate of both worlds, though.
Ah.
That's what cannot connect with anything. It's Valentina, it's Mello, it is Liquid Citadel falling apart here, and they are going to have to just give this one
Liquid,
up.
bruh.
They are going to commit an invisible boundary, though. They are confident they can get back off sport.
Yeah, and that pass used by Adam. This into walls is showing cracks.
This is so tough.
Ready to roll as folks 3 now down.
I mean, they're up 50,
I will
but
say through all that chaos, great job from Liquid Citadel, still keeping that foundation strong and having the point.
That being said, they did commit Psionic Seduction and Invisible Boundary, and yes, they gained an extra 10+%, but they have given away those ultimates now, and it's going to be tougher to break against an SG who have been able to build up ults of their own.
Yeah, this is where you want to play aggressive if you're Swamp. You have Kraz and you have Melophobia. All the strat ults are offline, right? At this point, move forward. Don't let Speeder get that rage. You have to go. Press W. Now is the time. Don't be scared. Don't
huge.
show you're scared on your first
Kill him,
slam.
kill him, kill him.
Krazman looking for more. He's got
Yes.
Brutal. He's trying to find value, but Paulie's the one to send him back to find himself spawn.
Both those ults were popped, and neither of them connected with anything. Melo's gone down as well. So now TLC should be able to comfortably march in, steal this point away, as SG will
Ultron needs to focus the
reassess.
backline. Like,
Because again, we're going to go back
they're
to
just
point A here. Speeder is going to be the
There you
first
go.
one to get ult. We've reset everything, but Valentina will have Invisible Boundary this time as Energy is showing up now on the Bucky. The switch over has been big.
Energy showing why he's one of the best in the business. And right now, Speedery holding on to that rage. I mean, it is the age of Speedery here.
Bless me.
Right now in the first map. Besswar getting a good look, breaking that environment. Love the play and the
up,
positioning.
Daniel?
For Swamp, a little bit tougher here. You have Valentina Eve getting close to that boundary. Forkydog at 74. So now it's kind of on the opposite side. Liquid Citadel, be aggressive even with that point hold.
All right, we're going to go for a Razor listening now and check out how the comms are in this game.
I'm in. Fine. I'm showing you.
oh, they killed E, or they killed Invis. They're portaling top left. No, don't commit. Go back. Just go back. Ah.
Energy slamming
They got
down,
Bucky.
making that statement known that domination is their game mode, folks. Getting the other Bucky on the other side of this multiversal war, finding another. Looking
What?
for more. Vessel goes up with the
Wow.
rim. He wants
Kills
a
Strange like
21
crazy.
for the slam downs, finds another energy,
Huge.
doing it, showing that energy in LA. It's showing why they cannot be taken down in the mode that is theirs.
TLC. Wow.
Team Liquid Citadel continue to sit on top of North America at the moment as Swamp Gaming will fall here at Domination, but that was to be expected, right? That's what we've seen all season long. Domination was never gonna be a question.
Had me a little
TLC
worried
with the
there.
Domination Kings and
First
SG could
match.
not answer.
I mean, it's like a choose-your-own adventure book, but all the pages lead to the same result. We've seen Swamp try this more and more. It always looks like they're close.
Yeah,
They've
they're
given a
they're
zone
crazy at
before,
domination.
but can't get
They're
that
mad.
done. Either way, that is why TLC is so hard. You ask for a weak link. We're looking through it. Someone's going to step up and be and have
Yay.
that Captain America moment, right, for the Avengers. In that case, Energy, right? He could not be stopped, won't be stopped.
I mean, interesting, I think statistically, Swamp Gaming had a better game. They found more KOs in their favor, but it was about the execution from TLC. Every single team fight was planned out. Yes, a couple went wrong, but when they went right, they looked so smooth and buttery, and that's what TLC have to offer.
I mean, can we highlight Speedery having 24,000 healing, 17,000 damage as the Ultron in the triple sub at
Hey, we
that.
can all
It
learn
allows them
something.
to play aggressive. You have an amazing strategist like
Especially
Nero,
as a
who is
team.
great and lethal. We talk about someone like Millennium on 100 Thieves. Nero does that job very well, and Speedery being that flex DPS, it just allows everything they do well to combine.
Everything was perfect for TLC when they got rolling. Sure, a few shaky moments, and that's what Swamp Gaming want. They want to try and disrupt the consistency and the chemistry here of TLC. And even though at times it did work, you have to look back at one of those final fights.
TLC's
in that
chemistry
mid-game of
together
round
is
3
just
where
great.
Swamp Gaming did commit some ultimates. They tried to be aggressive. Groot ult came out. They tried the Kraken Impact as well. Didn't connect with either, and then TLC never looked back.
You know what, they did shut down TLC's Vanguard line pretty well, and that's what's kind of scary, because if you look at it, Vezwa does not have a lot of games where there's some struggle. One final hit is unusual, I would say, for what we know from him and Paulie. So they got that right, but what's scary is that means they can correct the ship, and TLC, one of those teams that get better more and more. Putting that foundation of the Citadel, Mud is fine, they're gonna build it up.
Both Bucky players played incredible, and they were huge parts of the success for both teams. Energy and Mellow, take your hats off. Without them finding those hooks, finding that damage, it would have been a very different game
Swamp
on either
Gaming
side,
did
to be honest.
great in the
But
second round,
what's the
but
mentality like for Swamp Gaming now? That's going to be the question. You know, you
that was a
played
good
so
pull.
much, you felt really
He just
good after
didn't
taking that second
hit the
round,
shift
but now you
and
still
still
have to
died.
go back to familiar territory here, where you are one map down against TLC.
Yeah, I can tell you by watching this team a ton, they are one of those teams that play with how they feel, right? I mean, when you look at especially land nerves on top of that, but this team is defined with how their success is rolling and snowballing from it. So if you are Swamp, one of the things that you have to perfect is you get better and better, more pro scene, more land focus is keeping calm, cool, collected. That's one thing, Gaskin, we've seen here in LA a ton, is these teams that look down, they're not out. We got to see that from Swamp Gaming as we take a look at the final stats.
And as I said,
honestly, their final stats are pretty even.
Swamp
More than
Gaming.
anything,
They had
Swamp
the
Gaming
better
had more
of the
elims.
KOs in their favor, but again, it was Team Liquid Citadel who were just consistently on point when it came to the execution of
That's
those
crazy,
fights.
actually.
And if Swamp Gaming are going to be able to win this series, they need to be shutting down some of the damage that they're seeing from Energy. Whether it's some flanks on their
They
side,
rolled
whether
that
it's
much
someone
in the second
targeting
round.
completely,
Yeah.
you can't allow the same kind of freedom that Energy just saw.
Well, on top of that, too, it's they were
Spider
winning great
Islands.
fights, but they could not get the point back
Ooh.
over and over as Spider Island is making its appearance here in LA. Listen, a lot of map choices that Fox could go to. I like this choice for Swamp Gaming. Does really favor a lot of gameplay that I
Yeah.
want to do. And overall, I mean, Gaskin, they're hoping that this is a map. They just feel like they've got that advantage on that TLC may not have as much of those scrim bucks.
Yeah, we did see Swamp Gaming lose Spider Islands during the online play,
Yes.
but that is a good chance for them to look at what went
Especially
wrong
on
and
that
how they're
map.
going to rectify this with practice. And I do think that Swamp have had a lot cooking coming into this event. I actually saw a comment from Mello in the game chat there where he said, our prep didn't go this far. We thought we were going to win map 1. Well, you've got to be prepared for what could happen if things go wrong. And Swamp Gaming, we know that they are fantastic players, right? They have the capability to get back into this one, but it's always going to hurt losing that first map.
And that is why it's so important to have that domination as one of your best game modes, because all paths lead through it. Best of 3, it's so hard to get that momentum, not once but twice, right? Getting perfect.
It's kind
once
of a
against team
mid-trophy,
like
not gonna
TLC,
lie.
not going to be an easy task, but Swamp Gaming,
Thought it'd be shinier.
they do not want to be known as underdogs anymore. This is their chance to prove it. You're live on the biggest stage. We have ourselves a big ban phase coming up. Now, if you look at the last one, I felt like they both had great strategies, but what do you want to see change?
Well, I think a lot is going to change
I
naturally.
see.
You get the mind games. You also get a different order in terms of who gets their first lock here. Remember, previously, Liquid were able to get their first lock. They did lock down that Ultron, but this time it's going to be Swamp Gaming who get the first protect on their side. Obviously, we have the Mantises, we know that, and we are going to see an instant Loki protect. Now, I know there's a few memes that are flowing around about the instant Loki protect in the moment, but clearly Swamp Gaming feel like this is going to help them.
Kind of funny too, because some of those memes originated, I believe, from the coach back in the day of Fox saying, "First Loki protect. What are we doing?" But hey, this is going to secure what they feel like they need.
Dude, it's
on
been
that
an
backline play.
hour
One thing
already.
I saw is you looked at the strategist front. They had great final hits for Swamp Gaming. The damage, half of what they were able to put up there for TLC. You're gonna get that Ultron save again. The old plan used to be ban out Speedery. Looks like things are changing now with that save.
Well, they feel so comfortable with the Ultron, the extra healing that he provides, and also just the presence that Ultron has on the map as well as a flyer. It will be a one-sided Loki, so I don't hate that, especially after we've seen the Gambit ban on the other side from TLC. So Swamp Gaming just trying to answer back, and it is going to be once more Penny taken away. It's honestly relatively similar here, apart from the Loki Protect, of course, with Forky Dog being focused on that rocket.
Yeah, they felt like that Adam Warlock really enabled the team to continue that fight. And even though there was a lot of answer back, and it kind of sometimes can force you to play
They
funky,
banned
which no
Gambit
Loki
again.
can do, but what
Are they
does that
gonna?
do? When you play in one, it takes away the other.
Is
That's why
Swamp
that
Gaming gonna
one
ban
speed control
Gambit?
is so important to be able to fill those gaps and
Think it'd be
Melophobic
pretty
shining
smart.
like we know they can. But the group band's gonna be there. Vest unable to play the tree.
They banned Groot.
This is going to be an
Crazy.
interesting Protect now then, just to finish things off for Swamp Gaming. Magneto has been often focused here and maybe should be, because we know the one-sided mag doesn't go down well.
I don't know why they banned Groot. They didn't have an issue with Groot last game. They literally just went Wolf.
Oh, well, I think we might see an Invisible Woman ban here, by the way. Yeah, absolutely, from TLC. Yes, it is going to be an Invisible Woman ban, and that makes sense because the Invisible Boundary was one of the key factors for Swamp Gaming. Just in general, Invisible Woman was looking
That is
so
so
good on the side of
crazy,
SG
dude.
that TLC looking to try and target a little bit here.
No, absolutely. And hey, you know what? Starting out, I love the offensive pick here for Swamp Gaming. And having the one-sided Groot on this map in particular, I think can give a lot of value. These Vanguards aren't talked about enough what Scatter and Kraz can do. We've seen stronger play online than I've seen here, and Lamb want to continue to see this shine. Because we say, hey, they took care of OUG
That's so
pretty
tough.
handily, but when we saw how OUG was not that shabby, it's kind of giving more to what we think of Swamp.
Never know.
But it's a big brother, little brother situation right now. They've got to prove they can fight up.
Yeah,
Is
how
he
many times have we
crashing?
seen these two play up against each other? They know each other inside and out. But now is a chance to switch things up. TLC look like they're going to go for a trip on their defensive side as we do get into Spider Islands, one of my favorite maps to play and to watch. It can be very difficult sometimes to break out of this first point.
We are 15 seconds away to find
I
out
mean,
what
so
America's
far
team
it's
is going to go
working
up
out for
against
TLC.
Na'Vi, and which will be sit back
They
and
don't
down
even
to
have
the
a
lower
Gambit.
bracket. Now, folks, they did flash it for a quick second. That fastball special is something they like to run. Hulk not really solid in the meta at the moment, but the fastball is a Swamp special. Day's going to be on.
That's probably why they
that storm
saved
we
Loki
saw
this
yesterday. It's
time.
open. Here we go.
Yeah, this is just an attempt to try and break through the potential.
So that if they
trip
play
they
Gambit,
might be
you just
facing
copy
and
Gambit's
will be
ult.
facing. But can you actually connect with the damage off the back of it, and will Daze be able to avoid the damage himself?
Absolutely. I mean, just getting so much firepower to enable this stuns on the squad. Melophobia able to get that quick hit on Paulie, and that's going to open up the door
Wow.
right away. There's the rocket, bringing him right back to the action. But getting around that corner first and that aggression. This
How
is
did
typically the
Paulie die
portal
so
back
fast?
Right away, but right now, no one's falling. It's energy.
Thing needs to back
picking
up.
Right where they left off yesterday on the bag.
The one-sided rocket
Are they
is
triple
gonna play a
tank?
huge part in this
They are
game as
triple
well.
tank,
Just
triple
count
support.
those BRBs that influence this fight, because you won't have it on the other side for Swamp Gaming when they're defending.
Yeah.
And their first attempt at breaking here, unsuccessful. And again, it's because of that BRB.
Yeah, gonna be tough too. Cooper already that invisible boundary coming up any moment. You're miles away if you're on the strap front there. So if you don't get a pick, this is gonna be a quick 3 minutes going out. Scatter is gonna get Veswa going down. So right now, push forward. That respawn beacon is gone. And
No
there's that
respawn.
first portal. But no, it's going to be the invisible boundary. They're committing towards the spawn. We're fighting at the gates of Spider Island. Melophobia trying to find some solace
Huge
here
invis ult.
and get that important pick.
I do like
Admiral's about to get his. Emma is about to get hers. She dies though.
Instead, though, it's going to be a group from Kraz this time. It looks by Veswa moving over as Scatter Genji trying his hardest to protect everyone, and it's working out right now.
Yeah, here comes Energy, always floating the strange momentarily, even with that
Man,
T1.
Paulie
Looks
Loki
he's
just
going to
taking
stick to that
the
meteor in that he has locked
respawn.
and loaded. Maybe someone else will pick it up on the team, or they'll choose to use that portal a little bit later there on the higher ground. Either way, good job by Swamp Gaming, kind of cut things up quick. Either way,
Oh, they're
Days have
portaling.
that Omega Hurricane is a quick way to force out anything they have. And right now it's only Nero. Speedery still 20% behind.
It's an early portal, but we know what Vest could do.
On
as well.
top.
Doctor Strange, they
Interesting.
opt to go onto the high ground, get behind
Oh,
enemy lines,
oh,
and
that
use
would have
the
been
silence to their
huge.
advantage.
Absolutely, that was going to be a
She had like
big
5 of
ult.
them.
Paulie trying to get his best here as the Groot ult is going to try to make that difference here shortly as Kraz looking.
So tough,
Melophobia,
dude.
All the bullets have a name. Great Castle looking for that hit, but the kite is too good for TLC.
Paulie, just don't peek.
Might be stuck on their own, but they are able to get away, and a little bit of help came from elsewhere as now Krazman bullying once more and does have the Strangling Prison to use here.
Oh, this is everything coming out. It is all the glory. Scatter goes up,
Oh.
slams down. Goodbye, Spittery, and your ult
Oh
as
my
well.
gosh.
Finds the neutral. It's the front line. Day's gonna get
Huge
more.
Adam ult.
Everybody coming back once again from Nero. Finding that board
They have
again,
Groot.
using the meter imp on the rocket was huge, but that leaves Adam ready to rise.
Uh-oh. Oh, they...
The Strangling Prison doesn't really connect with enough, but Scatter is able to find one under Spittery, so it is a 65
they cleanse?
despite
Oh.
the board again. Vesper, what have you got for us?
Huge.
Let's go.
Back of it finds the first, and Swamp are gonna have to fall back. It's not gonna be a first point just yet.
The eye opens and closes the opportunity as a minute is on the clock, and this will certainly be all that is in.
Good eye.
Gaming used everything to try to secure that win, but Vess sole domination last and said, let's see what I can do, as Valentina Eve is going to be the most important member. Keep it alive, staying healthy. You've got one fight to make it.
TLC switching off the Adam Warlock after they found the success from the Karmic Revival as well, because they are
Oh, they're on
recognizing
Gambit
in 40
now.
seconds. They could do it here. You can hold it now. Probably
Yeah, he
before
is.
that Karmic Revival even becomes part of the equation.
Absolutely love the swap here to Spittery as a cat. That is why right there, 49 already taken out of the equation. Now what do you do? Final fight, 28 seconds. Gonna try to look for more of it.
Polly, what is Polly doing, bruh?
Oh, I love the eyes here on Spittery. Just trying to keep this backline uncomfortable. Knows the task, Adam.
Polly just keeps dying. Oh my gosh. Huge.
Now two. That's why they call him the best of the flex.
They went for Valentina.
Brother.
Found Mello. 10 seconds now for Swamp Gaming. Someone's gonna have to touch to try and keep this portal alive as Mello desperately switches over.
3 seconds left. Melophobia trying to summon the magic. It will not be quick enough. The same story remains.
Wow.
It's a one-sided rivalry. It is TLC 2-0ing Swamp.
Not quite yet. There is
They didn't even
still
get
gonna be a
first point.
chance, of course, but they did manage to find themselves with a successful hold. And now we'll have to see whether we can see an even better one from Swamp Gaming. But remember what we spoke about. You don't have that rocket. You don't have the BRB. Are you going to try and go for the Adam Warlock as well? Or will this be Team Liquid Citadel doing what they always do to Swamp Gaming and bullying their way through against their little brothers?
Yeah, listen, after 3
Yep.
matches up the
That's exactly what we're going to do. Bro, look at their comp.
Hold on, there's still some good storyline to be had here. Either way, this would be a great story, right?
Oh my gosh, look at Liquid's comp. Thing, Emma, Wolf, DD,
Looking at the stats here, was 6 out
Rocket, and Piz.
Genji had a lot of success, obviously.
Oh
but I
my
think that Energy needs
gosh.
the credit where credit is due. Again, the same kind of angles that were being found from TLC. Energy was a big part of that. It wasn't a bunch of damage, but it was successful KOs and final hits that really influenced fight after fight. But you always have to look back at the Adam Warlock, right? The difference maker, being in a good position at the right time, getting that Karmic Revival off.
Yeah.
It was a full team Karmic Revival from TLC after Swamp Gaming had committed literally every ultimate they had available.
Yeah, you know, but it's a hero moments over and over. The first map, it was Energy, then it was Vest, right? Get those 3 for the
Triple
automotive,
support,
shut down any chances
triple tank.
from that point on. Well said, my friend. 3, 2, 1 opens up the gates. We'll see how TLC chooses to attack.
With Penny.
The Thing has been such a lethal hero thus far in LA.
Well, Swamp Gaming, they have to defend and they have to hold. This seems like the perfect chance to go to a raise.
Oh, they got
Let's
off
see
of
what Swamp
DD.
have to say.
Interesting.
We see Wolf or no? The Wolf dead. Oh no, it's not Wolf dead. Hold on, 3, 2, 1, 2.
We see Wolf.
Oh yeah, he was.
Wolf right. Wolf right. Wolf right. Wolf right.
Yeah.
Wolf right side. Done.
Whoa.
Whoa. Their turn.
No, no. Okay, they popped his passive, not a big deal.
Okay.
Damn. That damage is crazy. I know it wasn't just her, but that's insane.
Bello, I can't see you there. This guy. No, things up. Can we go thing? Things no save. They turn a thing with knives. Oh, yeah, we can.
Already, folks, now just
Dang,
like that,
bro,
going
what-
quickly here, and
what
I
is he
love the all
doing?
full collectedness of Valentina, just getting those comms out, trying to spread the message of hope for this team.
Oh.
Point to the sign, say you believe, Gaskin.
Of course, the huge difference here is having the Penny on the side of Swamp.
They need-
Yes, they
yeah.
don't have the rocket for the BRB, but
This
next
Penny
is proving
comp
to be
is
a
so
problem for TLC at
cancer.
the moment. And they will still have the Adam Warlock, but
They got-
Spittery does find one onto Scatter, so Swamp Gaming now.
Okay, they
in
got
4 versus
Emma.
6, make it a 4 versus 6 because Valentina's gone down, and they are dropping like flies.
There we go.
It doesn't matter the power that
Adam
he wields,
Resing.
it's every hero showing out here
What
for
a
Spittery
waste,
as
actually. Why would you do that?
goes down once again. Days getting out, portal summoned up. desperation at play. 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
This is the last chance really to hold for Swamp Gaming. If they lose this fight, this one's done. This
They need to get on
series is over.
point.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's why it is days of future.
Oh my gosh, that was so
1.3
close.
meters left. This is the last hope for Swamp in the upper bracket. Up goes Melophobia, trying to find that help. It cannot get the desperate
He missed it.
connection on
What, they
Storm.
claimed?
Speedery available, keeping his team up and healthy with more. Nero has the invisible boundary. They have so much at play. This is going all momentum towards TLC.
Swamp did get the first pick. Cooper went down.
TLC's got 3 ults. Oh, they double.
Silent Seduction and the Hurricane combined.
Yeah, both
And that's not bad, actually. Maybe.
Go and commit as well. Throw everything out there to
Huge,
put
actually.
yourself into
Huge.
the upper bracket and find yourself against the other region best in Navi.
GG's.
Folks, TLC is your winner, and that is where I come. Skip to the back of that novel and find the same result.
He can see into the future, can Cozy, and for
GG's.
good reason, because we have seen it time and time again online here with TLC versus Swamp Gaming. Even though there's always so much promise, there's almost so much hope that comes from this SG team, evidently it always turns out as TLC as victors here. And now they will move on to the upper bracket finals, where we will see the best of Americas against the best of EMEA.
And here's the thing, it's why best of 3 is fine, but when these two teams go together, it's typically on opposite sides of that bracket, right? Going all the way up at least to the upper finals and grand finals. So we haven't seen them in a best of 3. It never would have favored Swamp Gaming because typically
I'll say it's
the
a good
coaching
matchup.
adjustments is made late, and that is what has allowed them to have some competitive series, but this did look like, once again, a one-sided affair.
Well, yesterday when we spoke to Fox, he said, if we lose, it's because we didn't play well enough. I know what my team are capable of. I know we have the best players.
They did put up a good
still
fight
have
in
the chance to
domination.
battle through that lower bracket. It is not done yet for Swamp Gaming.
And what that means for those that are in America region fans, it puts what is our best of the best against their best of the best. EMEA, again, winning last 2 lands. This is their big hope to send them back and down to the lowers.
TLC versus Na'Vi. I think everyone knew this was what was going to be the upper bracket final. There were some hopes from some of the other teams in the regions, of course, but now who's going to take that one? That's the real question, because TLC have been touted and touted as the favorites, but also
What did Fox say?
Na'Vi have been.
Expect the expected. I mean, sometimes at land you get the Cinderella. We still have 2 remaining, but right now the upper bracket is proving the
Navi versus TLC is going to be
Of the best,
really
and I'm
good.
very impressed with what TLC were able to offer there, whether it was from the ban phase or whether it was all the way down to the execution of their fights. Swamp Gaming sadly just could not keep up with the pace of Team Liquid Citadel. And as we look back,
This
at
is
some
crazy.
Of the replays, every single time TLC had an advantage in their fight, they made it count. Swamp Gaming just couldn't keep up with the damage output that we saw from TLC. There were some moments of hope from Swamp Gaming, of course. They found their success. They had a relatively good ban draft, but in the end, it came down to those individual clutch moments from TLC that just made Swamp Gaming fall.
Oh,
short of that
crazy
lower bracket.
kidnap by
I do think that
Wolf.
Swamp Gaming are going to have a fantastic lower bracket run, and I'm sure everyone is going to be terrified to try and face up against this team who is going to be hot on the heels of anyone in
No, they
that
didn't.
lower bracket.
Yeah.
As for TLC and their chances against Na'Vi, I think at this point it's going to be whoever plays best on the day. I know who I think is the favorite, but I'm slightly biased with all the TLC I have seen throughout this tournament so far, and of course throughout the online stages. But as we look at the stats, you pick out who you think was the key factor. For me, energy played a massive part. It wasn't just the amount of KOs he was able to find, it was the angles in which he was able to take down Swamp
21
Gaming.
and 2.
Time and time again, Swamp Gaming found themselves losing a strategist to the damage that energy was putting out. And even though we saw Cooper on that rocket didn't necessarily play a huge factor in terms of damage, look at the amount of assists that came out in the end and the amount of healing you were able to find. And I think the BRB was a big difference, that's for sure.
I agree.
Swamp Gaming, they go back to the drawing board. I am intrigued to see what Fox is going to say, because I know he's going to have a lot to say, as he always does. But it is TLC who come out as victors. Now, you might have thought Gaskin's talking for a while I was stalling, giving time for Cozy, who's down on the stage with some of TLC.
Well, thank you, Gaskin and 616 Cozy, other variant here, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for TLC once again, proving they are the best in the America region with the matchup. I'm joined by Paulie and Speedery. And hey, listen, it's looked more of the same against Swamp Gaming. First, any words? I want to ask, do you wish them hope in their lower bracket run?
I do. I mean, they're the second best team in the night, so I do hope.
Well, they're our American brethren, so yeah, I wish the best for them.
Awesome. Now, obviously, the story has been, and I've been highlighting, it's Na'Vi, it's TLC, back and forth. Ping is an issue online, but here at LAN, not so much. Any words to say right now to Na'Vi before we we'll eventually get to that matchup. What makes y'all better?
I mean, it's just a roster. We're just all better mechanically, and I think that's just it.
Yeah, I'd say much of the same thing. I think our players are just generally better in mechanically, you know?
I love it. Just simple science. We're just better. Either way, y'all are both players full on a team that has been close to greatness. What does it mean now moving up to
I don't know. It's
this
gonna be
upper
close.
finals to get yourself to that grand finals at LAN, at Rivals?
For me, it already means a lot because this is already my best LAN placement, guaranteed top 3. So I'm really happy about that.
Speedery, last midseason finals. This man was on another team and was making it all the way there, close to greatness. How do you feel with this team making the difference for you, and what does it mean to you?
Yeah, I feel much more confident with this squad than, you know, last year. So hopefully we can get it done.
Anything else you want to say to your viewers at home, fans of TLC and more? Gonna give you guys the floor one last time.
I got something for Na'Vi. Good luck to you guys, but unfortunately, I have to bring NA the trophy.
NA the trophy. Speedery.
To the players of Na'Vi, let's have a fun match.
Hey, I like it. We get the trophy. Let's have a fun match. Everybody's so nice around here, folks. Give it up one more time for TLC. Getting the win over Swamp.
Let's go.
And to break it all down at the action. Tetchy, the desk. What do we got?
We have some excellent points being brought up. That is the highest position we have seen so far for Poly and LAN, from Berber Patapim all the way to Citadel, now to Liquid Citadel, swapping regions, meaning that we are actually going to have a match of the teams who have poached players from each other's regions. Team Liquid Citadel stealing Poly from EMEA, and of course Na'Vi.
Such a wholesome tournament.
From the Americas. But
No toxicity.
We'll talk about that matchup soon.
Watch, there's gonna be some sort of drama by the end of all
But
this.
I want to talk about the draft in particular. Ryan, we saw Ultron getting protected so much earlier. That's been prevalent, but it's
Thank
crept all the
God.
way up.
I mean, I really like it. I think here these two teams are
Maybe they
very
should
familiar
change their
with each other, they
approach
play each other
if they're winning, if they're losing all the
consistently at
time.
this point, and it was Speedery that was the one playing the Ultron for the most part as well. And I think, like, not only did he start to show up massively with the Storm right at the end there on attack, which was one of the things that made Team Liquid Citadel look really good on Yggdrasil against Rad yesterday, but it's the fact that it really opens up the draft because it forces Swamp to have to ban the Penny, which means that you basically confirm that you're playing triple strategist with the Ultron, right, as a protect. But then you don't have enough bans to get rid of some of the other strong strategists, so... And it wasn't even one-sided. Team Liquid
Oh,
Citadel,
Daniel.
like, we want
You don't
this.
think they
It's
should?
not that we don't want you to have it, we just want to make sure that we have it, because they know that Swamp isn't
Yeah.
that comfortable with triple strategist.
I mean, talking about the triple strategist too, we have to mention Nero, right? The way that they were able to play the
Are we
Warlock
serious,
with
bro?
the team up using the enhanced
Some
healing
Jeff
from the
enjoyers.
cluster, and also has an AoE burst once you have the fully enhanced team up. So having that together, I feel like so many
Daniel,
teams
even if
during
there
this
were
lane
no
have been
drama to
underestimating
happen, like to
the
actually
value, but
happen,
also the amount of healing output that you can
something
have.
is gonna come out of
By
this.
using the soul bond from Adam Warlock, he is good now. He's actually meta. Kurova,
For some reason, there's always some sort of drama
It was great
at
to
an All
see. You
Rivals
already mentioned
event.
just how well it synergizes with that Ultron. But Ryan, if we're talking about synergy, TLC just looked to be perfectly in sync, and especially on Domination. Our first map of that series, the stats are so much in their favor.
It's ridiculous. 26-0 across the year, and I think the crazier one is like, so okay, like 26 games, how many, like 2 rounds is that? 52, right? You need 52 rounds to win 26 games. They've only dropped like 6 rounds
Yeah.
of domination, full stop, and that was the only one that they've dropped on Benim T'Challa this year, for one, so they're going to be like, guys, we've got to do better. We've started the season in like April, we're now getting into August, and we lost the first round. But also, like, it's only the second time that Swamp were able to actually take
Really?
a round off of them in domination. It's
Is
like,
that
yeah,
bad?
we lost to Stick Drift and Lunex right at the start of the year. They're the only teams that have done any damage to Team Liquid Citadel over on domination. It's too good for them. But then you go to Spider Islands, where Swamp have taken a couple of maps from them. They got full held, the same as last time that we saw from Stage 1.
But we also saw a
Tough.
rare appearance from the Wolverine. It's creeping
Thank God
every
they're
now
out.
and again, but not finding the success that maybe Swamp were looking for.
No, I mean, a lot of teams like to play the Wolverine. Some of them try to do the Gamma Fastball, as it's called now, with the Hulk. No
Gamma
longer has the
Fastball.
team up with the Thing, unfortunately. And I feel like that was what made it so good before. And what was so good for Swamp in the past is being able to use the Thing and also Hulk to just toss back and forth this Wolverine that could just be a menace of Canadian rage stage, but unfortunately it was not enough this go around.
I'm so sad they got rid of fastball special for Thing, man.
Nonetheless.
We also saw
Thing and Wolf
a
are so
little bit of
good.
that rivalry that has started forming. We mentioned earlier that Terra called out iRemix on 100 Thieves with the first pick on the first protect on the Loki, and then later on Virtus.pro tried it and it did not work. But Ryan, we saw it come in here and it was maybe a little bit more successful. How are we feeling about Loki's starting to creep in early into the protects here?
I mean, just for the nature of the character, for one, like the ability to copy some of the ultimates, and we're seeing a lot more better play from strategists, notably like Gen G, who we're going to see later on. Even when there's like Gambit not available on their side, that you see like the Skittles go, my like Royal Flush, I'm going to use it. And so you see a little bit more aggression. Even if Gambit is one-sided, Loki provides some opportunity to just counterattack, and it's hard to gauge with how that plays out.
I think a big thing here too is the Vibrant Vitality team up, right? The way that you're able to use the regeneration domain and have the damage boost from that as well makes it so that you have just another iteration of damage that you can increase for your team. Storm, Loki, you have the Rocket Raccoon with Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Mantis has never seen the light of day, so they gotta use something.
That's one of the main reasons why, right?
Yeah.
Like, because that team up in itself would just be best in slot.
It'd be interesting.
We have found out our upper bracket finals. Na'Vi
But Gen G's been putting up a
Team
fight.
Liquid Citadel are sitting up there, but we have more elimination games coming up as well today. There's so much more action here at the mid-season finals. We are just having a delight, but we do need to head to a break to make sure that we can get those games set up. Do not go anywhere. More action coming up after this.
Such a wholesome guy. I don't know. A little bit. Just a wee bit. Wait, yeah, didn't they just lose? Or no. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They lost in the upper, yeah. Just not in the lower. So? I don't mean anything. J3 pulling in the views, bro. I'm curious. Oh, he just left. Fuck.
Applebee's too.
Okay. Screw Applebee's, man. Fuck that shit. I can't wait to see this movie. I've been hyped about the movie since the first announcement. When they showed the suit. Oh, it's so peak. I genuinely don't understand how people could complain about that suit. Yeah, but so real, Daniel. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the Spider-Man suit in the movie. Oh yeah, she does. They have not shown that yet.
This was inevitable.
Wait, Kevin, do you really think that the brand new day Spider-Man suit is not peak? Are we serious right now? In my eyes, it is literally perfect. Okay. I'm talking about the movie. That's probably the I think that is the closest we're gonna get to a classic Spider-Man suit in the game. I know a lot of people have been asking for a classic Spider-Man suit, and I think that was it. And apparently Spider-Man 2 had an update releasing the brand new day suit as well.
More matches, more rewards. Earn exclusive rewards throughout the mid-season finals via Twitch drops, in-game missions, and in-game predictions.
300 units. Look, Daniel. Pre-order it. Get it. Buy it. I don't even know how much this is. Was it like 40 bucks? Maybe 60? Bro, his face is so off. I think his eyes are too close. And his eyes are too big. He's not fat.
Well, hello, ladies
He's
and gentlemen,
skinny.
and welcome back, my friends. We are here for our third matchup
The
of
plush
the
is
day.
skinny.
We saw the upper bracket, and it went just about how we thought it was going to go, fellas. But now
Yep.
we've got the lower with elimination at stake. And not only that, some great teams and storyline ship.
Yeah, this is going to be an intense one. Lower bracket now, getting towards the final day.
His
This is
smile's
just,
kind of funny.
everybody's hearts are on the line right now, bud.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, too, is this is just a mirror of what we saw during Stage 1, right? We were hoping, praying, pleading that we'd go all the way to 3 maps. We got kind of close on that domination for Swamp Gaming, but it just was not enough. They got a sub-map, which is something,
Sure.
but as a participation medal at this point.
It's a sports
That sounds
team.
weird.
Lose like 52-7 back. We got a touchdown, right? Like, we did something there, but yeah, no, definitely more of what we thought was the same. I mean, listen, with these two teams in regions, we've known now for months, going back to like January, we've known that these two teams were the ones that were going to be the best in Na'Vi and TLC. But now we've got Rad versus Virtus Pro. Now keep in mind, Virtus Pro won the whole damn thing last year in the grand finals, and Rad, this is their first. I mean, this is quite the matchup.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro is also coming off of a pretty decided loss, so that's going to mess with mental for
Hot
sure. I
damn.
have no doubt. So I want to make sure that VP can bounce back. I want this to be a tight one, but I'll tell you what, Rad, they looked pretty good early on in this tournament. I think they're starting to struggle. I mean, I didn't love the way they looked into OUG, which was a team that got destroyed by
George,
Swamp. So they need to start
language.
figuring out that ban phase a little better.
I'm really curious on exactly what the prioritization is going to be for the ban phase, right? We saw Ultron work really well with Speedery there for Team Liquid Citadel, and we've seen a very similar comp be run by Virtus Pro, so that might be the game plan for them. Focus on that Ultron. Yes, Penny might be banned, but you can play something else.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I feel like between these two teams, obviously, still some more like inner civil war. Like they know each other so well at this point, and even going back to like scrims, right? It's an interesting story between them.
Who do you
For
think
me,
is
I
gonna
wanna
win
go
this next
both with
one?
The X factor for both teams. One player,
Honestly,
one thing that they do
I think
well that you feel
Rad
like
has a
could
good-
give them that
good
chance.
chance.
For victory. And in Rad's case, I think the hope that they can get it, right?
Yeah, so who do we start with? Want to go VP first?
Yeah.
Sparker. I mean,
Yeah,
Sparker in that last
has to be.
series was like the only, I mean, I'm not trying to roast everybody else, was like the shining star. I mean, it was finding finals, was making plays.
I gotta say, for me specifically, Crazy Kitty. If Crazy Kitty is doing well,
Let's
has
see
the
what,
Black Cat,
Twitch
can go
chat
on the
thinks.
dive, can go towards the back line, make sure
Rad.
that they are struggling,
Two
they will
duelists,
be doing
guys.
pretty
Come on, two duelists. I mean,
it's easy.
Yeah, let's
Oh.
give the MVP to duel. It's all duelists, and they didn't even come from a front line over
Now
there. in The
Virtus.
Vanguards, they feel betrayed. No, but that is a good point. I mean, listen, I was gonna say two.
Honestly,
picks,
I don't
something
know.
Different, I would say when Rad has looked comfortable, which let's be honest, even though
I can
they're
see
where
it
they're
going
at,
both ways.
It hasn't been a comfortable ride at all, or cozy ride, you might say. But I do feel like in playing stage to here, it does feel like the front line and Lugigo and Ducky has felt more solid over what was yesterday. That's going to be the difference for me. I need to see how they measure up to someone like Finzi, Nivix. Those are obviously who we know they are as such great players.
Yeah, Ducky's super solid. Lugigo, the one thing I will say is I think he's disgusting as he can play some really unique heroes, but I'm not loving some of the more off-meta stuff. I don't love the Rogue right now. We haven't seen a ton of success with it, so I get iffy when I see that out there.
Yeah, one thing to focus on, I think, too, in terms of that ban draft we were talking about earlier, is Ducky's Groot. Ducky, I think, honestly, is the best Groot in the game right now, and the way that we've seen them really evolve throughout the play-in stage to now and really pop off with that hero, depending on, on Convoy, even on Domination, they have looked so strong. But I do know Virtus Pro do love prioritizing.
I know this is very nitpicky, but I don't like pens like the one he's holding.
Those strangling prisons.
Just classic little things.
Best of 5 changes the story a lot. I'm going to be
I
honest,
like
may just
having a
I
pen
think
like
it
this
should
where you
always be
like
best of 5 in
click
stakes
it
like this, right?
and also
Because it
able
allows
to
that time
refill it.
for the teams to shine, the players too as well, and those micro
that.
adjustments, because we've seen often, especially in Rad's case, that sometimes it just comes down to the small things.
That's literally
that
something
solve
you
that
get for
win
like
chip.
elementary
Yeah, one thing
kids.
that cannot happen here, though, is VP cannot allow the one-sided mag in Gambit again. That was just kind of a shock to me. Vod, you and I talked about this in the green room.
I mean, I don't know exactly what their game plan was there. They wanted to play
Krakoa.
the Penny Ultron composition with the Adam Warlock. We saw the Elsa work out well. It was the perfect Penny comp you could ever want, but it was not the right one. There was counters to it. The Storm, I think, is a good answer.
Yeah, domination to start things off. I mean, obviously we said why best of 3, it's so important to get the win here. But either way, looking at how VP plays, I mean, we're starting to see God's bleed, right? Over and over, I think VP has this entire persona about how this team plays. And certainly, I mean, you look at some of the players, they are represented as, to a lot, like the GOATs, right? Yeah. I don't think Rad gives a damn there, Shib.
Yeah, and this is a new thing for them, being the lower side of the bracket. They haven't really been tested with their backs against the wall like this, so this could be shaking their mental.
I mean, Virtus Pro could make a huge comeback here.
Krakoa just earlier from Virtus
Starting
Pro.
now.
Rad has a lot of footage already on VP from this map from today, so they probably know, okay, what were they playing? What are they good at? This is what we can look at.
Usually you get the advantage when you are in the uppers looking at the lowers, right? Is what we've seen, but in this case, it's the other side, and this coach right here always has some prep. He did elect last time to go for a Black Cat and a Daredevil ban up in the upper bracket earlier. I think we might see, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because if you look at, I feel like, obviously we've talked about Crazy Kitty so much. That's the matchup that I think is so important to kind of hold strong there. Who can get the most value of distraction, but also sometimes it's that one-on-one quick hit, making a quick 6v5 chip.
But I think Kitty wins on the Black Cat fight.
Oh, it does.
So like that might have to be a prio. I'm curious to see what VP's going to do. They need to change the ban phase up. We talked about it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I mean, speaking of that ban phase as well, looking at the series we saw ahead of time, Thing was a save both times for the second one. That's where they got the win against Gen G, and this is kind of a similar team to Gen G, right? They like to play scrappy. They have some more flexibility, some dive capabilities as well. But I feel like Rad is even stronger in that category with Crazy Kitty.
It just leans to their strengths. I mean, yeah, I mean, you said it best, and that's why we're seeing a lot of these one-sided things trying to happen with that. Because do you want to go that more aggressive angle, or if it's a one-sided mag case, it's kind of like controlling the chaos, if you will. How many times did we see just then from TLC and Swamp, like quick poly bubbles? You don't see those things when you're watching the chaos, but they matter massively for team wipes, your strats in the back ship.
Yeah, I mean, mid-flight in a Wolverine ult, catching a bubble to save. Like, I mean, that's just insane reaction time. Really, really, high-level play. But I think, again, Nevix on that thing has been a problem. Yeah.
One thing we haven't talked about, and this must be in the minds of Virtus Pro, is
Hot
that in
damn.
the preseason they were in this exact same position. Lost to Na'Vi in the upper bracket, Rad took them down and made them have the lowest placement they have ever had. Could happen here again.
Can I say, if Rad is able to win this game,
now they are dangerous. This would be a massive win for them as players. Obviously, we say they speed run the emotions. We find ourselves in the
save
pick and ban
Ultron.
now, ready to roll. The Ultron save, Vaudable.
Yeah, well done.
I was hoping Virtus Pro would be the ones to do it, but it's Rad that actually read the playbook well. Shout out to Dennis, as we were talking about before, and there's going to be the mag ban right afterwards. Typically, it's the Penny instead, so maybe Rad's going to be trying to pull a page out of that composition.
The mag ban early.
Pros here trying to get that one-sided mag. We'll see in a moment as the lock
Yeah.
comes in. But yeah, what a call there on the Ultron. That comp really has been kind of a mainstay of today. It's just not really been consistent in the tournament.
They were thinking there, right? I saw, it's like they're trying to decide what they want to do with this save, and I feel like when you look at what they have available, you could go with that once in mag. They choose to get themselves the Gambit and equip what is so known of this team and the backline. I love the decision.
The Buff Rogue.
Buff Rogue.
Tones, I can't tell you.
It's the Rad fans for
Oh
sure.
my
And,
gosh.
I
Give her her HP back.
You know, Xiong was in the building. Maybe he'll
Let's
see that at some
go.
point. But even then,
Stop bothering the man, by the way.
Young, please.
Give her HP back specifically. You love to see it either way. And there's the opposition of having a one-sided Ultron. And we have seen that really come out to light, Shib. I mean, right now I'm in favor. I love what I'm
As far as
seeing.
Rad is not.
Yeah, one-sided Ultron, removing the Loki across the board. Loki's
Banning
step
mag.
vitality in this meta. It's just too much to handle, especially when they don't miss shots at this level of play.
It's what was banned out all the time previously
Yeah.
before the teamless became a permanent thing, and now you just have access to it. That's why we're seeing more first Loki saves than ever before. Still get themselves the one-sided mag this late is disgusting.
Yeah.
That's deep. I mean, you know, it's weird because it's all about what they're expecting, what they see in scrims against teams like this, so they have their own decision-making process. But from a top-level POV, the mag has been a problem across the board and keeps winning even in the one-sided Gambit versus one-sided mag matchup.
the Invis ban is very interesting. I think that's to make it
What
so that
the-
they can go out and play that.
They're just
dive, as we
targeting
were talking about
supports.
before, but we do see the Adam save, and that's exactly what we had happen with TLC.
Yeah, we've honestly seen the team that saves Adam last year and Dom come up successful most of the time, even outside of Dom. I mean, it's such a huge
I mean,
thing
who
you
do
can
they ban
add
next?
when either things are going
Thing?
wrong or just go right out the gates with a good old 3-3.
Could be a penny ban here,
I don't know.
because they saw that the Ultron was
Penny was well, yeah.
It has to force it, right?
There you go.
Yeah. I think they're forcing it. That's a good. You have to do that. I'm happy they made the decision.
What year is this? 2020. It's like crazy to see it. I'm going to go ahead and say one word. You go ahead. What is going to win? VP, Rad, first for Dom.
VP.
I'm going Rad.
Going Rad. You know what? I'm going to believe in that Cinderella story. I'm going Rad as well. Take it away, casters, for our first match of Rad and VP.
A little bit of a Cinderella yourself there, Cozy, but Ryan and I are ready to weave our own fairy tales here between two teams we are eminently familiar
British.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a horror story for Virtus Pro when it comes to going up against this Rad team in the elimination bracket. It was Rad that took the reigning champions of Virtus Pro out of pre-season, but both teams are qualified. Both teams played against each other after they had got qualification for mid-season finals, but Lugia was out sick. Wasn't really too much to say about it. Seeding game, it felt like this is the matchup that I think Rad were wanting, and Virtus Pro were maybe a little bit scared to repeat.
Yeah, we are ready to get stuck in here, and that last ban of the Penny Parker coming through from Virtus Pro, I think is going to be incredibly important for nullifying the overall impact of the Ultron. That team-wide damage as we've seen has been an absolutely
Gambit.
distressing turn of a team that someone else has to deal with in terms of disengagement or
Gambit, Ultron, and Adam.
Mentioned turn, like now it's a big change up because
On
we see
Rad.
Rad sort of go for the 2-2-2.
And then
Now the
Rocket,
triple strategist with the
Gambit
Ultron.
on
Crazy Kitty is very
VP.
good at it. And Virtus
Actually,
Pro lamented for maybe being slow to the meta, going for the 2-2-2 themselves.
I don't know.
Visionary mugging here. Charged up Stellar Shift, moving through, but straight into this Yancy Street charge. Doesn't mean that it's not quite as much of an explosive deparcation of the portal as
Yancey
they were
Street
hoping
charge.
for. Vertigo's down already, should be able to resurrect themselves, but seems to be opting out of it, given the casualties that Rad have already suffered.
Is there going to be much changes? Yeah, you got Ducky going over towards the Emma. If you're going to make
Actually,
changes now, it's good because you know
Kevin, you might be
on
right.
the ult charge, but that first
I
fight
forgot
not going
Sparker.
well, and Virtus Pro poised up on the high ground and already
I don't really remember much
from
from Rad.
to get into position.
Certainly interesting to see 5
Wow.
on the Psylocke, because we usually can attribute this character
What is a
to
Psylocke doing now?
Sparker, not only on this team, but also across many metas of Marble Rabs as well. You can see that Virtus Pro had to give up a huge amount of space, but Devastator can move in towards the back. They want the Ultron so badly, and so we'll just have to stuff a little bit of poke onto the overextended Adam, who gets finished off by Saipe with the kinetic cards.
He's got the life cocoon now, so he can come back into this fight if he feels that it's going to be good for his team. If he can actually
Man,
get
Rad
around
really
the
wants
dive that's
this fight to
potentially
continue
following in
here.
from Phi. Saipe very close to having that Royal Flush. It's available on both sides, as Mash is going to likely use it first as he gets set up.
Raging Royal Flush bringing everybody
Oh.
forward. You can see the pressure on the point has already started to build on up, but Saipe's rescued everybody here. Needs to move towards the back to make sure that ult does not go away, but a Glass rocks towards the back.
A huge.
Gambit want to pick up here for Sparker, who wants to...
Huge.
Smashnez just gets his head blown to smithereens by the monster Pierce, as Sparker is making himself known in the server.
Getting to see how Rad are going to respond to this with the Razor listening. They've got a chance here to switch things around, but they're still fighting.
Nivix.
You look the thing ult, I'm looking at...
Gonna have ult, Side's gonna have ult. Keep it
They're out. I don't have link, I use Torek. I can look on mine on top maybe.
Get your head on this, get your
Yeah.
head on this.
Careful for the thing. I think you can just sponge them.
Yeah, only match. And we get every hero.
I'm 90 on rest, 90 on rest. I can't.
Tell me.
Side's gonna go vault, Side's gonna go vault.
Look up. I don't think. Looking back, I'm looking back. I can time maybe. I'm gonna grab back, I'm gonna grab back.
I live.
And that's going to be a big
What?
punishment there of the man called out by Ducky and followed up on by the remainder of Rad. However, Fincy will return, courtesy of the battle recall beacon. And towards even Stevens, Fire's going to try and turn this one around down to the butterflies towards the back. Can they catch up to Mash?
Yeah, they're just avoiding it. They're not stacking. Wow, Adam doesn't die there.
And so it's a fully staffed front line for Rad to try and hold this point.
It's only the one that they brought back, but it's forced Virtus Pro to rethink how they want to fight this. But they were trying to disengage and smash theirs with the Apex Predators, brought Finzy back into the fold.
And Finzy doesn't have the speed to escape the clutches of the Wolfpack. They tear at his flesh and tear him apart.
It's a little bit feral, but that's the kind of expectation from Crazy Kitty, this time Smashdez, who has absolutely warmed up to the occasion, playing on LAN with Rad for the first time. Seen this organization at mid-season finals before, but here, very different squad that is very scary against the likes of VP. Trying to regain control as overtime is about to hit.
All right, Saipe ready to rush everyone forward. The Raging Royal Flush is going to take so much space away from Rad. Will they be able to answer it? Mash is still 12% away.
Oh,
from
they just take.
Here, as Fire's got a couple
Okay.
of hostages in this back room. Sparker looking for an opening to try and lay down the Apex Predator. Already there, Virtus Pro get the flip, and Rad is taking it slow.
They've managed to get this point onto hand, but Rad have got that Royal Flush themselves ready to build. Crazy Kid has just got the Rage of Ultron taken out, but Sparker finds the right target.
They're going to invest with only 5 here. Rad believe it's winnable in a 5 versus 6.
Bro, I need to study Sparker and how he plays Elsa, dude. That's crazy.
Fincy casting up to the damage, and only the thing is here to try and make it work.
Oh, the Gambit catch. No one's going for him. Oh, never mind.
Vertigo gets the angle, and only the remainders of Virtus Pro can try and keep this one contested. The Rage of Ultron rains down from above, and even while
Ultron
Fincy
ult's
is
so
getting
good
the
for healing,
assistant
dude.
on because
Sparker's
we are out of
nuts.
fire. Not much more can be done. Mash found on their way back, but overtime begins to tick. Fires to get themselves onto a point. Still
Doesn't
long
matter,
enough for
though.
Nevix to open up the pentagram, but Ferala Restrepo is going to move forward on
Oh,
Luna
okay. The
Snow.
portal was just so fast. I thought he just put it.
He's going to be able to come back. Vertigo bringing himself into the fray with the live cocoon, but Lugia goes on down. The numbers
Look at Emma. Look at Emma.
Ultimates are plenty.
Lovely carbon crush from Fincy there on.
Look at Emma again.
Nevix blocks off the heels with the shield of the Seraphim.
There you go.
Rad have been sent scurrying away, but they're going to portal back of their own accord as well. And Mash doesn't really want to try and commit to this one, and has moved away from a Gambit, so we've lost all of their
Low-key, I
chances
want
for the next Royal
VP to
Flush.
win.
It's a very early portal.
Just from
nobody
watching
else is
this.
ready. People are still
I completely
coming
forgot
back from
Sparker was
spawn, so
here.
this is very scattered from Rad.
Yeah, now it's Lugia who's on the Gambit and might not be quite so adept when it comes to dodging.
Oh.
The incoming blade slashes of
Huge.
fire, doing his father proud here as Sparker looks on nicely. Nevix going to approach, ready almost with the eye of Agamotto, looks to the
Why are
Sorcerer
we
Supreme in the sky,
using
takes down the
Gambit ult?
doppelganger. An incursion is
They won that fight. Why did they use it?
Rad's spirited attempt to hold the Quiet Council points. Virtus Pro walk away with their first domination sub-map.
That's only round one. This series has gone the full distance. Plenty of
Let's go,
times. We have to look at it
VP.
from like 2 moments from Mash in particular. One, using the Royal Flush, a player down. It felt like that's been something that has been pointed out from Mash in particular, like numbers disadvantage, still going for a big ultimate. Turning some of the fights, but if it doesn't go well, you're left with egg on your face. But then he's the one that switches over to the Strange. He puts the portal down.
Let's hope that doesn't happen again.
Eliminated. You have to wait for him to come back, and Virtus Pro can get into position knowing where the portal's going to be, and you have a Silent with Dance of the Butterflies. Saipe was also doing this a little bit against Na'Vi earlier today, a couple of like rogue ultimates, but he was feeling much more in control with where these Royal Flushes are coming in from both the Gambits.
Clean strategy from Virtus Pro as well. When they were leaving their portal to recontest that point, they kept it calm, Luke
Yeah.
was right at the portal with the right click.
They were
Just
up by
making
so
trying
much.
to
I don't know why he
really
used
tax
it.
that exit. But the second that he moved in, we did see a Carbon Crush get hit by the Emma Frost. They were isolated away from their
They
team.
literally-
Block off of the heals from the shield that was put up by
Psylocke
Nevix
killed
was so
both
important.
Ultron and Gambit.
Plenty, as
There
you
was no
sort of
need
see
to
on the
use it.
left, Rad trying to use as many of the new tech as you possibly can, but the main one being Gambit, bringing in the the Ultron alongside the Atom, and then the front lines looking a little bit stronger. Virtus Pro making sure that they use that Magneto Gambit combination to the best ability, because it is one-sided with the Mag.
All right, Vertigo ready for a resurrection as well, and this could be incredibly important in this fight in particular.
Okay, he doesn't ever dash to people in the trap. Unless it's probably like one-on-one. Psylocke already dead. That's crazy.
Beacon nor Adam Warlock on the table, and so Sparker now has to try and find a clutch with the Apex Predator. It might not be a full engagement.
Damn.
But Vertigo
Adam going around trying
on
to...
the outside is going to use their Cocoon Revival to return in earnest.
Vertigo just leaving it as late in the day as possible. The point is looking likely to be flipped towards Rad. Now
That's
the
tough.
eliminations are going to all
Because
but
Luna's all the way over
confirm.
there.
Virtus Pro
They're
Still
split.
trying to fight out as much as they can. Once it's lost,
I
disengage.
don't think...
want to beat up any more
I
ultimates.
don't think
Rather
Luna
than to
and
work with,
Gambit
notably,
should be
the camera
separate.
revival for
But
Vertigo in hand now.
I mean, that early grab on
Yeah.
was so essential, right? Like, you don't have great angle check on Rad. You don't really have a hugely mobile duelist to try and make sure that Fi can't work those angles.
Yeah, I've only seen him
almost playing like an older composition, right? Outside of like the Gambit Elsa introduction
play yesterday and
towards the end of the
today.
night beforehand. You've got
And
that
just from
front line
today,
of
I
Nevix
just
playing
remember
that
like
old Vanguard
his
front line of
ultimate
Assault,
ult
pretty much
placement
mid-season
is,
finals last year. Rad want to try and get
or I
out
should
there.
say
Luke is in a good
management.
position to try and take these
It's
picks,
just
but
not
the
that
Royal
great.
Flush for Cypher sending in.
Raging Royal Flush met by Crazy Kitty. The Rage of Ultron will be well known here as the Meteor and takes to the skies.
Whoa.
And Nevix with the airball midway through the flight. Unbelievable stuff. Vertigo is going to be threatening the resurrection.
There you go.
It's exactly what Nevix needed, and so there's no second chances for this one. Rad are going to lose control.
It seemed that that fight was like lost a good while ago, but Rad did
It's
well
so
to sort of
tough
get it up an
because
extra, like
they use
5,
both Luna
10%.
and
Virtus Pro
Gambit. But
control in hand, and now it feels that Rad just want to try and match these Royal Flushes. Rage of Ultron so quick to build that might be able to beat his stuff on the edge. So Nevix doing so well with the Meteor M to just make sure that one of those 3 pesky strategists are out, and it wasn't a great opportunity for a Camera Revival to come in either for Vertigo.
Vinci standing on business. Those things start to get a little bit hairy. They can just pop this Sonic Seduction and force a disengage from Rad. Going to be losing some HP at the back of a Soul Siphon, but already Smashnet is taken down by Nevix. These iron volleys are just so precise.
Oh my gosh.
Covers with democratization of damage, courtesy of the Soul Bond. Finally, to make sure that they get out of this one alive, is trying to confuse with the clone. But, oh no, it's an absolute scuff. Disengage. Fi can't go anywhere.
He's just trying to back out, got caught on the corner, so Rad having a good opportunity to try and actually flip the point in the end, but Virtus Pro is so good around playing the objective, they're going to stall for a good amount of time. And Rad, despite things now, trying to retreat themselves into that fight, into that fray, and the Apex Predator trying to punch out on targets, finding Dreedro, but the point is still in hand.
Luna's dead.
All in onto Dreedro, one
Also, is their
back
Gambit.
here. Mash goes down to Sparker, but Smashers manages to win their duel and then turn upon Fi and make his
That's so
presence
tough.
known. Rad are back in control.
You got to say, like, looking at Fi, he was the first one to sort of go down in that engagement. Sparker trying to go into this Elsa head-to-head. Not seeing a Black Widow on either side. Notably for Rad, like Smashdays feeling a lot more comfortable on what was the queen of the meta at the start of this year with the Elsa. Full instinct, but obviously using the ultimate doesn't have too much offensively to go for. Even the likes of Silent Seduction available for Ducky might want to use it now with that Royal Flush being used again from Saipe.
Yeah, Silent Seduction is going to keep them at bay, wasting the time with that Raging Royal Flush. A quick bit of control there onto Sparker, but
Kinda hard to tell what's happening.
For now. Ducky avoids
Because it's
being
so
chunked,
pixelated.
grabbing their
Am I
primary
at the
threat,
right?
but can't
Okay.
quite get the spinning kick that's needed to deliver the burst damage, and so Vertigo is forced to use the Karmic Revival to bring back the fallen members of Rad. They've got plenty of ults to try and work with them now. 2 strategist ults on the backhand side. In fact, if they
It's
were
tough,
like
dude.
for it, they are going to be down Vertigo for the majority of this, as Srijo's going to drag everyone forward with the fate of both worlds. Surely Mash has to respond, and the call and response is going to be the Raging Royal Flush. Crazy
Yeah.
Kitty finds one, Smash, there's 2 on the other side, and already Fincy has deployed the Pentagram of Ferrara
Good
for some
TP.
backhanded attempt at a
Oh.
back cap. My goodness, Nevix just floats above them, gets
Oh my
rid of
gosh.
Smashnez. Vertigo's going to go down as well. Rad, they don't even need to deploy a portal here, as they can give it up. They've got some breathing room.
How has it turned out like this? Rad seemed to be a player down, used the Royal Flush, turned the fight, but it's another amazing haul from Virtus.pro to actually flip the objective. Means that if we get stalled in OT, it's not going to be available next time. But Rad, they almost just let the point flip with VP going for that contest in itself. It was just a huge error, and VP have capitalized off of it.
Nevix now, though, has lost the anchor on his team up for Magneto, and so that clone won't last forever.
No, not even slightly. Finzi staying over on this character might be able to build up an Eye of Agamotto when things start to close out on the distance, but the Rage of Ultron from Crazy Kitty is going to be the thing that maybe starts things up for this engagement, and Lugia with the clobber time needs to get in close.
Thing's gonna feed.
Oh, but he's taken so much
Thing's
damage.
feeding.
The Piercer just breaks through that meaty HP bar in a matter of seconds. Radiclum space on the point.
What is this Ultron aim?
Towards the back, it grabs
bro.
in Nevix. The follow-up's going to be there. Smashnez now knows that the future of Rad is in his hands. Looks to spark it towards the outside, but doesn't want to take an underman fight. Instead, Sidebane.
Oh, crazy Psylocke Gambit.
Extra movement speed is teleported away from here as you
Yeah.
find the stragglers on the other side.
They almost-
Smashnez goes down. Crazy Kitty's next, and Rad,
Bosom was
they've
claimed.
been scattered to the 4 wins. They don't really have the
Oh,
return
no.
reinforcements that they need. Everyone has to pile in through the portal. Lugia goes finally here, and Mash has been found on the other side. A little bit.
Oh my god.
Team up, but Fi's just there on the chase. Vertigo's
Huge
returning,
team back up
Fortune
here.
away from the Karmic Revival. Rad are all out of options, all out of second chances, and all out
Oh.
of mulligans. Despite Smashnez's spirited
Oh my
attempts,
goodness.
surely Virtus.pro are just going to get in here and dominate on the point.
Let's
The
go.
way to describe that, I think, for Virtus.pro was poised.
VP.
They felt that when the chaos started to reign, Saipe's ultimates were pretty much perfect every single time they needed to be with the Gambit to find those right kind of fights. But even stuff like Finzi, Calm going for the portal contest, not letting it go to a round 3. Rad, I
VP.
think you look back at that and you go, there's a lot of errors there that could have cost us this one because it was close. 99% to 99% on both of these 2 points. And Fi actually, I mean, one of the players to sort of highlight going over towards the Psylocke, having a good performance, but it really just gives, I guess, Sparker that freedom to just be that hit scan player because he was like a sort of Psylocke beforehand in the early days when he played on like Team Cats. Now he's the hit scan and Fi can be the melee character, which would include, I guess, Psylocke in that category.
11 final hits for Fi, who was MVP at the end of round 1 as well. And for Virtus.pro, this is going to be a little bit of a buoying of the confidence after
Let's go.
read really strongly by Na'Vi in our first series of the day.
And I think one thing
On the
for
day.
like Virtus.pro playing up against Triple Strategist, this is a team, I guess similar, like Swamp has it said about them as well, where it's just like, they don't really play Triple Strategist. Virtus.pro, when they look bad, it's like they're behind on the meta, whether it is
Yeah.
Vanguard, Triple Strategist, something that isn't 2-2-2.
Best
They
of
pretty much
5.
Very casual and very straightforward. And even with Rad trying to change things up to go for this first strategy themselves, it felt that Virtus.pro was still in control. Having the damage, you have to highlight players like Smash, there's 15 final hits, but he's the only duelist. He has it all to do himself, which feels like Crazy Kitty is a great player, really good Ultron. You need some more of that offensive capability just to open the map up a little bit more for Smash to get those hits.
You know, I'm low-key surprised they don't ban Elsa. Like, no team has banned Elsa.
He has on something like a Daredevil or a Black Cat, or even the Human Torch occasionally from Crazy Kitty. And I think being able to have this like double-angled like pincer of duelists
Yeah.
from Virtus.pro did allow them to really force some different positions coming through from Rad and catch Mash out a couple of times.
You'd have to imagine now if Rad, when they go down a map, has been the Halls of Jallia to come out against the likes of 100 Thieves, Reject, and Team Liquid Citadel. And notably, that Team Liquid Citadel game they won. Feels that Virtus.pro are going to probably expect that that would be the map of choice here. I mean, it's been like 3 picks. All
The irony is crazy.
But you have to think of it like the best of 5, right? That we are going to potentially see other dominations come.
Yeah,
from.
I'm just-
And Virtus.pro, I think that's the scary thing about them. It's like
Are
if they
there
go a map down,
too
they
many
don't really
people
have
where
the
Elsa's
home ground that the
too
same way
big of
Rad
a,
and Jallia. They don't have
or
something
too
that,
small
like,
of
they can
a
consistently rely on to go to as a
threat
choice. So luckily,
compared to
able
like
to win out
Mag
domination.
and Gambit. Gambit, obviously, I think.
Yeah, the choice of stopgap against Na'Vi was the
But even Mag?
Oracle, which is a very rare pick, and maybe was a specialized pick against Na'Vi to go, okay,
Yeah.
let's go to a
So
zone where
if
we
I
haven't
were
played
Rad,
Na'Vi before, maybe they won't be as familiar with our
I'd probably
strategy,
want to
maybe
ban
aren't familiar
Elsa
with
just
our
for
game.
the sake
But
of
now that that's
Sparker.
out there, now that the
But
data's out in the
considering
world,
Sparker
you
is
bet
just
Rad
good
pushing
at
that series with bated breath to
any
try and figure out everything
DPS.
they could about Virtus.pro.
And I think with
It might not
you
matter.
look at the sort of stats certainly towards like the duelists, it's always going to be like your hit scan players doing like maybe 10k damage.
Plus,
more
they did
in this
have an
case
Elsa
on the side
player
with, like,
too,
Sparker
so.
28k damage, 19 for Fi. But the one thing you don't see on this graphic is final hits. It's 16 for Sparker.
Why is Crazy
and
Kitty
11
on
for Fi. And I think some of those games that VP haven't looked
I'm
as
joking,
good.
it's for-
it
to
has
get on
been, like,
point.
Fi doing a lot less damage. That's natural, that's expected. But like having 4 final hits, just not enough. He's not involved in the fight enough because he's been peeled 4. It felt that Rad couldn't quite get a hold of him on the Psylocke, and it is Spider Islands that we're going to.
Spider Islands. We just saw this between Swamp and TLC. And both of these spawn holds were absolutely brutal to try and contend with. Maybe this is a world where we could see a pivot into something like a Storm ban in order to make those spawn holds all the more hardy.
I mean, I'm surprised that we haven't seen some of the Storm bans come out with just what like Speederly has been able to do on it here, but we haven't seen Virtus.pro play Spider Islands at all this year. So the last time that we would have seen it would have been the Grand Finals, played up against the likes of Na'Vi. Very close games, some of them, but overall this has been a map that has been fairly comfortable for Virtus.pro across their history, but this was also the first map that they ever dropped to Team Peps back at the Invitational.
Oh man, you are bringing up the ancient lore. The dwarves wrote that on mithril tablets.
Yeah. It's the oldies, but they're the goodies as well. So Rad is a bit more of like a surprise, but it has been a good map for them. They beat Pulsar. I remember that game as well because that was in Stage 1 groups. They were like looking at Crisis, trying to actually ban around it because he's sort of gone to the strategist. Fortunately not here. Certainly one of the highlight moments of Grand Finals when he just came in, snapped on Virtus.pro in one map and then dipped.
That's all, folks.
Yeah, pretty much. But it is like a Heretics. Last time we did see Rad play, it was a full push. So this is Rad actually being able to push towards the end of the map consistently, and it does look like they're going to be attacking first.
A little bit more priority here, going towards Ducky and Lugia's hero pool, for Magneto being saved first to allow for that fragging power off the back of the Chaos Blade that can be offered over to Magneto. A Loki taken away, has been creeping into
Loki
the early
ban.
phase now, as Loki is, of course, as powerful as ever.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Convoy, it's almost been like a first protect. It just didn't know specific scenarios, just to have something if it's going to be a double rocket, double gambit, even like the camera revival.
Who do they save?
That with an invisible boundary. There's just too many strategists to actually take out triple strategist on a map like this. So it's surprising that Rad haven't gone for the Ultron Protect. It's a little bit scary.
Magneto.
Okay, it didn't work on domination.
Right out the window.
Yeah. I don't think it's that as such. I think it's just Magneto for both these teams trying to draw the line and eke things further on as you start pushing is necessary and needed, especially the bulwarks for some more sustenance.
Okay, simultaneous ban going to come through here now from both of our teams. Adam's still on the table. Penny still on the table, of course. Oh yeah, everyone's making sure there are no second chances. The Mortal Coil has been unwound. It's now
Adam ban.
line. You are up or you are down.
Other than the Rocket Beacon, I suppose.
We don't talk about the
Rocket. We've seen less of Rocket. It hasn't been quite like the big ban of it beforehand, but you've already taken out Loki for all of the different reasons. The team up with Mantis and stuff, even when it isn't enhanced, it's still pretty good. But the invisible boundary is going to be protected for VP to just sort of allow a little bit more of that hold, I suppose. It's just making sure that you have something as like a main strategist to pump out that healing, even though like Gambit's still available on both sides. Never mind. Rad,
Oh, one-sided Gambit. Oh no.
Being on the table and protecting Invis, this better be a very strong pocket strat from Virtus.pro to leave that Gambit on the table and allow for Rad to snatch it away from him. Weave equals snatched, Ryan.
I'm also a little bit surprised of like it's going to be a one-sided invis that's been hovered over. Ultron not touched by either team. Penny not touched by either team. So that team up, I imagine, is going to be in full force.
A team-wide damage boost and a bunch of healing for everybody. Very Marvel Rivals 9.0.
Yep. And I think you've got Ji Young in the audience of just like, yeah, this was one of the like adjustments. I was very excited to see Ultron. Like, I really like playing him.
That is so surprising.
Like 2-2-2. I would like to be able to play Ultron, but even then, it's like, yeah, this seems a little bit egregious, right? But that's just, you know, the triple strategist side of stuff. It's always a problem. It's always available. And I am curious to see with Virtus.pro, they had really sort of nailed down the
protecting Invis and then banning Invis for them.
Ignite across its whole like inaugural year of last year. Seems
You know,
like
there are other
now
healers that are
what
like
they roll out with, but the
similar.
star is in the sky and it's in the shape of a Crazy Kitty.
I mean, Crazy Kitty's one of those like original Storm Human Torch players, like in the Frost Mountain.
Like I think Rocket is probably more
Like,
of
these are
a
people who are very
has more of an impact.
vertically gifted when it comes to these flying characters.
I know Frost Mountain sat at home just like, just let me get on stage. This is my medal. Like, that's my girl. That's my character.
He's the Leo meme. He was like, oh,
yeah.
I've been mentioned.
Wait. So far, like, Rad's Gambit is available and open for Rad, so Mash doesn't have to worry about Saipei matching him on the other side. But
Yeah, like they're doing Gambit, Gambit Rocket.
All right, fine. Going to be holding the line
Rocket
here.
Invis.
With the additional power of the Chaos Blade at their back, this is going to be a Virtus Pro 3-3 that has a lot of damage behind it, including the Vibranium team up for Penny Park here as well to increase that fire rate.
You got Fire that's over on the Magneto, trying to see if he can copy what Energy was able to do in their first series against Rad. But Smashdares finds that first pick onto Nevix. The rocket means that there is going to be that recall beacon allowing those three
Sparker on
frontliners to
Ultron.
come back into this fight as Rad are trying to find a way to Splinter now that there's a bit of a cooldown.
Time moving in cycles. Rad back to the oldest tricks in the book to break those spawn holds. Storm and Punisher, we saw it earlier from Na'Vi, to great effect against Virtus Pro's Penny Ultron composition. Fire gets isolated, bounced around a couple of times, but the rescue seems to be there. And watch for that flaming shield from Invis, because if you start to get your sword projectiles through it as Mag, you are going to be doing unlimited damage.
I mean,
Unlimited.
It's a whole, like, just cartoonish battle over on the objective, but with all of these on the ground when it comes to the Penny setup, now it's the Yan Amplify trying to push on through.
Cosmic Yan Amplify is going to force a disengage here, but Virtus Pro aren't going to have anywhere to go for the second phase is what's interesting. They can wait out Saipei's ultimate because Virtus Pro can't really exit.
What the fuck was that?
And that means the second it goes down, Mash is going to have the opening. Smashnares beginning to cook.
Scythe.
Down goes the unlimited ammo. Mash
What are
waits
we
in the back
doing?
of the Raging Royal Flush and is still hoping that Virtus Pro will give away more ground to the turns that are being taken by Rad before they have to commit.
As Raging Ultron is going to be the thing that starts
Oh.
off this engagement with a Meteor M. See if it can eat up much. It's thrown out
Bro.
prematurely, can't find the elimination, but there's the combination he mentioned for Rad. It's found the picks it needs, but Fire's
Had Ultron and Magneto target Punisher, and they just couldn't get it. Oh.
Up into the sky with a clobbering time. Maybe Lugigo can try and save this one. And Smash has been resurrected by the Battle Recall Beacon.
No.
Frank Castle has returned as Crazy Kitty lands on the floor with the Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, Ultron.
Nowhere for
Not good.
Sparker to go, and that is going to be surely a big pull in here for Rad. This should be the claiming of the point. Let's see how they're celebrating with our Razor listening.
Yeah, team upping.
I'm putting TP, putting TP,
I will die.
putting TP, jump through.
Die soon. Touch point is
I'm touching.
Someone be with their man, me in the back. Someone be with their man, me in the back.
I need to jump through.
Yeah, we're all locked.
I'm touching.
Jesus.
I don't use the touch.
I'm coming. Next time. Fine, it's fine.
Oh, they claimed.
Yeah, I'm going Elsa.
Do you go
Oh.
Do you go Emma? Yeah, I can go Emma, you go Mac. Go Luna, Drodro.
Hulk? Okay. I think they just switched it so that they could. Okay, no. I'm chilling.
Call for Luna for Dredro. Dredro says no thanks, mate.
I'm geeking for no reason.
Did I hear a Lamau in the middle of that? After that point went in. Oh, we just lost it, Lamau. But yeah, Virtus Pro trying to contest, not looking too as hot as they did with the sort of portal contest. There was a bit too much, but Rad have been consistently pushing past this first.
Bro,
They
get
don't
Seth
spawned
on,
out
like,
often. They usually finish out the map, but they've got 3.5 minutes to
On
get the second
DPS or something.
All right, Smashnares seeing the approach of Vasalak, wondering if that is going to be a clone. Actually, Virtus Pro trying to get an 8 versus 6 here with multiple Emma team-ups, allowing for these Psionic clones to be projected towards Rad, but Rad are going to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to initiative here off the back of playing the Cosmic Yarn Amplify. Zivitruge has already been a little bit watered away by Crazy Kitty, who's just being a melee bruiser on the card.
Yeah, you said it gives him more initiative. He's on the duelist, so that sort of helps. They're actually going to try and combo up as the Emma wants to try to put Matt Murdoch in an early grave and cannot quite do that. Smash, there's punishes on the other side.
And now Virtus Pro are forced to invest even more just to try and hold it here, make good on the investment that's already been given over. The invisible boundary from Saipei is sure to go away soon as Nevix waits with the Meteor M. Needs someone in the back, can't force a resurrection. Nice play to the sky. Excellent dodge from Vertigo, who now can put down their Cosmic Yarn Amplifier without too much worry. Fi moving towards the back, the Dancer with Butterflies in hand, going all in onto the Rocket Raccoon. But look at the dash forward there from Mash to absorb a slice.
Oh.
Extra damage coming through from a Meteor M.
Oh, no.
Is turned into a twisted furry salad where a Rocket Raccoon once stood in defense.
The fuck?
At this point for Virtus Pro, getting low on the Drakes. It seems like Rad are so close to capturing this one, and no one really has the meat to keep it contested.
And I mean, the way to describe that salad and this map so far for Virtus Pro is
This
hairy
is so
because
tough,
it hasn't
dude.
quite worked out in their favor. Still a good portion of time. And VP just that adjustment for Rad, it was right at the perfect time. The triple strategist, the sort
Yeah.
of like bunker breaking composition straight to 2-2-2. Crazy Kitty having the let the devil out ultimate means that Rad can continue this momentum.
I mean,
and
they've
it's
been
no
off
strategist
of
ultimates to work
triple
with the
support,
VP.
triple support for a while,
Responses coming through from the Magneto.
but
Protecting Smashnez when he was caught unawares by the rising of Fincy, but so much space has had to be given away already by Virtus Pro.
There comes in the ultimate for Crazy.
and more
Kitty.
than anything,
He's the one
they were
that
doing a
finds
better
the
job
first
on
blood
triple
in this
support than
engagement.
222.
He's trying to dive in and has to be careful he doesn't accidentally slip off the side of the map. He's put the pressure to force Virtus Pro pretty much all the way back to the spawn, so it's more window and time for this objective, the payload, to move uncontested.
Letting the devil out and moving like a demon. Fi still threatening around the back, but Mash has the self-peel off the Raging Royal Flush if needed. A wall blocks out the Living Bullet. Sparker begins to cook towards the back, has access to the Apex Predator.
The invisible boundary is going to be forced out in the end.
Dude,
That's going to mean that Cyber can sustain the remainder of Virtus Pro here as well. Fincy still has the Meteor M on the backhand side, and it's going to keep Mash at bay as they have to build up towards the next ultimate. Here comes the Apex Predator. The Glass Rocks towards the back, but the Monster Piercer is perfectly placed
That
here from
sucks,
Smashnez to make sure no
Parker.
one's really going to be falling down to that. Still the Meteor M in the back pocket. There's a lull in the action to play for positions.
It's Rad trying to take fights everywhere as well, whether it was on the side with the Let the Devil Out ultimate, now it's on the high ground, then it was on the low. It's just constantly bouncing around for Virtus Pro, but somehow they're keeping everybody up and topped up. They now have the fate of both worlds if it gets rusty.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to be deployed. That's so much charge, and it almost is delivered.
oh my gosh,
That's why he's the GOAT, baby. A triple
holy,
Meteor M, the king of the birds, has risen from the ocean to reign.
Wow.
over Virtus Pro, who bow under the pressure.
Silver legendary with little bits of copper in that Meteor M, just enough to actually take out those players. And it's the third time out of 4 attempts for Rad to finish out on Spider Islands. And Virtus Pro now need to try to match it. You gotta say, like, Rad want this opportunity, right?
that
It's
was
like they came into
crazy.
it. And speaking to them before, they're Giant Slayers. They've done this against Virtus Pro. They've looked very good against these top teams, and they've played the most on stage so far this time. Virtus Pro, there's a lot of expectation. World champions, but then they drop out of preseason to this team, no less, and are not even the second seed going into the first international event, and suddenly now in the elimination bracket, something that didn't happen at all during Grand
Yeah.
Finals.
Ryan, look at these stats. This is a pantsing.
Mash and Vertigo have not been eliminated
I-
once. Neither is Lugia, who's 11-0.
Honestly, I'd be really surprised if they do, but I don't think
This
they will.
is not good for Virtus Pro, but this is a long match.
Look at the comp for Rad as well. Like, we do see some triple strategists, a lot more.
They're definitely not getting a minute 42 if they
I do wanna call
do
this composition when we have
get it
Jubilee,
all the way through.
Q3.
They're not getting above a minute 42. It'd be like overtime.
Yeah.
I think all 3
I mean, it's
points, if
just
they do end up
free.
making it, will be
There
overtime.
you go. They could be, yeah. Free yellow in
I'm the last person to make fun of not being able to pronounce DHs, let's be real.
Jubilee, I just
I mean,
realized.
it's just hop over the Atlantic and enunciate.
Very
So
interesting.
far for Rad, all of their I's are dotted and T's are crossed. So far, this defense set up with the only time we've seen Jubilee in these triple strategist compositions.
Yeah, fully charged orb here as well. It's going to make sure that Ducky doesn't require too much in the way of like personal babysitting either if they can get the passive. He's already having to use their
Did he just let
to try
one-
and disengage. The layers of walls that are erected behind him are cutting off the healing, but look at Vertigo on this off angle here, constantly able to deliver that over to Ducky. Maybe this is where Jubilee really can build up her niche on playing this off angle for healing that isn't as stymied by Groot's constructions.
As far as the one in the sky as the Storm this time, see if they could break it, but there's no Punisher for Sparky. He's just wanted to keep on the Elsa, see if he can go for these ultimates in the end, but Rad are doing really well to actually sustain this. Ultimate's not quite there, even for the strategist, as it's all going to be divvied out with the healing. So Virtus Pro might be able to get some big ults first, but they're obviously going to let the Gambit.
Yeah, Nevic's taken down. Vinci been doing their best to break the walls of this
That's
100
tough.
energy on the Sonic Blast, but without Nevix to help them reinforce the front line, it's very perilous movement.
I mean, VP have just struggled to get these final hits, and against this composition, it's going to be harder. You just see the Vanguards trading blows on each other, but all that's doing is getting Rad really set up with 3 strategist ultimates on the horizon. Yarn Amplify's going to be there first, though.
Yarn to open, but will it be weaving a tail on the tapestries, or will it be pushed directly into the bin? Fi can't stick around. That's 1 damage boost, or if it's not going to be around for the remainder of this. And Crazy Kid is just getting so much neutral healing. This is what the Jubilee is bringing to the table. Inside of that orb, 50 HPS, you don't need pockets.
And Rad don't need an ultimate. They're going to have all 6 available on this defense as they manage to bot up more than half the time. But it's Silent Seduction that's going to come out first from Finzi. Nothing's been forced out from Rad other than the Meteor M just then.
Overwhelming of the Meteor M gets burst in the hand of Lugia Goat rather than bursting over 3 members of Virtus Pro. Radslav plenty to work with though. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Dare Mash go inside of this ultimate. 3 players caught in place with
Oh my gosh, so much damage happening.
The damage is so high. Sparker's the first to fall, and Nevix and Fire will shortly join them. Sparker gets resurrected, yes, but the fight's already done. The
Damn, dude.
Has anybody from Rad been eliminated at this point? Like, there's no Rocket on the defense, so there's no Bira back. It's not even being needed. All
Sparker on
5 of the
Wolf.
6 ultimates available used. It's just Jubilee that
Not a
has
terrible
Spurs
play,
in
to be
hand.
honest.
Virtus Pro, Strangler Prison. Nevix needs to find something with it, especially with the Punisher ultimate on the way for 5.
He just needs to be a bully to this group.
Getting those knockbacks can try and drive Virtus Pro back
Yeah,
to
they
the
also
limit,
have
but
Groot
not
ult,
fine.
so.
Gonna be CC immune during the Judge, Jury, and Executioner. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier moving forward. Nevix knows that it's now or never.
Groot can
As Vertigo just keeps
Groot.
everyone
Oh,
held up inside of
or
this. So
Punisher.
this way, just hiding away. Yeah, it's huge card control here for Virtus Pro, and Rad are gonna have to try and chase after the objective.
What was that?
They found nothing. Nobody has died on the side of Rad through these big ultimates and the damage boosts.
How? They're so
Virtus Pro are
split. There we go.
finding Lugia finally goes down, and maybe that's where the cracks start to show.
Lugia's going to be able to prep that portal to try and return, though. Up come the walls, and what's going to be behind them? It's Nevix in a bubble. Unlimited ammo, so much damage going to be forced away of the opposing Groot. And the cart continues
Oh
to
my
move.
gosh.
Spider Zero going towards the
They literally
Master
just can't
Weaver
kill
zone,
anything.
But now you've just got to try and get everyone
Okay,
off
they
this
got
zone if you're
Groot.
Virtus Pro. Up comes the opening, and Lugia
Oh, I
barely
see.
even existed in this fight before they are evicted by the Wolverine's adamantium claws.
It was like the Sentinel spray. As soon as the Doctor Strange gets there, the Wolverine scoops it back up, and now finally some semblance for Virtus Pro to work with. Invisible Boundary and a Sonic Seduction about to be ready to go, but it's more to keep Virtus Pro in this map with 20 seconds left.
Apex Predator seems to have grabbed a little bit. Sparker moves towards the back, ready with
There you go,
last stand.
Sparker.
It's going to be necessary, but can you even get onto a point right now with your Rad?
No, no, no,
Velocity's been
no.
dragged away, a symbiotic swing to return to the objective, and Bash believes that it's winnable. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. They need to try and break them down right here and now.
It's
Virtus Pro
close,
all out of
but-
chances. 4 seconds remain. Smashes is getting so much healing. Nevix can't find the end, but eventually they will. An extended grassy tendril, an attempted knockback from the Jubilee to try and force some
Oh,
of C9.
maybe.
But Nevix
Groot
stays
has it.
strong inside of a bubble. They have all the tenacity that they need to remain in contention.
Yeah, they get
Mashazia
it.
on the Spider-Man, but it's all said and done for first point.
Finally, Virtus Pro continue on, but they must have been sweating, not being
Bro,
able
they
to find
didn't kill
anything to go
anyone
their
for
way,
like
but as
the
soon as
first
Vanguard
2
starts to
minutes.
fall, there's very little to try to trade out the battles, even with 2
Maybe
straight
even
ultimates
2.5,
together.
3
Crazy,
minutes.
You know, bringing out the feline of Black Cat. See if he could dive in and sort of disengage as much as possible. There's Vinci switching over to the Magneto.
Crazy Kitty knows with this slow Vanguard line of Nevix and Fincy, healing opportunities are going to be few and far between once they are committed to a fight.
It's just the trading of blows. It's not a great position for Rad to try and re-engage the objective, but you want to take these fights. In fact, Crazy Kitty is just doing the best Vinci impression, just stalling the objective as much as possible, but not Captain America this time. Trades
Elsa
on
dead.
either side, but Virtus Pro now using this Punisher ultimate to find the retribution needed to take this map.
Ducky's just going to try and disengage
That
here,
fucking
bring up
pillar in the middle,
walls
dude.
the way. Too much damage has been taken by Fire to really press that much further. And Rad safely
Not that
disengaged
great of
from
an
a
ult,
primary
to be
threat.
honest,
Well,
but
that's twice
it
now
got
that
people
Vice
away.
brought out this ultimate, and Rad have disengaged nicely. Now they do have the Royal Flush if they want to try and go in on an engagement, but right now Virtus Pro is sort of cruising along.
Mash stands ready. A Raging Royal Flush. Ducky, we know, has been adventurous with these Groot ultimates. Ducky falling low. Does he go high, though? Can't have it absorbed by
I was looking
Vinci.
for him.
And all of the healing towards Ducky is being absorbed as well. What is bro ulting?
What did he see?
What did he see? Who spoke to him? Ducky towards the back.
Oh.
2 players inside Invisible Boundary. The instant
They
response
almost
as Ducky
C9'd.
platform away from the incoming erection of a forest has been laid down here by Nevix. Saipe Tridro in the back. They've already used everything that they have. Vertigo on the backhand side is using Fate of both worlds.
It was just
Oh.
going for the Strangler Prison, force the Invisible Boundary off of the objective and then fighting on it, but Virtus Pro managed to springboard that play into taking out the Vanguards. Everybody else is going to drop.
There's Sparker back on
And suddenly
Elsa.
there's life in this one.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, they have the DPS
0.6.
check as
There you
well.
go.
No enraging of the raid boss this time around. Virtus Pro now have 2 minutes to try and match Rad's complete completion.
I think they were a bit surprised at what Finzi was aiming at. Everybody turned around and like Ducky's like, okay, now's my
Yeah,
chance.
it
Strangler
was.
Prison, go. Immediately sort of protected from VP. It forces out the invisible boundary, which is what they wanted, but it wasn't a good opportunity for Lugia to have a Meteor M or Crazy Kitty's going for the calling card. And there's a window now. No strategist ultimates, nothing to really beat this, but Nevix having a Strangler Prison might be the pick to just stop this onslaught as the defense comes in again.
Nevix
Oh,
in place.
no.
There are the walls, and there is the falling. Crazy Kitty putting even more into this. Doesn't mean Virtus.pro are likely to just disengage despite the resurrection.
Wait, doesn't
of
that bubble
Nevix in the
show where
back.
she
I heard a
is?
Strangling Prison somewhere. I'm not sure if Nevix really got anyone. It would appear that the casualty feed is not going to be
Oh,
applying.
good pick.
Instead, Crazy Kitty was left isolated on their own and is going to fall for it.
Maybe it just isolated Crazy Kitty enough that nobody else could really come in for the dive. But then again, you've got a Groot and a Magneto that are trying to match you. Speaking of which, Lugia seeing if the Meteor M can find much on a low HP Nevix, but there was enough there to actually keep him up and fighting. Every time Rad tried to
Where's
go
the
in
rest
on the
of his team?
offensive, they're finding very little. It's like the roles are reversed from the first point.
Yeah, when Nevix needed all that healing, it was not available.
The one
Vinci on
time
that angle getting aggressive with the sword.
Invis
You've
ult
only got
was
like
needed.
45 seconds left now, but yeah, an amplifier and fire with this ultimate.
Are we
Fire
dead
needs
ass?
to find something, and you know that rather expecting it. They have a rolling flush. They also want to just try and get in and out, but Ducky is now going for the Strangler Prison, and it's set up Crazy Kitty for 2.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty gets 2. I think that Fire's actually just going to give up the ultimate to go over to the Daredevil instead. Needs to continue checking the progress of this Black Cat. This is a forced swap onto Fi.
That's crazy.
He has to go in for the Daredevil to try to check Crazy Kitty out in his position. Beer back is going to be broken, so it means that Virtus.pro's supports anybody that can come back into the fight after they go down can actually regain control.
Just
but
don't
over
double
time
support
has to be
ult.
pushed all the way to the end for VP if they want to take a
Just
2-0
don't
in this
double
BO5.
support ult.
Sparker looking towards the back. Crazy Kitty is going absolutely mental right now. Vertigo's off the map. Sidebase been taken
Oh
down
my
as well.
gosh.
So the trades are good, and it's even better for Rad as they managed to find
Yeah.
their feet. Finzi looking for something off the back of the Meteor M, but once again can only hit the group going up against their counterpart here. Walled in, invisible boundary drawn up to reinforce them, and Smash this is a touch too far out. Maybe some punishment can be found as the magnetic greatsword is drawn from its scabbard, but Nevix has had to come in on the emergency venom. Spark around the outside. You know that he's been noted. A forced movement coming through off the
His
back of the
ultimates are
Apex
not
Predator.
great, dude. Sparker needs to pull something out of his ass.
Gravity grave that they put themselves in previously, and they are going to have even more when it comes to the healing. In comes the fate of both worlds. Out goes the
Sparker,
Glass
bruh.
He's letting the devil out, but he's nowhere
That's
to
rad.
be seen, and that's 1-1 between our EMEA Titans.
And Vertigo fell off the map at the end again, so it made it 2 for 2. But yeah, it shows how close these teams are. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have not maybe been watching EMEA as much, think they're like, oh, this is just a washed VP. No, rather that kind of team that can actually compete against them. Spider Islands went as expected, a Ducky MVP, and I loved at the end there, you saw the Glortrox coming in from Sparker, just using the Jeff team up, the Duck Dip dived, just to make sure that he couldn't get anything, he got a point. And then now Virtus.pro
No,
have to sort of
not at all.
come back on what we were talking before, a map
They really
choice.
threw
We're
on
not
that
sure
last
where they're
point.
gonna necessarily go. We saw the Arico, we saw some more convoy maps, but we can't see that here because the Spider Island's out. It has to be Convergence.
I can't help but feel that the last half of that ban phase from VP was fumbled. Like, they let go of the Gambit to get the Invisible Woman, and I didn't see
Just a
any
little bit.
particular,
They
like,
should have. Seth
compositional
should have
magic where
invis
the
ulted
Invisible Woman was getting a huge
with the
amount of
group.
value, right?
And that was right at the end as well. It was like the
That would have
last
protected that
last
fight.
protect of the Gambit. So it wasn't
And
even
then
early on.
Rocket
Magneto's
should
clearly
have contested
important for both of
the
these
other
sides.
Rockets
And stuff like the Adam, the
ultimate
Loki,
right after
making
that.
sure the convoy doesn't get too out of hand. But for Virtus.pro, you need to now show that you sort of own some of these maps, right? The bigger teams like Team Liquid Citadel have a lot of maps in their back pocket, as we saw with Yggdrasil, where
And
they
that
just look
too.
like worlds above a lot of the other teams. For Virtus.pro, you now need to
Get
find
rid
out
of
on
Gambit,
Convergence,
my
which these guys are so
my
expensive hero
gosh.
shooters, playing
Get rid of
around the
Gambit.
payload or taking a point is key to them, but rather matching them.
Yeah, rather matching them blow for blow, and well, our analysis is going to be blown out of the water by these smart fellas on the analyst desk.
I guess. Do they just not have a
Out of the
Gambit
water
player?
indeed, like, I mean, hey, listen, the
Or
good
they
news
do?
is both teams are in familiar territory. I mean, VP has given up a map. Rad is certainly comfortable. If anything, they're like off pace because typically they're coming back even later than they are now. Right now, the series is tied between these two EMEA giants. And right off the bat, Ship, I've got to say, I said it was going to be
They
the
have two
Vanguard
Gambit
Rad,
players? Why did they
and
not
I feel
protect
like
him?
That has been a huge difference maker.
Oh my gosh. They protected Invis.
Some really clean play across the board. They're just leading the charge, doing exactly what they need to. I love the mag play across the board, like you're saying, buddy. I am with you. They are outshining right now. VOD.
I think the big thing here for me too is just seeing
Why
exactly
aren't they
how
saving him?
the SmashNez glow up has been from the play-in stage to now. I mean, on the Elsa doing a great job, but on the other foot, Sparker, the least amount of finals we've seen in quite some time. Only
That was
5
crazy.
to their names. So
Triple
a
K
tough
mag
spot to look
and
at for
one
the,
ultimate.
You know, MVP we saw from the grand finals, from the high highs now to low lows.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. And also, we talked about the X factor of Crazy Kitty. We got some craziness. We got some, for sure.
Gambit's perfect in triple support with Ultron and Adam.
It just feels like, again, we've highlighted this before.
At least that's what the pros are using Gambit for.
Being a patient team, I think that's what's made them
And if it's
great.
not triple
Brad has
support,
shown
it's
that
either
throughout.
Invis and Rocket
It's like they're aggressive, but also
with him.
somehow it's like a toddler with a rage, but somehow has, you know,
I should probably emphasize. And 2-2-2, when it's just Gambit and someone else, it's either Invis or Rocket.
I don't know that I prioritize the Invis over the Luna right now. I think that's a mistake. For one, and then also in Virtus.pro's favor, I think they're just really clutch, and I think that's why they keep pushing this series even farther. I think
That would've been
game was
perfect.
dominated by Rad, truthfully, but they just always seem
What
to
am I
make things
seeing?
happen when they're in
What am I
overtime.
seeing?
So it's just similar to what we saw in Dom. I think that's their main strength. They just never give up. But
for me, Vaughn, I feel like if you look at the team as a whole, the
That
only
was
thing
crazy.
that I would like to see maybe cleaned up a bit more is that back line. Like we saw, I mean, Jubilee, or as Leg Day would say, Juba 3, is something we might start to see a little bit more. Rad showed it against Iconics, right, that they wanted to show and maybe test, if you will, that Jubilee to see how it went, and it was showing all right.
It's decent for the first point hold, like we saw there in that triple Strategist lineup. But aside from that, we really.
But doesn't he
haven't seen
heal
too much
more
out of the
than
Jubilee specifically, like
than
team-ups
Rocket?
wise. What are people rocking here as well, Shib?
Well, for Jubilee, what I will say, one thing I just want to mention is I
guess.
do like the blind. I think the blind is huge in the damage boost. It's the new cloak, right?
Yeah.
So that's why you're running that for the most part. But team ups across the board, you mean for the backline or for Jubilee?
Yeah, for Jubilee.
For Jubilee, it's Hood.
I
Is what I
see.
typically run. I mean, you're just going constant hit scan damage. You can kind of play, you know, like I said, that cloak format, but instead of having to switch to the damage front, you can just hit scan heavy in the backline and rotate consistently to make sure it's always up for you.
Speaking of that backline, can we just talk about MASH?
Yeah.
I mean, MASH is I mean, obviously a little casual Friday there on stage. The jersey's still making its way here.
Yeah.
But Vaughn, MASH, am I seeing this? The
Yes.
finals, I mean, are we joking?
We are not joking on that one, but we're also not joking
Wow.
here for SmashNez versus Sparker.
This is
I
the
mean,
lineup.
This is the average we have seen from this
34-5
map as well, and seeing actually no, this is the exact stats from this.
40,000 damage.
34 finals to or 34 KOs to 17.
9
the
finals.
effectiveness, the damage is very similar, but you were talking about the Shib during the break. It feels like Sparker's just shooting tanks.
Yeah, a lot of damage there, but I mean, it's also a testament to the tanks because I think the backline stat-wise were very similar, right? So if you see a ton of damage and not a lot of finals, it means the tanks are doing their job. They're getting out after soaking all the damage, and it's not necessarily on the strats back because the numbers don't justify that.
No, that's a great point, especially, I mean, you see all your favorite Star-Lord players have crazy damage out their final hits, just farming from the front. You know what's interesting is obviously that is a matchup between Smash and Sparker, rookie versus vet, but that might be on land, but Smash has said 8 years he's been doing this, right? And now finally has had that chance to shine on this stage like this for Rivals. That's a big matchup. We continue to highlight how important, obviously most important role, in my opinion, a lot of the times is that flex duelist position. But when you have the hit scan v hit scan, the 1A versus 1A,
Scythe
we've seen
needs
time and time
to
again that it's
straighten
those
up.
measurements up of those pressure in the first
Lock
early
in.
days.
Yeah, it's all about coming up in clutch moments too, and you know, a lot of the time Sparker is that guy. Just right now in this matchup wasn't able to do that. Talk about the Dom too with me, but we
Yes.
Yeah,
oh my gosh. So this is the first time, at least during this event, we have seen the Dom map won by Virtus.pro. So they finally got that off their backs. They say, hey, we can actually win again on Domination when we used to be the most winningest team on Dom. Now it's Team Liquid Citadel, as we've seen, what, 26-0 at that point.
Crazy.
But I think the big question mark for me for this Virtus.pro roster right now is Fi. We haven't seen as much effectiveness from them recently.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you look at this, obviously this is why best of 5 is going to be even better, because when you get the early tie in the series, we're going to go back to Dom, obviously being a big point in factor in that. When you look at the pick and bans, VOD, and what you expect to see here moving forward as we do get the infamous location of Wakanda.
Conversions.
We were just joking the other day that first point used to be so like iconic, and now it's like, all right, okay, it's got to just point through now, VOD.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, you know, Virtus.pro going to a map where a lot of people were thinking they'd have some good records against them here as well, but we've seen them play pretty decently on Hall of Dajalia before, and again, I think it benefits the compositions that they like to play with the Penny Ultron. We saw that first point for a lot of teams, and one thing I did want to bring up, which we've seen with this map and a lot of different ones, is like first point now on these convoy or these convergence maps is taken pretty quickly for the most part.
Yeah, and you and I were saying sometimes even on even Convoy, right? It's like the first point is a battle, second point seems to just be a breeze every time because the teams are coming
It's actually
back on
pretty
defense,
nice to
running all these cooldowns,
watch some
the
sort of
attacking side then
professional
wins the trade at the end, cleans up those KOs,
sport
gets 20%
happening,
ult advantage, wins
and
the
I
next
know what's
fight, right on a
happening.
point 3.
I mean, you can almost say the same about winning matches as well. I mean, it's like starting to believe, right? And as soon as you get that first one under your belt, it's like, okay, let's just go ahead and finish this
Like
thing
World
strong.
Cup,
And for me, I mean,
it's,
VP,
I
they're
don't
the
like
standard.
other
They're the
than
one that
getting the
everyone
ball
has
in the
pressure
goal.
on.
I don't know
Can't
anything
imagine
else.
They handle it well typically, but we'll see now when things get closer for that door to shut.
Super
Will they be able to
Bowl,
handle it, folks?
I
We've
have
got the band
no
ready to
clue
go
which
east,
team is
sponsored by
which.
Mantis, who's always that first man. You're gonna have
Same
it.
with
We're gonna be
college
seeing none of
stuff.
that 0% play rate, but Gambit being that first lock once again for the backline of VP Vaughn.
Yeah, they like to focus on
Yeah.
that Gambit. The one time we saw, Museum
That's
of
pretty nice.
Constellation, they went for the Loki save. Now it's kind of iffy, but the big thing here is that they played this map as a counter pick from Gen G.
There we go.
A 2-0
VP saving
victory against them. So
Gambit,
no longer are they going
finally.
to have any stipulations against this map. It seems to be their domain now.
Oh, really?
There's conversation for where Widow can
I
come
didn't
into
know
the ban
that.
phase here too. What happened to Widow? Is something in the air?
We were
What's
kind
going on
of talking
today?
about that early on. We were saying, hey, Matt, first day, we're like,
She's
it's
looked
here,
so good.
Widow, what year
Yeah.
it is, and then has kind of backed away a bit. It's interesting. This would be one of the stronger maps to be able to take it to. Again, all of the Jolliet, not Spider Island there. And when you look at the bans in general, I feels like the pressure you get, but man, Smash wasn't able to play that. to level,
Ooh,
let's say, delineate
mag
the
ban on
stage.
both
Just
ends.
Not enough time on that comfortable rework.
Yeah, that could be the case for sure. But now that we see the removal of Mag, that conversation comes back into play.
I mean, after seeing that triple Meteor M,
Ultron save.
On third point,
Oh, and they need.
I understand why Virtus Pro do not want to deal with that this time.
No, it's a great point.
Virtus
I mean, you see a
probably
lot of
need to
other
ban
strong stuff happen, right?
Adam.
No one-sided mag, the Gambit not squeaking through late. This is the stuff you expect.
And then
we
save.
talked about it, the more this kind of leans towards the end,
I don't know.
you got to pull off all the stops. You got to show everything and not show your old heads, you're new, you're fresh, you have something ready.
Yeah.
It's important to play your best, keep a couple cards close to your chest, Shib, as we're wrapping up the pick ban. It's Penny Ultron.
I don't
mean,
hate
that's just
that. I
been the
don't
new
hate
thing. It's
that.
almost like a chess piece moving forward. You've got to react. It's going to be a removal of Penny here. It has to be right back and forth. Oh, okay, well, I guess not, as we're going to see the Adam removal. But, if you get Ultron through in the lock phase, it seems, or it has been in the past, you want to remove that Penny, but instead...
Well, will we have Virtus Pro put on the
Is the
ropes
enhanced
for
team up
Rad?
for
Goes down
Ultron?
to the series, leg day, Ryan. Let's get to it.
The Penny Ultron
This
team up,
is a map
just
that
good.
Virtus Pro have to deal with.
I don't know what the
therapy.
enhanced version
There's
is.
trauma
Is
on
it
it from a team
just more
like
healing?
Rad, but at least last time that these two teams played in the sort of group stages, I believe, for stage 1, it was Virtus Pro that
Okay.
actually were able to beat Rad the last time. Even though this has been a choice for Rad consistently this event, the results aren't amazing for them. 2-4
Yeah,
total, and we've
that's
only seen
true.
Virtus Pro play on this map 3 times, one of which was against Gen G, where they look to be the stronger team and really command that series to continue on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you can tell that Virtus Pro, after losing a lot of very important games on this map, have been maybe leaning towards it in their scrim schedules a little bit and making sure that they are an incredibly proficient team on this. But this should be an absolute slobber knocker because Rad, they prefer to go to this map quite often.
Yeah, I think the big thing to highlight is that MASH with the one-sided Gambit only got eliminated twice in all of Spider Islands. But when we did see this head-to-head of the Gambit against Saipei, Saipei had some cleaner, bigger ultimates. So we'll see if MASH can sort of make sure that he keeps up with his counterpart on the other side.
Early portal, perhaps? Looks like Fire's cooking.
Leap into the fray. I mean, we saw it yesterday against Gen G as well, sort of going from the same position, just being able to take the high ground, force and sort of make the side split, if you will.
He got rid of his TP.
Fire's over now to the
Interesting.
Daredevil, so they can have a pincer maneuver here in our first Vanguard pool of the tournament, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, for Finzi, it's one of these moments a lot of
Interesting.
Vanguards are taking out Magneto, not available for both sides.
Tank
but
pull,
Ducky has been
Venom.
able to jump onto the point to make sure it's contested. This
Against
just allows
Groot and
Finzi
Elsa.
to build up the band hammer and the skill issue if he wants.
Look, he's got a ramp to work with here as well, so we can freely transition between high and low ground. But Vertigo going down already. Might have to invest their cocooned revival here off the back of being headshot by Valuna. Saipei actually messes up their team up there,
What?
so he's going to have a little
Oh,
bit more trouble peeling
actually not bad, not
themselves,
bad.
But Ducky's gone high, but will he be laying low? Even more anti-heal. Finzi needs to be rescued. All surviving by the skin of his teeth, but that regrows real quickly when you're Deadpool.
Especially when it was like Nevix went down, it's meant really that Ducky was able to sort of survive and he's able to just perch up on top of the high ground when he's falling
what
in
is-
and just don't touch Saipei.
Fincy still believes it to be winnable. Is going to send him a Banhammer. Admittedly, not so much of a waste when you are on the Deadpool. That does generate rather quickly, but Virtus.pro have like such little space control right now. They are split.
They just got split like crazy.
To come back, and this means that Mash is going to have an opportunity to outpace that ultimate when it comes to the Gambit generation.
It is a messy fight, but Rad are going to be able to take it, show everybody's in positions that they probably
It's
weren't
so
expected
split.
to be in, but they managed to stall almost all of the time. Ducky even looking to sort of use distraction
Like-
prison to find out these players from Virtus.pro that are trying to disengage all the way to second. They were so out of position, Virtus.pro completely split.
Nevix is left. He's like, you know what, Dredro, your problems are your own, mate. Wait, Dredro won. Oh, Dredro won. Sniper by rescue
No
him from the
way.
back. Can he deliver the Raging Royal flush in time? No, Dredro's already fallen on down, but Nevix has used the opening to get rid of Crazy Kitty. Out comes
I can't believe
Solway
Luna actually
from
won
the
that
side of
1v1.
Rad, so
That was
they can
crazy.
spread out the damage. Instead of fighting, they're just going to give up the position on the point and wait out this ultimate.
I mean, it's now going to be 2/3 actually ticked up in the end for Rad. They have to try and jump onto the objective. Mash is going to bring out the Royal Flush as Saipes used his early, and Finzy's the first to at least go down off the back of it, and Rad holding on when it's about 80% made up for VP.
2 ticks to their name, Dredro, the fate of both worlds for the next fight. It's going to be a duel, though, between the Glartroxes.
I mean, it's just a crazy engagement, right? We said, okay, yeah, Dredro, we'll see
Are
you
we
later.
at Luna ult?
It's almost just like
Adam and
So,
Ultron.
like, just what was going on. There's a little side quest for Dredro going in for those fights, but the fact that Rad have got the triple strategist setup means that losing out on one of
They
them,
probably need to target Adam first. Make sure he doesn't come back.
just chaotic right now.
His strategy? Take Mash's head off, it would appear. Crazy Kitty, in this tiny area, is going to have an absolute layup for a Rage of Ultron, but not even going to need it.
Also
Matt
dead.
Fincy already taken on down. Feast of the Abyss, not getting much for Nevix, and in comes the Glartrox. Sparker doesn't appear to have gotten too active in the feed of vanquishings thus far. And so Crazy Kitty can just hold on to the Rage of Ultron for when it's desperately needed for triage.
It's just that one pick for Virtus.pro now trying to get into position. Less than a minute left. They're not at least playing for a draw, but they really need to actually get this first point against a team like Rad. Otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare scenario. So Silent Seduction maybe going to make it worse.
Just about trying to get out that constant feathering
Nah,
of the shield here from
nothing.
Fincy is going to make sure that no one falls victim to the feminine wiles of Emma. Smashnez. Oh, Smashnez can cook on the angle here. Has the Apex Predator and has a big line to play with.
But he's overstepped, which is maybe one of the things that consistently goes wrong with Rad. He's out of position, and now suddenly Rad are a player down. Vertigo having a camera revival. He's going to use it now.
The last second was
Yep,
waiting as
born
long
again.
as possible to bring that one up. Vertigo falling low.
Oh.
Sparker's got a fantastic
Oh.
angle here on the Black
He's
Widow.
gonna revive himself though, no?
What's doing over there, bro? What is my Gambit doing? Vertigo brings them back. Fire begins to dance. A dance of a butterflies is going to start extracting the blood from Rad as they just survive this off the back of the Rage of Ultron. Luke Yogo anchors the car in the corner, keeping this one going.
Also
Smashes
dead.
down again
Wow.
as Sparker's angle continues to just brutalize
Whoa.
them. The Rage of
Crazy flick.
instantly stopped. Anger management delivered via
Wow.
concussive bullets.
Finzy with a Sonic Seduction, acting like the Pied Piper. making
Sparker,
his shot
what are we
but
doing,
Mash is
bruh?
Still somehow involved in the fight. I mean, the point is gone. He's going to go through, and Virtus.pro just relying on a great position from Sparker. Vertigo had no idea where he was when he went down.
Sometimes Rad just they take a slope of facilities, you know, but like, we're winning more. It's like, wait, what?
With so many teams as well, like in all of the chaos, Sparker has the freedom, and Ducky
No.
decides that now is the time to go in. Rad have found the W key, and they're pressing it.
What was that ult, man? Like,
Ducky just solo grabbing
just shooting it.
Emma there, who just pops for diamond and says, all right, cheers, I'm out, baby.
He's still finding a little bit more. Virtus.pro, Feast of the Abyss has to be dedicated from Nevix, and suddenly again we're just in an absolute brawl on the streets of Jalia, I guess it would be. But Rad down numbers want to try and maybe get out.
Sparker going for the new
Damn.
fangled meta. The Black Widow reigning over these streets.
dude, if
caring
you
little for Bass.
continuously
Instead,
hit your
it's what
shots
Natasha Romanoff
on
down
Widows,
to
she can do
the aura
crazy
of Renee.
damage.
Ducky's down. Sparker is just so difficult to try and assault as Fincy holds the front line with absolute
If you can even hit like
So now
60% of your shots,
together to actually be
I
able to
think
test this. You've got a Sonic
just
Seduction
crazy
on the way
damage.
for Lugia, and the strategists are sort of building up, but they moved over to the 2-2-2. Crazy Kitty's over on the Daredevil.
All touching here might be a tall order. 59 centimeters in it for now. Mashdown's going to bring everyone forward with the Raging Royal Flush. What value can be found? The second that it finishes, Fincy's been counting them out as Crazy Kitty moves towards the back. A quick Sonic pursuit
Oh,
wants the
shit.
strategist so bad, but the healing is overwhelming. But while they look towards each other, it's the front line that are the victims. Nevix and Fincy could not receive any healing, and Fire is so far
Wow.
back that Smashnez is able to get an easy 1v1.
It was the right adjustment at the right time for Rad, just moving away from that triple strategist that they were sort of playing on and staying on over on domination. The Crazy Kitty now sort of gets to body check Fire a little bit, who had that freedom over on Krakoa to just sort of find a backline, but they also need to close the distance from Sparker. If he has freedom, he will absolutely dominate this lobby.
Assassin's Focus, good to go. Smashness had to give up the angle. Look at that anti coming.
Bro's literally just holding, like, literally just not moving.
Just about has
So
the hops
funny.
in the motion to get away from the assailants.
Crazy Kitty has his target locked in at the very least. The Smashness wants to go in with the Apex Predator, forced back in the end as Sparker is trying to bring out the Black Widow ultimate, looking for a target to just pop their heads around the corner.
4 bullets, 1 aim, trying to break on through.
Oh.
Shot in the back, but the healing is too fast. Ducky went
Whoa.
for a solo ult here, but it's an easy cleanse for Treedro to get their partner out of harm's way. Smashness disengages as the healing's overwhelming. Treedro drags them all forward, but Nevix needs to get access to a Feast of the Abyss. Crazy Kitty from the outside, shifting on through. It's a good shift in,
shit.
and Fincy's been shifted to a different gear. Surely it's got to be a TB back here from 5, but who can stay on the point? 5 finally debarks, but he's
What is this TP? He's stuck.
surrounded by foes, surrounded by blue, and he's drowning in the ocean of red.
Oh.
Finally, Sparker moves on him, has to get it done themselves.
Maybe huge game bit ult? No.
Smashness is looking for an overextending
Oh, wait, no, wait.
but Fire has somehow managed to cast
Maybe?
the spell. His wizardry has excruciated Rad's
Oh, huge,
defense,
actually.
and a cap is miraculously summoned for Virtus Pro.
All part of the plan for all of these teams. Fire, yeah, just had to dip out and then suddenly he's back in.
They
with
need
the
2
portal,
people on
which was
point,
at the
bro.
right time, but maybe the wrong place.
Not
Back
just
over
one.
towards the
One's not
Daredevil, away
enough.
from that Psylocke, so trying to match up for Crazy Kitty. Now going on to the second point, you have all of these hallways to keep an eye on, and we all know that Daredevil loves a one-shot scene in a hallway. He probably wasn't expecting to find himself on the other side. Mash, though, having the Royal Flush before Saipe, there is a chance and an opportunity for Rad to go aggro on the defense again.
Everyone afflicted
Well,
here.
Saipe
They
has it
know
because,
where the
or doesn't have it
Daredevil
because he
is,
used
and,
it.
Mash opted in for the 1v1 there. Seems to have won it against Fi. Spark following it down as well means that this offense is now toothless.
I mean, Mash has been happy to take these fights, a lot of 1v1s from the strategists. They have hands when they need to. And now Smashness again, he's the one that's got these positions, full instinct, but wants to make sure that he's got these angles locked in. Otherwise, Sparker's going to start to pull apart this defense from Rad and have players on the backline isolated. Mash needs to keep himself alive and fighting, certainly when there's a one-sided Royal Flush on the other side, and almost up for Virtus Pro with 20 seconds left.
Lugia with an ult to play with, and Nevix can't bring up walls in its way as the Groot has been dropped away on the other side. Ducky feeling the same thing here as Nevix moves on forward. Up come the walls to try and give over some of that covering fire, but Ducky
And
gets
Ducky
isolated,
just
and Mash was taken down in the back. He's not
kinda
gonna
throwing a
this
little
one
bit.
very quickly, and Lugia goes sentience is crushed under Fincy's brain power.
There's the right target, good ultimates to combine. It just means that Black Widow can get more out with the Sonic Seduction, and now
Again, they
Fi's in
need
position
2 people
to
on
make it a little
point,
bit more
not just
hurting on
one.
the end now that overtime's here.
Rad have been saving their ultimates. It all comes down to this.
In my
Lugia goes
humble
forcibly
opinion.
engaged, looking for a sentient seize, but knows that Nevix can get out with their embattled leap, and so saves it for a less rainy day. First one coming through, building up that energy. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. There's no cleanse for those who were caught within the strangling prison. Smashness has gone down, the fight traded out on the other side. And Vertigo's got healing aplenty for Rad, as Crazy Kitty's got pain aplenty for the backline of Virtus Pro. Moving towards the back, the Devil's been let out, so too have all the
No
heals.
way.
Sustainability for Virtus Pro. They've ran out of time, and they've ran out of chances. Rad will
Wow.
hold the end of Hall of Jarlia.
111 meters right there at the end.
Actually,
Virtus
Daredevil
Pro would
diff, man.
been a full hold if they weren't
On
careful.
that one.
Scrappy, this one. We saw a little bit more for Spider Islands, the ideas, adjustments, going from one composition to the other. But here, it's just 2 teams that probably dislike each other very much in the server at the very least.
Real.
Just taking chunks out of each other.
Getting Virtus Pro, I'm getting deja vu right now though for Rad. They did have issues here, in particular, against a Delana Black Widow on 3rd point of Hall of Jarlia. And that large room is such a good angle.
That's why Mash has a lot more eliminations against him. Saipe only going down twice. And this is kind of like those games, 11 final hits for Sparker, 5 low on damage. Like we said, he sort of fill in that role to just sort of close in, go on the dives, get final hits, but he's only been able to get 3 in comparison to Crazy Kitty that was mostly playing triple strategist, moved over towards the 2-2-2. Same amount of damage, just a couple more picks in the end. I think you have to really look at the Vanguards as well. Certainly when you have these like high lines playing, it's not like dive, high mobility characters in place. It's just the likes of Groot and Emma. No Magneto available for either side, so it pretty much is going to be like this head-to-head. Pretty much matching up well. But you'd have to imagine... I'd love to see Crazy Kitty bring out the Spider-Man. Saw a little bit from Jerky. I was a little bit like, are we going to see the defense pull on the defense? But probably not.
This might be a scout for the penny comp. Because they know
I mean, what is Lona doing?
The remainder of the team might well want to swap here. Yeah, let's see Crazy Kitty's
Crazy Kitty on Spidey.
likely will instantly turn around. It's going to fall down, which is going to...
This feeds.
Like 10 seconds away. Nice little hit there from Saipe. I think that Sparker also contributed to that, but based on his ult charge.
And that's brand new day, everybody. That's
full spoilers.
Yeah. 3 minutes long. But yeah, Sparker, nice to see him on the Black Widow when some of the other like EMEA sort of main hit scan duelists haven't shone as well in some of these cases. Smashdez obviously prefers to be on the L, so he's going to be on it in this case. But Sparker wants to keep that distance away from Rad, but somebody has to close it down, and that somebody is Crazy Kitty now on DD.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty's going to be able to come in through the window here. Oh, Drader's actually fallen down onto the low ground as well, which could be critical. He's going to give a little bit less in terms of options for an escape. Rad
Critical as in moist?
Drader's fallen down. Crazy Kitty found them on that low ground where they could not be peeled for, but they are going to be punished for such an...
Why did you just use bubble?
Now all the healing has to come from Saipe. Everyone has to share out the cards of Gambit and share out the power. It is going to be rewarded with a very quick return to the ultimate though, as Shreedra prepares a portal for a re-engage.
These have been so good in the end for Virtus.pro, but it has to be great as it's Shreedra now is trying to stop in. He gets frozen. You see the team up as well that's coming in from the Gambit to just...
Why is he just holding shield up like
it's
that?
It's not enough. It's another fast take for Rad with 5 minutes to push onto second.
Well, Saipe got to save KD at least. You see when Shreedra opened the portal, Saipe's like, I'm out of here, bro. See you later, homies.
It was an uh-oh moment, but there's been a few of those. Shaky for Virtus.pro this year. World champions not quite looking like...
I guess, but like, just hop on, hop off, hop on, hop off.
Might be potentially playing him later if they win up against Gen G. Ducky's found himself...
Like, he just stood there and just did nothing.
Fincy was just stuck in the Crucible down there, didn't have the Carbon Crush to get... Oh, they're going to try and make it work without Fincy. A 5 versus 6. Mash is happy to answer. Ducky falls so low, but shuts it down with the strangling prison. Farewell to
I'm surprised Ducky lived.
Deforestation going in favor of Rad.
And it was just because both of those ultimates were available. They matched up nicely. Rad over-dedicated a little bit more, but you'll do that when you've got everybody on the objective and you force Virtus.pro back. They don't have any Stripist ultimates now, hoping for a big pick for Nevix with the ult.
All right, riding the Radical Highway towards the end of second. No one can break the walls. They tried to break the walls down, and Nevik can barely even escape here. Trying to cook up a re-engagement. Up come even more walls, floating towards them in a bubble. So many CCs have gone Nevix's way. The most controlled man in history. Lugia is going to...
That is so tough, dude. They're just getting walked.
They got the point.
This is looking a little bit nervous, though, for Virtus.pro. 5 minutes to hold on second. We've seen some crazy holds in the end, but maybe not to this level. Virtus.pro just being completely caught out, and you have to say, with Ducky playing well, the group walls are superb. Isolated targets and no Magneto on either side means that there's no bulwarks to make sure that people can get out of these situations. They get punished for them instead.
All right, going in onto the Groot, not the ideal target here for a Daredevil. Fi doesn't quite know where to go, instead going to go up against their counterpart. Crazy Kitty just has to try and flee away inside of the strangling prison. Everyone shares out the healing. It's a perfect ultimate here from Vertigo. Just making sure that the dance floor sustains the remainder of the team.
Just pot shots now. Smashdez just trying to make sure that this objective is moving. If anybody oversteps for Virtus.pro and Apex Predator is going to catch.
Barker takes the angle, has the bullets to work.
Oh, huge.
Midway through, extra damage, and it's
huge.
When you want a hero for Virtus.pro, I will show you Sparker.
How does he find these
my
gosh.
gosh.
He can't even line up the targets because he's turning around to deal with them. The sense of space that he has, knowing where everybody is, it helps when you have Fi making the calls on where exactly the targets are. But it's just
Nez on Widow now.
Holding on when Rad certainly looked like they were going to maybe strike the death strike.
My goodness, perfect information for both Black Widows. The question
This Smash Nez guy really wants to diss Sparker.
Smash Nez going to be behind when it comes to ult generation here, but slowing down Sparker
Oh,
is
shit.
going to send them scurrying into cover. Needs the pocket to be delivered. A big battle blitz towards the back. Ducky says, I'm going up the #1. What a cleanse coming through. Quick-witted Saipe behind them there. Using the Royal Flush to bring the remainder of
Widow
Virtus.pro
diff.
forward. Crazy Kitty postulates in the back, but knows that they can't escape this one.
It was Ducky going for the play that Team Liquid Citadel used against them yesterday, knowing that there's sort of these positions that the hit scans want to set up on right at the far back, where Sparker's basically going now. Put the group there, Strangle Prison, catch them in position, but you've got too many cleanses, both with the Luna and the Gambit on the other side. It meant that there was very little that Ducky could get off the back of it.
And now it's Nevix's turn.
Sparker just doesn't need to be picked. If he does, this point might be over.
The chaos now for Rad. They're trying to play front to back, seeing if they can let Crazy Kitty slip in. But now Nevix trying to go in for these walls to separate the sight lines. He's actually going to go very low down and can't really get into the choke because of the stuff thrown out from the Gambit.
Giving space.
Though. The crunch needs to be here and now. Nevix looking for an opening, but right now all he sees are Vanguards. That's a lot of piercing power from the bullets. Lugia goes low. Needs someone else to break the wall. And a smart disengage here from Rad just gets Fire off the angle, and it's going to kite out this ultimate from Sparker.
Damn, what it is so much damage.
Trying to go in and put this one to bed, potentially with a Rolling Thunder, but the wall means now we're not going to take this fight. Virtus.pro try and disengage as much as they can.
All right, Smashless tried to take the off angle as well. Assassin's Focus in the back corner if they are going to need it. Out come the bullets, and down goes the Fincy. Ducky's going to be the
Oh! Oh my gosh!
And Nevix's blood, if they try to lay down, it's just going to wilt under the wheel.
Wow.
Taking the lead in the series.
Over in a whisper for Rad right there at the end. Smash Des, we sort of pointed out in some of those games against Delaney from 100 Thieves, the Black Widow head-to-head wasn't matching. There, Sparker was looking like he was getting into form, but Smash Des just puts it to bed quietly. A pure assassin style. He's going to get the MVP for
that
this
piercing
one as well.
was
and suddenly,
crazy.
World champions looking to be eliminated from mid-season finals in this
Yeah,
bracket
huge.
if they lose one more map.
Rad. From Marvel Rivals Championships, from MRC to the big stage to Los Angeles, California. They can trade
Los
the
Angeles.
royal road here, but they need to get past the old king to get there, standing in the way at the bottom of the steps. Rad have a chance to ascend.
And there's with so much left up, we sort of pointed out that like Cypher there looking like the head-to-head with the Gambits was going to look good. It did look good for the most part. But Rad on this map, it was Virtus.pro's map choice. And it looked like Rad's, right? With just how quickly they sort of take the attacking rounds, how the first defense was almost a full hold. And yeah, sure, it was good towards the end for the defense for Virtus.pro, but he had to hold for 5.5 minutes.
Yeah.
You can't let that happen at an international event. You can't be pushed that hard on your map choice. It's these kind of moments that make me really nervous for Virtus.pro, but they're world champions. These are some of the most experienced, tenured players. They don't feel pressure. It's for tires. It's not
Literally
for them.
just
But
barely
against
moving.
The name of Rad that took the first series against Virtus.pro in their history, that eliminated Virtus.pro for the first time in their history from pre-season, might be eliminating them for the first time from an international event. It's always Rad. It's always them.
Well, pressure might be for tires, Ryan. But right now, Rad is saying, you look tired, old man. Why don't you step aside and let some new young talent take over? You can rest now. You've done your job.
And both are Apex Predators, right? You got the Bears of Virtus.pro, but Wolves of Rad are looking a little bit more hungry, a little bit more strong, and a little bit more comfortable as we potentially go into what could be a big match for VP.
Yeah, Smashness, I want to call them out as well for having a fantastic
The Lions.
Widow here too. Like the biggest problem, it felt like on day one going up against 100 Thieves was that Delana was outperforming Smashness on this map in particular on the Black Widow. But Smashness, I don't know how they've turned it around so quickly, but they bloody well have.
I think it's also like the right changes there. I really like the Black Widow coming out from Spark. It looks fantastic, but it's the common complaint. It's good changes for Virtus.pro, just slow, just late. Whereas Rad are like Smashness, okay, immediately
That was
goes on to Black Widow
crazy.
and finds that. It's just enough. It's just enough of a change, but I feel like even though Rad and VP are making sort of similar changes with compositions, right, going for 2-2-2, it's Rad that's making them a lot faster, a lot snappier, and Virtus.pro are just lagging behind a little bit with some of the composition changes. You're not really going to change much with a front
Dude,
line, but
Ducky,
Lugia going towards the thing,
78,000
just a little
damage
bit more
blocked.
oomph and, like, pushing power.
That is
Makes
crazy.
the difference where Virtus.pro aren't changing too much with the composition outside of, you know, the likes of Sparker going over towards Black Widow, and Phi, Psylocke to Daredevil just does small incremental changes. You're not changing the backline though of the Gambit Luna, so it has to come from somewhere else.
Yeah, but changeable the thing allowed for Rad to reorient their whole composition as well, because they meant that Lugia could be this consistent peeling pressure against Phi, meaning that they could never
Dude.
really
Sparker,
execute on that pincer that was being
33,000
set up by
damage.
the Daredevil in the background again and again.
I am very curious
overall.
where Virtus Pro want to take us again now.
Or was that-
the map pool has opened up because it
No,
is
that had
best
to
of
have
five,
been
so means
the,
domination is available, and I'm seeing the hover on
match
the
we just
Celestial
did,
Husk,
yeah.
but this is also the map that we saw Rad eliminate Virtus Pro right at the end. It was chaotic. It was Virtus Pro looking unlike themselves. So if that is the choice, it's a brave one to go to domination because it can be very just coin flippy, right? But it does feel like going for these other game modes that Virtus Pro look like the best team because just playing around
Husk.
payloads, playing around objectives instead of a King in the Hill style suited them. But that's what they're choosing now, to go for these control maps.
Well, I mean, if we think about how so many of the Rad members were previously on that team chopped, they missed out on
Grand finals, yeah.
by a Celestial Husk.
They got their revenge, but this is a whole different space. And you
Yep.
have to say with like the coach coming
It's
in
tough.
for Rad, like how much of a difference that's made to just keep them focused. But even like speaking to like Mash and Ducky on the way here, you maybe think that there's going to be a little bit of nerves in, but they're like, we're sort of ready for this. We know these guys, and we're used to playing on stage. They've been on the stage more than anybody else because they went through play-ins, and a lot of these series, including this one, probably will go the distance unless they're able to get a win here on Celestial Husk.
Most games played, Rad are getting those land jitters out of the way real quick by force of experience. For Virtus Pro, though, we characterize them as the bear, not just because it's their logo, but because these guys are kind of hibernated a little bit. They're taking their time to spool up.
And I mean, especially after like grand finals, like it's what the whole total prize pool of last year, similar to this year, $3 million total, right? Like they've got the Bears share of it. And so they took a little bit of time, they didn't play any MRC that was happening around the holidays, took it as a chance to really get some rest and respite. You could say that they were a little bit late to the meta, but it didn't look too bad when it came to preseason. But it's every time that we see them play in this kind of like Ignite draft where it's non-mirrored, some teams, certainly when they're called Rad, find gaps. And here, with all of the changes with team-ups, it looks a little bit more open. You can't even, I don't know if it's too much with drafts specifically. I feel like it's just individual moments in the server, but more Rad rise into the occasion.
Surprise, surprise.
Well, they're not dead yet. We'll see if they fall off entirely as they have one last chance to take themselves to map number 5. We are in the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen. The reigning world champions stand on the precipice of doom, and they must shuffle through the desolated wasteland that Rad have erected before them.
So far, the draft is looking very similar to what we just saw on Jalia. Very different from what we saw on Krakoa right at the start, right? Because we saw Rad going for the Ultron here. They just want to make sure that they get that Gambit. Don't leave it too one-sided in the end. And even then, you can see Virtus Pro like happy to just like let it slide. Wasn't even banned out in the end. They just wanted to make sure that Saipe had it. He has it here again. The first phase, exactly the same. This is where these opportunities of the map being on domination, just how this series is going, the Magneto needs to go, but I think that benefited Rad more than it certainly did VP.
Yeah, like being able to move away from the mag so you could let Ducky have that Groot matchup.
Protecting Ultron, protecting
Honestly,
Gambit.
he's always happy to take. Like Ducky's been one of our most ardent Groot enjoyers in EMEA for the last 2 years. Essentially, he's like the of Vinny. You know, Vinny loves his Groot, and Ducky loves his Groot.
Ultron is being protected, and it was the Penny that was banned out before, so Ultron is actually going to be protected. So Virtus Pro, are they going to start to show a little bit more of the triple strategist themselves? Adam. So this is an interesting start. Virtus Pro in Ignite have never lost a map, like in this case, where the draft has been exactly the same. When it was like an MRC where they were so dominant, there has to be a slight difference. In moments like this, Virtus Pro need to show that when the draft is the exact same, when it's pound for pound who are the better players, it's them. Because it's exactly the same. No availability for the likes of the main strategists of Mantis, Loki, and Adam, and then the Magneto too.
Well, that's the question, Ryan. Is it the good old days that are coming back? Or is it a bold new era where Rad will feast upon the bear's flesh?
What?
I'm nervous. I have to send one of these guys home. I mean, Rad have certainly had the moments where they might have thought that it could have been them if they didn't sort of get their act together against Rejects. Speaking to them earlier, they were nervous in that game, but feel like they've really come into it. But there's only going to be one team that is scared now, and it is the world champions on the right-hand side for VP. It's not only that, if this series goes the distance, whoever wins has to play later today against either Swamp or Gen G, so it is an absolute gauntlet. Right now, it seems that it's like similar compositions coming through. And whether there's been this focus on the Penny Parker, which is available, Penny Ultron composition, it's been the talk of the town. Might be neither team actually running it off the get-go.
Well, Virtus.pro have found that a lot of teams
That
have
was
figured
weird.
it out already. Going in with a Storm and the Punisher. Rad are not hedging on the Penny coming out again, though. They are rolling out on essentially a mirrored composition.
Yeah, it's just the group versus Emma. That's the slight difference in the end, but Nevix wants to go in on the thing, and he's got mod in the bag, but takes a lot of damage in this early scuffle.
Already a Soul Siphon going over onto Ducky, but it's not really going to be characterized with a lot of damage here from Finzi, who's already fallen down to the low ground. Big claim of a high here from Rad. Have to be careful to move down onto that low ground together. Virtus.pro actually in quite a split right now, where their Vanguards maybe are going to be isolated from the remainder of the team, who are still going to have to carve through all these walls that Ducky have brought up.
He just seems to have so many. He's just putting up a forest on Clintar, seeing if he can bring new life in, but it's Fire that finds that first pick onto Lugia.
Rare to try and go
A
after
forest
the
on
thing
Clintar,
on the
yeah.
Daredevil, but sometimes you just need that lick more damage, and Matthew Murdoch is there to provide. Ducky has to give away the space here. Doesn't have the
Why
healing,
was
especially
Luna
when
on the
Virtus go down.
right?
Mashed a little bit too far out as well, and Smashnez is taken to the skies by the Yancy Street charge.
That was weird.
All they can do is watch as they fall one by one.
Holding on, finding that first fight, so there's a little bit of breathing room in the end. Not much to change. I mean, you have built up any ultimates. Actually, Ducky is going to go off of the group to see if he can actually make this a full matchup as the Emma Frost is coming out to play for Duck.
All right. The Emma Frost, very good against the Thing. Can put on that consistent damage towards him, as well as only provide one target for Stone Haymaker to generate that overhealth from.
Mash has got his ultimate first, though, but Cypher's not quite there, so there's the pushing powers. Virtus.pro are disengaged completely.
Hop, skip, and jump, and Cypher's ready to counter-strike. Bend, but don't break, they thought, but it looks like all of the Vanguards will break under the pressure that Rad have brought on forth. 5 and extra fall, and Spark is there as well. The damage is all gone, only the heals remain here, and the strategists, their strategy must be to flee.
It seemed that Virtus.pro were happy to expect Rad to get the Royal Flush first.
Damn.
Disengaged, wanted to counterattack, but at that point, Nevix and Finzi found more than they bargained for, and suddenly you're in a 4 versus 6 with one of the most impactful ultimates in team fights. It's flipped over, but 42% for VP means that they have something to work with.
Smashnez lies in wait, an Apex Predator to try and play with here. The second that road gets extended once again, but every single approach here from Virtus.pro is covered.
Fight on the high ground, the Silent Seduction is going to come out.
Oh, I thought they...
First, Finzi was the one that started over on it, and the Thing
I thought both Elsa's ultied each other.
As much terrain and shielding to make sure that nothing
That would
else
have been
can
kind of
happen off
funny.
it. But Nevix, with the clobbering time, finds the pick and forces out the fate of both worlds.
Moves towards the back, was quick on the peel, but Dridro already popped out the fate of both worlds. The clobbering time stuns
Not
two
good.
here, and the Glartrox drags them from the clutches of Dridro. But Spark
Oh.
has plans of his own. Finzi goes down,
Dang.
the Glartrox is slain, and so Smashnez is able to once again take over the lobby. Monster Piercer and
Damn.
double-barreled shotguns pierce into the heart of Virtus.pro, and once
Yes.
again they are sent scurrying back to their hidey holes.
And that was 4 ultimates used from VP, and they can't even flip the objective. Rad actually being the patient ones to sit back and just let these ultimates come in, and clobbering
That's
time,
tough,
Apex
dude.
Predator the difference. Vi still trying to build up that Daredevil ultimate that Crazy Kitty sat on, and Mash has another Royal Flush to work with. He's building them up so quick.
He's just doing so much healing. And now Rad can really control the tempo of these matchups.
I mean, it's the gambit for Mash. A lot of teams say he shouldn't be able to have it, but he's been having it consistently across the series, other than the only map that Virtus.pro have taken so far. So it's a little bit scary. Cypher is actually going to go first, building up the ultimate, and he's matching it on the other side is Mash.
Raging Royal Flush to play with. Finders, there's no consistent knockback coming through from a Gambit. The team that's already been used and can let the devil out, but Crazy Kitty's been the one who gets the nat 20 on the initiative, and Nevix took too much damage.
Wow,
A little bit
Crazy
too
freeze.
far out, put on ice by Dridro as Vi begins to assault the backline, frozen in place.
Another
as
crazy
well.
freeze.
Now faced up against the Emma Frost, they want the Luna so bad, and
Wow.
so they shall find it pure. Domination of will from Virtus.pro will get them back onto this map.
Yeah, Virtus.pro moved first. Rad tried to counter and fight that one themselves, but they got it to 99%. If they had any more ultimates, I think they'd be holding on to them just to bank it all up, because a little bit more has to come out of Virtus.pro in this play. Cypher's not going to have that ultimate, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for Spark to show up, trying to sort of get these fish in the barrel to line up, but instantly Rad are in.
Rad move quickly, scaring away these players. But it seems like thus far it's been a bloodless approach. Virtus.pro have had to give up their positioning to make it happen back.
It's respected though, that's the main one. And Crazy Kitty's been spotted on the flank. Sparker's trying to keep an eye on it, but he's left the rest of his team that are trying to fight on top of this high ground and being forced below.
A trap to play with. Nevix now going to be playing the front line. Fi's fallen down to their counterpart, so all the flank pressure is going to come through from Rad. But Glartrox moves through, but it's easily slain once again by Smashness. Keeping that one sustained towards the back. Grabs one.
Bro, that was definitely targeted.
So quick with it. This guy's hands are moving at the speed
What
of
was
light.
that?
And Virtus.pro are 6% away from claiming the point. Crazy Kitty's already cast.
Smash Nez.
Glass pad is looking clean for Dreedro as he's showing that he can fight back in these engagements. Portal forced
Wow,
out for
crazy touch.
Kitty, and the rest of the rabble for Rad is trying to fight on, but they're dropping one at a time.
Yeah.
Getting out of this portal is a no-no zone. Gambit's made it so, and the thing has been the reinforcement on the other side. Nevik stands tall and proud to body block.
Let's
And
go,
Virtus.pro
VP.
are back in the race.
Rad's pulling off the objective and getting it to 99%, but just it shows how important it is to win that first fight in the end. And now that you've got some ultimates sort of banked up in these cases, it was Saipe with a rough, like, Royal Flush to start off, bounces back nicely, and in fact, the backline hasn't been eliminated once, right? Like, Dreedro and Saipe, like, it's kind of ridiculous, actually, considering how, like, end-to-end, back-to-back that kind of stuff was. But you're looking at Crazy Kitty, he's sort of being the better, like, melee assassin playstyle. He's only
3 and
managed to grab
5.
final hit and fight, similar damage. Just keeping things in check and opening the game up for Sparker.
Yo, chill on Dreedro, though. 6 final hits, the most on the team.
He needs to fight back a little bit, and I think certainly when you know, like, one of the reasons I think the fight's been struggling this series is
Smash Nez going on Black
fighting
Widow.
against that, sort of stacking up as much as possible. But Dreedro and Saipe,
Bro's
are
definitely
the
taking
most,
notes
if not the
from
best backline.
from
But I
Sparker.
don't think you can say that anymore if they get eliminated from this tournament at this stage. Rad are certainly putting them to their poaches. And Virtus.pro need to bring out that world-class performance from everybody. They want to keep this one going.
6 ults on the table. Both Fate of Both Worlds ready to go. If someone presses the emergency button.
Yeah, it's who's going to blink first. It's a game of chicken up on the high ground, certainly with the things just throwing out. It's Saipe that goes first again.
Raging Royal Flush moves
Okay.
first. Vertigo and Ducky both going to attempt to answer this one as Fire decides that discretion is the better part of Valor in this case. Looking more Smashness has moved over onto the Black Widow to put down that long-range pressure on the longer map.
Oh.
Vinci's found themselves an opening, but Mash has said that the opening actually belongs to us. Call an ambulance, but not for me, as Dreedro just heals everyone up off the back of the Fate of Both Worlds. And Virtus.pro should be able to claim the first cap here, bar the intercession of
Damn.
Lugia, but maybe a bit off more than he could chew. Crazy Kitty's the next to move on, but Virtus.pro
That
get the
thing,
first cap.
that thing's health just went like full to 0 in like a second.
His high ground and Spark is just everywhere right now.
That felt
completely
instant.
disengaged. Ultimate's basically traded out the 2 strategists and the Emma Frost on either side. Lugia maybe could have turned things around because he did get that clobbering time early on, but he was immediately eliminated. Smashness now on the Black Widow, seeing if he can find a difference against Sparker now.
Smashness has the Assassin's Focus, and on these narrow lanes, those piercing bullets can do so much damage. A little clap to try and work with Lugia, can stun them up. The clobbering time's ready to go. 5 fammed in the air. Lugia knocks them up.
Oh.
Only Nevix is going to be the primary.
Oh
star,
my
but it's still easy
gosh.
headshots for Nevix to evict Ben Grimm from the defense of this point.
Might be enough to turn it, but it is looking to be 41% this time. So Virtus.pro winning that first engagement on the second round of Celestial Husk again. Even if Rad get it to 99%, you know that Virtus.pro can actually still turn this one into their favor to make it a 2-0. It literally just happened. But you at least have some duelist ultimates to work with and a bit of time to actually build up Mash another faster, quick Royal Flush.
Crazy Kitty's playing close here, making sure there are no flanking angles that Smashness will be unaware of. Perfect information is the perfect space for a sniper to work with. And here comes the Assassin's Focus, piercing through many. 3 bullets remain, but look how aggressive Nevix is getting! He just absolutely incinerates Smashness, and Lugia goes for the next one to fall down. Crazy Kitty's timing wasn't there. Oh, Mash is gonna try and make it work with 4! He believes it to be winnable, but could he be right?
No.
Extra damage won't help Ducky as Nevix
Bad Gambit ult, low key. Should have saved it. And why are we portaling without the rest of our team? Bro, and canceled it? What are they doing?
From Rad and Mash, that's not the first time that he's done that this event. Players down thinking, nah, I
Red,
win.
what are we
Hope
doing?
for the best.
Mash grin, bro, mash grin.
Well, VP have maybe just given themselves
That
an
was so
opportunity
rough
to
to
bring
see.
this to a map 5 with so many offensive ultimates and a Fate of both for Dreedro, just 5% away. Silent Seduction from Ducky's going to get
Most
there
definitely a
before Vinci's, but he's pulling in
miscommunication.
the front line and everybody else dips.
Yeah, Dreedro have already had to use a Fate of Both Worlds. Mash can't afford to go down, but Fire decides to just move on to a more fruitful target, apparently. The Emma Frost demanded attention, but I'm not sure what Fi saw in order to try and turn this one around. But Devil to be let out by Crazy Kitty, moving in towards the back. You've got to be careful of the control, but Fince is going to try and lay down onto them here. The constant knockbacks of a broken
nice.
brain. But Fincy has crafted where Crazy Kitty once stood, breaking down the sentience as Smashnez has the angle. Rad still aren't in control, so it's now or never to turn it back. The Fincy falling back, there's no one to contest, and Virtus roll back to the drawing board.
I mean, they're happy to. They've managed to have the point flip in just a scuffle of that fight, but they have so many ultimates to try to turn this one. It's where the Saipe can get there early again with these Gambit ults. Fate of Both Worlds is set for Vertigo. Rad needs to be patient here. They're on the precipice of doing some real damage to Virtus Pro in the history of Marvel Rivals. But you can't rush this. You can't rush. There has to be a perfect performance. And VP having 4 are going to go straight in.
Goes the Raging Royal Flash. Vertigo going to answer. They're feeling Radical Road right now. They're going to follow their own rainbow.
Damn.
Maybe off the side, but Nova Glatrox is slain. Smashnez is keeping it rad.
Lugia got there first. Clobbering time was used from Nevix, but it got stunned out 50%. So Lugia is the one that strikes first, and it's now 85%. Virtus Pro might be panicking as it could go to a round 3.
And so the panic is going to set in. The Pentagram of Ferala will be opened.
I mean, this is the flashbacks of before, right? Rad can maybe close the distance and interrupt this, but instead they're going to play around the objective, play from different spots, and set up Smashnez with the ultimate in a great position. Where even is he?
Where is Smashnez, and can Mash hit them with the Raging Royal Flush? Already down to half. Mash can't afford to fall on down. Smashnez is going to be able to rebuff all of this incoming aggression now. The Assassin's focus good to go, and Fincy's already fallen. The Wizard's gone, and only the Paladins of Virtus Pro remain. The bear-like barbarian strength is surely nothing against the circling Wolfpack. They have smelt blood in the water. They are
Bro
following
whiffed like 3 shots.
in the sand down the
5.
road towards the crown that once sat on Virtus Pro's head.
It's going a long way
That's tough.
here now for Virtus Pro. It's
Come on,
poised
VP.
now to finish out.
Lock in. Rad
Basically a
had
pillar.
so many mistakes.
Final engagement.
Who's ready for a 5-minute fight?
I mean, to begin with, right? It was literally that micro moment.
Yeah, he was, bro. You see it?
Throwing out the thing now and again. He's like, I don't want to go for this typical Vanguard line. I want to throw in Hulk. I want to be like Swamp Gaming. I want to be able to pull out these kind of characters to show that I'm one of the best rogues when it's not banned, when Angela is playable. Now he's getting to show the thing up against one of the most flexible Vanguards in Nevix, and just got there ever so slightly first. And it stunned out Nevix, it stunned out the rest of Virtus Pro, and it made it a good fight. And Mash, yeah, he's using some interesting ultimates, but when you get them that frequently, you find yourself some pretty interesting timing to work with. Saipe still hasn't gone down, he's 12-0.
Playing for KD.
He's wrapped in bubble wrap, I swear.
It's going to be a duel of 2 ultimates here. Clobbering Time versus Sonic Seduction. What do you give the edge to?
Well, we've seen Nevix use himself as a projectile.
Yeah.
Why need the fastball special for Nevix anymore on the thing when you could just do it yourself?
Fine, Crazy Kitty. Gonna report back the information. That's an early usage of a team up there from Mash, but Ducky's moving first on their own when it comes to these ultimates. There's just so much damage taken.
What is Nevix doing?
We've all fled away, but apparently Nevix didn't get the memo. Fire's gonna be the next to fall. It's such an easy first cap for Rad. Usually it just takes minutes.
Awkward, uncomfortable. I mean, it was Ducky that went first with the Sonic Seduction. So
And
still has the
Phil,
time
or
in
Fee,
hand.
however you
You don't
pronounce his
want to
name.
overthink it though. Like, sure, it's a big ultimate that could win these team fights with a long stun, but just finding the right target is going to be key. Certainly with Crazy Kitty, he's finding so much. The backline is opening.
Low-key VP. I want VP to win.
To maybe turn this fight in their favor very quickly.
Clobbering Time still
Just this
on the back
match.
foot. But Crazy Kitty gonna have to try and deal with Saipe here. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Fi's doing the damage towards the back. A spinning kick from the Black Widow is all that's needed to try and rebuff them. Farewell
Actually,
to
just for the
farewell to Vertigo.
for the losers bracket, I do want VP to win, but
As Crazy Kitty still
we'll
thinks
see.
it's winnable. Could he be right? Mash has managed to do it from beyond the grave. A
Think and die.
for Remy LeBeau there as they manage to throw in even more with the Raging Royal Flush. The portal's going to open up soon.
Yeah, he's managed to get there just in time, but the knockback. Oh, there's enough stall there in the end from Mash.
Smashnez wondering, how do I get out of this portal? The body box there should be strong, but they can't stick around for long. Nevix is just making sure they're smashing into so many. Fincy round the backhand side could do even more. Spark is thinking
Oh my gosh.
an express delivery of
No.
But I'm afraid it's an ambulance to be called, not for
Wait.
not for
No, they
Rad,
can
but
win.
for
They can
Elsa
win.
Instead, Ducky's got the energy to work with. Looking towards the thing, Virtus.pro managed to flip it.
Bro, they were so low. How they?
Were evicted from the point by the
Okay, they got it. They got it.
That was a big dedication from Rad. They did so well to stall the point. The Smashnez managed to pull up the portal and get himself an
Good
extra
Sparker
30%,
ult there.
pretty much doubling it from where it was at. So Virtus.pro having less room to breathe, having to use a lot. For Saipe having 2/3 of his way to another ultimate means it is going to be like a bit of a space race of how many of these like flushes could come in. How lucky can these gambits get?
How many cycles can you work? Well, Fincy!
Oh.
Close in his face! And now 5. They have to get something off the
Dude,
back.
are we
They are able to let
serious?
the devil out.
But he's making it a little bit more cautious in the end, making Rad over-dedicate in the end. But Crazy Kitty's found himself too. In the meantime, he's on an absolute tear with 3.
They just went
Wow.
every single initiative roll. The door slammed in Fincy's face, and it might slam in Virtus.pro's as well.
It might be a different script in this one in the end, but for Virtus.pro, that's a cheap way to end up losing the point. And with Rad doing so well to stall things out, VP are on the back foot.
And going up this hill into the sniper. The assassin's focus ready to go. Smashness has been given the emergency flake to try and sustain through all of this. Saipe drags them forward. The Raging Royal flush, but Rad's disengage has been pretty good thus far. Fi goes towards the back. He's building up the fury. He wants for Luna. Can he find it? Yes.
He got the Luna. How?
The backline of Rad to give
No
Virtus.pro
way.
last chance.
And it's Rad getting it to 99%.
What happened to their
right the
gambit?
end, but the portal play was dedicated earlier. It might be available in time if Virtus.pro push this to the nth degree. A potential map 5 on the horizon if VP could pull this one back into their hands. And the Vanguards are the ones with the ultimates in hands. But they're also the ones that have let Rad into this domination map.
Yeah, what happened to Mash 9? Did he die before Vertigo?
Than last time. As Fi continues to work at these margins, moving in towards the back, could move rather quickly here. It's a good dodge away from Mash.
It's Mash with the ultimate. It's not even close for Saipe, so Dreedro has to get that Fate both worlds in hand, but he might not have the chance.
There's the Raging Royal flush. We're looking towards the back. Lugia gets stunned out of his own ultimates. It's clobbering time, but it's all time for Nevix to rise.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Captain, my Captain, he leads them to glory, and he takes
Just kill the Luna. Kill the Luna.
halls of death and despair.
It's Nevix this time, not experience. You're not going to let the
Oh, they're
kids make the
sorry.
same
They're
trick
staggering
against
her.
him. Lugia
Sorry.
even switching off of the
God, I
thing
panicked a little
entirely.
bit.
Smashness now, the one that has the
I was like, why is he not attacking her? Oh, nice.
Raw fist, rock and stone, Virtus.pro bad to the bone. Lugia goat's already down, but how do you exit from the portal? First up, it's got to be the CC immunity of Ducky with the carbon form. Now Crazy Kitty has to follow after. A right
Oh.
directly into the glass rocks. The timing from Spark is so good, but there are no frags to be found on the other side. Lugia's down again as Crazy Kitty gonna try and make something work. Ready to unleash the devil on the other side. The healing's
And they have to. Oh my god, crazy. What is happening? Keep each other alive. Luna. Oh my gosh. Go, 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 go. Oh no.
Time just enough. And world champions being sent out from the team, the organization.
Oh my gosh.
It's always them. It's always Rad. And even Lugia at the end interrupted with a Spider-Man play. It was everything, and that trauma keeps coming up again and again, but this time it sends the Bears back to
That is
EMEA,
so
and
tough.
not a chance for a top 3 finish.
To tread the royal
What happened to the Luna, man?
side old kings every single time. And this, Ryan, is a coup.
It shows that it's maybe chance for the new kids to come onto the block. And Rad having moments would have to play again.
That was crazy.
Done in 4 maps instead of 5 because that would have taken an awful lot out of them. But the adrenaline of actually getting a win in a similar fashion to last time with VP, but with bigger stakes, that's going to take you to the rest. It could even take you to tomorrow. It could even take you to the grand finals if this run keeps going. Because right now, it doesn't look like there's many teams.
Bro, I don't think the whole team's bad. I just think who
It's time to go down with
Fincy and Saipe, whatever you want to say, Saife. They just need to work on their
playing
There's
with
synergy,
full
bro.
control
Especially
over
the Scythe.
MLC to that stage right there. Go up against world champions, kick them to the curb,
And
claim their
Finzi.
crown for
They
yourself.
they just need to lock in, bro.
Even with a couple of whack ultimates for good measure as well, because like it brings out mistakes
Yeah.
from even the best players. Like Rad looked shaky to begin with, but they don't look like the green team anymore. They actually have built up so quickly to play at an international level.
Yeah, low
The
key,
point
you
that
might
they're
be
not
right.
bringing out, again, the old guard of hero shooters. It feels that that's going to be a big one. We're going to have to see what Rad have to say as we're going to be joining Cozy on the stage with good old Mashgrin.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Rad. We have a new wielder this year of the Infinity Gauntlet as our previous champs have been eliminated. I'm here with Mash. It might be Casual Friday, but wow, the performance out there. You just eliminated VP, Virtus Pro. For those that don't know, Virtus Pro eliminated Chopped and prevented you to go to LAN last year. How does it feel now to even the odds and everything involved?
It feels good to get my revenge, you know, because last time we didn't make grand finals because of them. But yeah, it just feels great. I don't know.
Listen, I have to ask. I mean, we can continue to say the story of Couch to Pro, but for y'all to go truly from the MRC and make it all the way here now to eliminate VP all the way back, what, February, January, can you even have imagined that this was going to be the result of this team coming together?
I mean, not this far, but I expected to make LAN after we beat VP because I was very confident in his roster. And yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that we are going this far. I'm going to try to win this all.
Mash grin, mash and grin. I've got to say, I mean, listen, what makes Rad different? Because y'all have been putting it over. You're here more than the hotel. You're staying from morning to night now, both days. Now a bit quicker work, but we've got to ask it, what is the identity of this team? What makes you different? What's the heartbeat?
We just always keep adapting. We never give up. We can play every character in the game, so there's no weakness in our roster. That just makes us better than everyone else.
Love it. Love the answer. Last one for you. Moving forward, the lower bracket, the hardest thing to do in esports. Have to ask you though, we've got Swamp Gaming, Gen G. Who do you want to see?
I think they're both really good, but they both have a weakness, so I'm not worried about them.
You love to hear it, folks. I mean, we talked about the VP LAN buff. No, I think it might be Rad's buff in the mid-season finals. Listen, I mean, you are going to be able to take on potentially, go through the same journey that they did before to win the first mid-season finals last year. What would that mean for you and your team?
I mean, I don't know.
Hey, he's locked in. He's ready for the next matchup. Give it up right now for Mash and Rad. Once again, the desk is going to break it all down. We're here in LA witnessing history. Take it away.
So much, Cozy, for the interview there, and Mash Grin, as we keep saying. But we got to talk about that. The conversation, you know, we saw during the Stage 1 competition, people were frightened of Mash's Gambit.
Yeah.
Mash versus Saipe, what are we feeling with that?
Okay, so my take on this is they're both just insane strategists as a whole, but Mash's KO participation just
I'm gonna make food and
so
go eat it.
influential. There's just 10 finals, I believe, on map 2. This guy, and that was halfway
Or,
through the map. I mean,
yeah,
this guy
while we
is
take a
just
break here.
an absolute demon on the heroes. But
I'll
do
be
me a
back.
favor, walk me through the history of these two teams.
Yeah, so as Cozy talked to before, we saw in the old Chopped roster in Stage 2 of EMEA, Mash, Vertigo, and Crazy Katie were on that team, went all the way to map 5. Celestial Husk was the last map where they lost against Virtus Pro, dropped to lower bracket, and of course Na'Vi 2-1 them afterwards. Now, fast forward to the preseason, well, we got to see them actually get their revenge there.
I don't know what they're thinking, but right now, every Domino's pizza is half off. Every single pizza. Like, what? I'm not gonna overthink it. I'm just gonna get half off some Domino's.
Here's how you can get in on the action of Gamerhood and have a shot at your very own State Farm themed Secret Lab Titan Evo chair. All you have to do is play my new game for a chance to win. For complete rules and eligibility requirements, go to statefarm.com/gamerhood.
Schick's not just a razor. It's an entire skincare routine. And your razor just removes hair? Schick, do right by your skin.
In the game for good reason.
Listen, all right, keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. We said it's the most important position there, having that flex duelist.
Yep.
In my humble opinion, I feel like Fi let Sparker down. You've got to look at it a bit in the schematic. Sparker was doing as much as a previous MVP could have done in that situation. It's a heavy role. They make it look easy. Trust me, I understand. But if you're looking at the entire front to back, what makes a championship team and what they had last year, quite frankly, that was a bit of the missing identity for me there, Ship.
It's so difficult to go DD into Gambit, and then especially match Gambit, so I can't imagine trying to get that, but Kitty was still able to do that into Saipe, who's just also equally in the conversation of just as strong on that hero, so being able to do that is a testament to strength on that particular role for the team as we check out the stats.
I have a question for you, Vaughn, because I hear this about VP a lot, and I know their fans are wondering this too. What I continue to hear from coaches, behind the scenes players, is that there's some old heads there in the sense of like they're kind of like they used to set the meta, and now it feels like they're catching up a lot to what this meta is. And when you have something as like fresh and crazy as what we got in what we're calling Rivals 2, right?
Yeah.
To me, it just feels like it took too long to adjust.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here, right? In their old age, but also because they've been, playing the game for so long in hero shooters and esports in general for a while, it feels like they've maybe not really gotten complacent, but they've fallen behind the meta so much. It's those joints, they're not as flexible. Same for the compositions.
And my heart goes out. I absolutely adore this team and their players. They have some of the most talented on the block, but you've got to come together as one. It's not just one, like we always like to say, right there, Ship. Obviously, Crazy Kitty getting MVP is so fitting to the story. I remember I was up there in the Casters booth and Gaskins kept saying, "You're going to hear it all land, Crazy Kitty." And it was almost, they were almost out, right, with Regen. And it was like, not all land. I mean, maybe we'll talk about it a little bit. Yeah, hey, the story is going to continue. We got both Crazy and we got that Kitty there, Ship.
I think we also need to say, shout out the org of Rad. I mean, this is the second time now that they are going from MRC potentially all the way through this tournament. That is insane.
Through the lowers, Vaughn.
Yes.
Through the lowers. I mean, if y'all don't understand, you go back and it was Envy, which, yeah, they're gone. But they were able to take down Envy from that uppers and create what was, I would say, a lot of the standard. Obviously, that team has moved on to now what is the favorite here in Na'Vi. But it's crazy that we're seeing similarity. And shout out to Rad to identify talent and get that thing rolling.
Yeah, no, it's a huge shout out to, any of the organizations that are supporting the upcoming talent here as well. I mean, half of a new roster from that Chop team. Ducky didn't even play in Stage 2 of Ignite, and now is taking down world champions. I mean, everyone putting in the work.
A group player over there. I think he said
and Emma. Yeah, they're both killing it.
I think you said it back. Oftentimes, right, I'm hesitant to say, like, this is the best X player for this hero because all regions, it's so hard to tell. Vaughn has been trying to pitch to me that Ducky's the best group right now in the game. Man, we're seeing some plays that back that up, Ship.
For sure. And obviously, all consistently on that new team up with the bubble, looking really solid in moments we saw avoiding Glartrox with bubble, right? Really good timing on that. I mean, this team is so locked in as a unit. I can't believe they took down. That was such a David versus Goliath story. MRC versus world champion.
What I'll say, Vaughn, all right, is that last mid-season final, VP didn't even make it, right? So this team's not out, right? Like, this team is going to be fine. You don't want to piss them off. They're the Hulk, right? Yeah. So they will be back. We know that. There's a lot of great talent there. We do bid them adieu. But again, we got to keep with the Cinderella story one way or another. We're going to find out who they clashed with. Coming up next, it's going to be Swamp Gaming versus Jin G. We will see what that is up to on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
When it's make or break, the Razer Black Shark B3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point. To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
mercy.
Kind of surprised they're not back. Ooh, Gen.G versus Swamp. Who we thinking is winning?
There is only one path to peace.
I can see Swamp winning. Assemble.
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pietro!
Everybody's afraid of something, but true legends rise above the nightmare. Available July 30th at 7 p.m. PT. Remember who you are. The past may haunt you, but the battlefield belongs to you.
Ignite to battle. I'm curious then why they started off with Rad versus.
Welcome back to the mid-season finals, and we are looking at another elimination. We just lost the current reigning defending champions, although no longer defending. Can you tell what region is about to have a team in this game, audience? I'm not so sure, considering the time joined by what might be an incredibly biased panel for our next matchup. I am joined by Cozy, once again pulling triple duty, and by America Man. Hi.
Hi. We're all winners today, honestly, with the content. It's been great.
American Man.
Where am I losing right now sitting next to this European? Honestly. Yes, American Man. I've been waiting for
He's
this
here.
day. It's been what, since November?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Homelander.
Oh, it's so great. Yes, absolutely.
Homelander?
I've got a lot to say to that. Okay. Yeah, no, listen, American Man. Swamp Gaming, right? Wasn't looking so great up in the top. Obviously, it was the big brother TLC, which is another American team. I feel like it's perfect for you to talk. What do you think they did wrong there?
I mean, realistically, everything. Like that last game, it was just a slopping back and forth, and like we saw, it was a little one-sided. And this match today, too, kind of be the same thing. I mean, Swamp Gaming
really is one of the best
I
teams
don't
in this
know.
entire tournament. We've talked about
This
it, coaching
is gonna be
behind the
a
scenes
good
so
match.
many times. We know how strong Swamp Gaming is. The only problem is they're stuck in the best region against the best teams.
They are also against one of the best teams so far. We have had a team that has now been proven multiple times that there is no fluke in their playstyle. Gen G, formerly Ground Zero, formerly Chopper Mag, are once again back, and they have matched their best finish ever, basically, and are continuing their run, but Swamp Gaming stand in their way. I want to break down the roles bit by bit of like what do we think is actually going to be the advantage for these two teams, because starting with Vanguard, Cozy, Duep and Zenstari have just shown so much, especially Duep on the mag.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I want to highlight the Vanguards. I have to say, too, gentlemen, that I guess enough for you, American Man, I hate you. I would say that it's sad either way. If you look at both these teams, one of them getting eliminated. Like, I kind of like have an attachment to both of them, just like they're so lovable as players and together as one. For me, though, even though I am on American Region Caster and more, I would say probably the Vanguards, I'm definitely going to give the edge over to Gen G. I feel like Duep might be the best mag in this entire tournament. I know, American Man, it's hard for us to say, but you got to agree.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like an American. Realistically, just how he plays, absolutely.
That's all it takes.
Is that guy. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, duh, it is. He's every American player here, he is one of them, right? Like, and now at this point, we could just adapt him, and we might as well. I mean, we'll probably come for Australia eventually, so might bring him over here. Why not? In the North American region, because it's the best region in the entire world.
Speaking of bringing over players, let's move on to Duelist. I'll be starting with you here. We, of course, have that incredible Duelist lineup for Swamp Gaming, including Dace, who's been so flexible throughout the region, but bringing over Bobo from China has been such a massive boon for Gen G.
I mean, the only compliment I can give is that Bobo has looked very American. I mean, at the end of the day, he has been, and that's the only compliment I can say. That's the highest praise that anybody could say about realistically any human being, and Bobo has been the most American player this whole tournament.
Land of the Free, break me free from this desk.
W
right
Bobo.
Now from this man. No, hey, listen,
Hey, you want
if
some
you look
milk
at
in the
the
fridge?
Duelist, if you look at the Duelist, yeah, I would agree. I mean, Bobo is such an X factor for that team. Melophobia, though, I think if you were to put him on a few teams, it would be like a clear, crazy standout player. Melophobia is an absolute unit when it comes to clutch factor. I will say hard on the sleeve a bit, right? That's what I want to see change from this team. It's the first land. We've seen Rad adapt. We got to see Swamp do the same, or it's going to be a quick end to that story.
Speaking about adaptations, though, FMCL has also been very flexible for the side of Gen G, having some incredible Daredevil plays at the Grand Finals, which is one of the big reasons they were able to push on so far, and has definitely widened their hero pool since then.
No, I mean, I agree. If you look at what we've continued to talk about in that flex duelist position, right? Daze has always seemed like he's one hero short of making a massive difference to not be bannable. Coach Fox, smart guy. Love Coach Fox. But this is it. This is where you've got to completely let everything out of the bag, because obviously elimination is here. You did not come all the way to LA to quickly get sent back home.
American Man has just been sent back home, it seems. So we have
This
Dogman
one again.
returning to the desk. So Dogman, I want to start with you for the strategist. This is where a lot of people bring a lot of attention to Swamp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the strat department is definitely where I would say they live. And yeah, like we mentioned, yeah, he's out of here. Get that guy in a different place, not the guy to be around in this matchup, because both Gen G and Swamp are phenomenal. Personally, I had Gen G making it all the way to the grand finals, winning the grand finals. So they were that team that can beat Swamp Gaming, I think. And Swamp, while they did look good, you know, versus other, you know, teams potentially, I think there's a good chance, like you said, the back line dominates.
Would you even say that Swamp Gaming have potentially been looking a little Australian in their play style here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Australia has the most underrated players in the entire world. And I think that's shown today. Like, genuinely one of the best regions
Delusional
just
Hausa.
that have been able to compete over the past few years. And we've seen it every single time. There's so many Australian talent that have come out.
To be said, though, I would say when you go against what is the best team in the nation, right? Like, it's so this is where it really matters, right? Because outside of this, Swamp hasn't been tested. TLC beating them, we know that was probably going to happen, right? It's the same when you lose to Na'Vi. So for me, in my opinion, this is where it's like, okay, Swamp, how do you compete to these other regions? Because if they take Gen G down, this definitely is going to rise the stocks on Swamp Gaming believers. Then they go against Rad, and I like their odds there too. So Swamp Gaming, this is easily the biggest match these six have had ever to face.
Speaking of big match moments, all these players will be at least comfortable while doing it, as they are all sitting on that incredible Razer Iska V2 New Gen. It's the official chair partner of the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. It is equipped with Razer Hyperflex lumbar support system to keep these pros supported, and the Gen 2 EPU leather with Cool Touch technology to handle the heat of battle. It is available
Cool Touch
right
technology.
now on the Razer
Like,
website, and the
shut
draft
up.
is available right now in front of our eyes.
I mean, Dogman, we got the thing.
I am
around
not
the rim,
buying
Saints
a
love
Razer
that.
chair.
That's kind of more of the same that we saw a couple times from yesterday. Just kind of leans to the play style of the team. Bobo, it felt like forever was trying to get like that fling on 100 Thieves, and it wasn't like when they're passive. That's when I feel like GG kind of starts to choke up, and the thing just enables what they love to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, I mean, Thing play style right now is very hyper aggressive, and the best teams do that. The best teams are proactive with their gameplay. That was why some of the teams that have played that kind of those compositions before are out of the tournament.
Hey, while
now,
this is happening,
because
we're
they're
gonna throw my
playing
trash
the
away.
comps that were more traditionally slower, but because of the new team ups we've had, and because of the enhancement team ups, it's changed so many different things with the gameplay.
We've also got to address the heretic in the room here. So far, Gen G have not really been able to come to a tournament with a full roster once they've had Bobo and Salvation on the team. Salvation unable to make it to this event.
Just got there.
But Alex is, thank you, Alex is doing a fantastic job filling in for this and is really making sure that Bobo especially can play that aggressively.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it's a great point to have there, Tetcher. For me, what I want to see, as we will continue with the bans in a second, I want to see this a one-sided mag. Take away Dwep and that amazing mag that we know, and then start having that safety net on your backline that you know so well. Valentina, one of the best in the game in the backline, and so Gen G has to start targeting now, right? We've got to start seeing the Gambit and more.
Absolutely, you're right, Cozy. I mean, I think when we take a look at this too, it's interesting because we brought back up to the Thing, and also, like you said, Zinstari, you know, known for the Groot, right? And Daze known for the Wolverine as well. So that matchup, how is that going to play out, right? That's going to matter in the long term.
It's all about where you can place down those ironwood walls to try and prevent yourself from getting picked up by the Wolverine. And as Cozy said, we will see that one-sided Magneto and Groot taken away by Gen G. They don't want Swamp to have it, which could leave it one-sided for Zinstari.
Yeah, I actually like that group ban a lot because, you know, we think we're most likely
Thing one side, mag one
side.
side.
To have that role. So Kraz, what is
Thing,
Kraz now
or
gonna
not
lock
thing
in?
ban,
Maybe do we get
group
that
ban?
Hulk fastball special? You know, they've been teasing that a little bit. That'd be a perfect thing to shut down and to come out at the right time. Venom ban at that is going to make it even more lean that direction.
Absolutely. Oh, I've kind of had a weird theory this whole tournament. The best teams are the ones that are banning out Vanguards. Currently, I feel like a lot of when I talk to the pro players behind the scenes, it seems like the Vanguard players have a very good read on the meta. Everybody has their own opinions and biases, but yeah.
Hey, this could be a one-sided Gambit. This, hold on now, because on Domination we've seen. Okay, I was hoping Gen G. You had me worried there. So for a second, and now Swamp Gaming though, one of their weaknesses is Adam Warlock. Here is what a lot of people might go with. I don't know what they're going to end up rolling with, but either way, that Gambit save was huge.
Dogman, I actually want to bounce off of what you said here about the fact we're seeing more teams ban Vanguards. Vanguards seem like they have been kind of the heroes of this tournament. We've been seeing a lot of teams go for triple strategist comps in the past, but in this competition is one of the first where we've been seeing triple Vanguards without triple strategist to follow it up with just a single duelist who really bounce it outside of Vanguard Deadpool meta. So it's good to see that flexibility come on in. Absolutely. As we will see, while we have had Penny and Ultron sneak through the phase, we will see at least one more removal at the end from the Adam to prevent that hyper revive composition.
Yeah, the Vanguards definitely have been the heroes of the storm of Ignite.
Yep, Adam is gone. That's what I expect. Get rid of the cheese while you can, folks. I've got Swamp Gaming taking this first one.
Who do you have, Dogman?
I have Gen G in 3-0 fashion.
And I have host
3-0.
neutrality, so I'm going to send you over to the casters.
I don't think it's going to be 3-0.
All the action of this elimination game.
Maybe 3-2, 3-1.
Thank you, guys. And thank you, Mr. America, for leaving the set. One of the worst things that's happened to America since four-way stops, I would say. But this one is nice for us because we get to get out of our region and see what one of the best...
I don't think that was Cozy saying that. I think that was American Man.
One of the top contenders to settle some scores, to see where Swamp Gaming settles on the international scene. And then a best-of-5 elimination game on Benim T'Challa. Great way to start with a triple Vanguard of all things as well, with the bans that came in from Gen G.
I saw someone on Reddit describe Gen G as either your first or your second favorite team, no matter who you like the best. And I think that's pretty accurate. This is a team that is so lovable for their story.
But even Swamp Gaming are just a bunch of sweethearts. They just don't have as much pedigree when it comes to playing on the international stage. Gen G last year said pay us, and Gen G, the organization, did. But this is where that cost needs to come back tenfold.
Duet a little bit isolated right now, but knows that their strategists are going to lean in behind them. Swamp Gaming.
Wait, Swamp Gaming has one healer. Oh, sorry. I'm stupid. I didn't see Loki. 222, 222.
The opposing thing, but it was not going to get too much because, of course, the thing is immovable. And now Zenstar can cleave through so many of these tightly packed players.
They're looking at the compositions, it's just very different in the style of what the duelists want to go for, and Bobo trying to sort of make sure that he's playing at distance if he can help it, and throwing himself up high in the skies, just almost keeping Daze locked in like a cat up a tree.
Oh.
He's got the high ground, and it's actually Duet that finds the feral hit.
They got one down.
Going to be difficult to dislodge him from this one. Daze though does
Nice.
want to go for the leap and gets hunted down on the disengage, and Bobo can just play this one safe now. Jiggle peeking the corners, making sure this escape route is going to be revealed. Now Genji can hold close.
And now you've got the Daredevil as well. We can just get all of this information where this fight is going to come from and any other lanes that Swamp Gaming want to try and hit through. They have to change up. Daze switching away from the Wolverine to Daredevil himself means he's going to be a bit behind with ult charge, but not by much, as FMCL is actually behind 47%.
A little bit behind, but there's plenty of time to try and catch up here. Alex doesn't need to play catch up when it comes to the Gambit ultimate though. Already, Valentina ready to go with the first of a Raging Royal Flush. Skibbles is going to try and answer this one with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It's going to amplify Bobo's damage, and you've got to be careful if you are going to be blinded here, because they will take your head off. Too sweet. In come a couple of charms, but the shield is enough
Oh,
to prevent
huge.
the control of Duet. And with a couple of
Huge.
charm players here to work with, Melophobia is going to go down. Zenstari peeled on
No.
the Magneto. It's great defensive play here from Krasmang, but Swamp Gaming still haven't really got any progress on the point to speak of. Zenstari takes the corner, just breaking down these health bars and activating their team up for even more damage. Scalagengi takes to the skies looking for a victim. Will settle for the dim.
It's just Swamp Gaming having now these ultimates to sort of stagger out, but somehow Genji are holding on to this defense, got themselves up to 2/3.
Will get themselves another Battle Recall Beacon soon as well. The question is for Melophobia, do you want to try and invest into this one? They've got a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
towards
strange
the
TP.
point itself, and getting rid of Skittles might be what seals it.
Uh.
The portal is just not in time when FMCL decides not to commit to this one.
I have enough time if it's going to be a push all the way
That's
to the end of
tough.
Swamp Gaming. Now that they're set up in position, duelists with ultimates. The one thing that you can say about them is like that fight was looking great for them. It forced out a lot of ultimates and it forced out a lot of time. So Genji just holding on to that objective pretty much until the very end. But losing out on the portal for potential overtime could be a big miss for them if it doesn't go well.
It's been a brutal exchange of blows thus far, but Melophobia has the most brutal of them here. Great quick draw on Duet's shield to parry the incoming Garnet Cook and take away a turn.
It's a hard head-to-head for him going up against Bobo, who is just like the shining star, I think, of Grand Finals. Won all of our hearts, and Skittles is going to make sure that hearts stop on the other side. But a copy from Swamp Gaming with the Loki means it's going to be another Royal Flush to come through with 4 keys on the horizon.
Valentina, a goddess of mischief. Skittles, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is not enough to stop this one. It would appear that Genji have decided to call this one
Tough.
curtains, as it's going to be yet another hold from Swamp.
And this is where like the ultimate economy works so well for Swamp. They're
Swamp
very
is pretty good at
disciplined,
domination, if I
work with.
remember
It was only really
correctly.
just that dedication of the Royal Flush to go for that fight that ended up working well for them. The Skittles actually switching away from the Rocket to go for Invis, feeling like maybe they could pull Daze out of position, but that swap over to Daredevil has done a lot for him in the end. Genji otherwise keeping the comp the same.
Yeah, just constantly threatening that backline. You can see for Skittles on the Invisible Woman is going to potentially be able to push this one away. Extra damage, extra
Oh my
movement
gosh.
speed. Daze can't get through the barrier that's been erected by
Wow.
the Gambit, though. Melophobia has no such issues. The bullets of Rotterstern pierce flesh and bone alike from Genji and keep them at the gates.
And that was the trade out as well with the Royal Flush from Alex. Nobody really seemed to go low HP. It was just
Where are they going, bruh?
pick, but it stalled it all the way to 90% for Swamp, so it's go time for Genji without that ball.
MCL noted on the other side, anyone who gets charged, their head's going to be taken off here by the Assassin's Precision, but Bobo is leaning towards over here. Forky Dog found in the back, while everyone was thinking elsewhere. Low on the HP, Matthew Murdoch has to try and dodge away. Bobo's just having this consistent sleep paralysis demon, and there's no one there to help him.
Jeez,
Daze
man.
finds the 1v1 in the back, shutting
They're
down
just
the
getting
Assassin's focus, and
in.
Zenstari isn't reset upon here. Placed down on the floor, Duep never stood a chance. Carbon crushed and crushed by
Wow.
metal. Swamp Gaming win out their first round of domination.
That was a good first
Better
round.
late than never for Swamp. It's a bit of a slow start, but they're still like getting used to it. This is only like their 3rd series on LAN in this kind of performance. but they're at least able to get things going. And as soon as they had control of the point, they looked a lot more comfortable in the end for Gen G. So it puts a lot more onus and focus on how these first fights are going to go. This time, however, ultimates are going to be available. It's the one
America,
thing
lock in.
sort of getting caught out from Deus and switched over to the Daredevil. That's where Salvation missing and Alex coming in. Even though Alex is doing a tremendous job of being a substitute, it was Bobo and Salvation, the two Chinese players that kind of not so much did their own thing, but looked after each other. So if there's a lack of peel coming in for Bobo, it's
That's
almost maybe
vid.
that assumption that like Alex should be the one doing it, but obviously he's filling in for that slot. It's just that missing piece of Gen G that could be the difference maker when you have one of the better melee players that is looking to go in and actually fight. Otherwise, Melophobia's kind of held down the fort when it comes to the duelists, and the Vanguard line that's had the majority of them banned out in the end, surviving and keeping their heads above water.
FMCL, potentially moving over to a group here, was having a lot of trouble finding entry onto that backline on the Daredevil. And admittedly, maybe thinking that Bobo needs a touch more peel, or like a little bit more biomass between Matthew Murdoch and himself, because we saw Bobo, during their ultimate, assaulted pretty handedly by Daze with no real help coming their way.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. He just needs a little bit more help coming in, but like if the focus is coming in from like FMCL to make sure that Melophobia or the backline of Valentina and Forky Dog that have only been eliminated once between them, they have to feel a little bit more threatened because it is Gambit Loki. There is a good chance to dive to Loki as we've seen from like previous games, but it's going to be just a brief pause in the end, which seems to be like the modus operandus, I suppose, for like Swamp Gaming. At the very least, like you're playing on stage for the first time. It might not be them, it might be the other side of like Gen G, just making sure that they can come in, but hopefully the Mogger and the Mole, the podcast, doesn't have to continue on.
Well, Aurora's ready to answer the call of podcast when the beacons are lit.
So we got Mr. Fantastic in goal. That's what we decided. We're not going to go there again.
Oh, I'm wondering here if Duop was just on the the Doctor Strange here for the teleport back towards the end.
Yeah.
Or if they're going to try and commit to this. I imagine it's not really going to be a commit, given that Krasmang has been doing absolute bits thus far on the Emma. We did see an interesting combo as well from Krasmang and Scatter, where they went for that Carbon Crush just to lay someone down on the ground, crushed by Carbon, then crushed by Iron. It's a great 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it's just make sure that there's no peel, I suppose, in the end. And you know that same level of peel isn't going to be available on the other side because, as a reminder, you can sort of look at the likes of Magneto being one-sided for Swamp Gaming. They've also taken out the Loki, which wasn't traded for Gen G. Mantis banned on both sides because Mantis has been the first ban for both teams in every single series so far for multiple reasons. I feel like team-ups for sure, but she's just as strong as she was before, even with the changes to like less damage boost, down the speed boost. Is certainly doing a lot, as we sort of seen with some of the like the Storm play, like the Soul Bond combination, like speed boost plays that we're seeing from some corners of the meta. There's still just one map to be played as the clock is now ticking again.
All right.
And Gen G wanting to show that it isn't just going to be another episode of NA versus EMEA. The Pacific can be involved in this discussion.
Question is, Swamp Gaming strong enough to knock Gen G off of their well-deserved perch? Looks like Forky Dog is going to shuttle them forward here with a speed boost of the bubbles. Meanwhile, Duop is actually going to go for this early mugging.
If they can find the right kind of target,
Oh shit.
the Swamp Gaming are going to be ready, and they're not scared against the first to go.
Yep. The slowest of the bunch. The old man can't move so fast unless he's got his metal skates on. Valentina going to be rounded upon here, already having to use the regeneration domain. Forky
Oh
Dog
my
pulled in as
gosh.
well. Sonic
It actually worked.
Just elucidated from Duop. And already Scattergang is beginning a counter-strike here. Swamp Gaming do not want to give up first control despite their disadvantage in that initial fight.
They really don't want to give it up because there's 3 Vanguards that Gen G are going to park on this. You might as well build a whole parking lot because everything concrete is going to come down to Gen G.
Oh, Valentina!
No way. Valentina.
The wrong copy. Ayabagamoto's going to get thrown in, but his stun's free.
Stun's 3! She's the best Vanguard in the game, baby! FMCL on the other side, ready to go forth with
Bro,
some
what?
of control. They do have access to the Strangling Prison.
Why would she do that?
Right there.
I appreciate Valentina being like, oh, whoops.
Never mind.
Might as well yeet, throw herself into the fray.
When in Wakanda.
It was a good stun, and Gen G certainly weren't expecting it, but neither was anybody else on the server, including Swamp Gaming.
Well, what do you mean things were strange since when?
Now it's Gen.G taking the point first again, and they have now got the bodies on it to hold, as well as a Strangler
Bro,
Prison.
she should have at least waited a little bit for the invis ult to go away.
Control that was in their path. Zenstar has already fallen on down. FMCL now needs to make a decision. Are they going to try and commit to this one?
Huge. Wow.
CC immunity off the back of the Kraken impact, and they're just going to keep going. And
That was a crazy kill on Groot.
Is there going to be a reset available? There's enough healing to stop it from happening.
Oh my gosh.
Gen.G are going to hold on to this.
Bro, low-key, that Emma Frost survived only because of that. Oh my god, she has 3.
Mind control is there. Just look into Krasmang's eyes. Don't worry about the days that's on the other side.
Nobody else that can hold on and touch.
I was just about to say, the Emma Frost survived because of the Gambit Magneto bubble. Made everyone whiff their shots of hitting her.
You're catapulting these beefy hitters along with an Apex Predator. You're sending the Goon Squad after Swamp Gaming.
The what?
Style of goon. The good goon.
The good goon.
Or the bad guy goon, I suppose. Alex opens up.
What kind of goon?
Somebody caught them. Will they go for a solo here? Is the bravery there? No, instead just going to pop their corners to try and go away.
The Goon Squad.
Themselves a better angle later on. Melophobia's already falling on down though. Today's going to be the only DPS to speak of here. Surrounded, Krasmang just tiptoes. It's a little pirouette on top of the wall that the Groot left behind. But
Emma Frost.
stick around for long.
That's funny.
Gen.G are back in control.
I think you're really starting to see, like, you know, Emma Frost is very much back. Some of these ultimates that we've seen Seduction across this tournament have found so much value. It's so cheap as an ultimate to use, and there's never really a bad case scenario in order to bring it out. Swamp Gaming do have plenty to try to work with, but it's about setting up Daze, who is really wanting to make this Wolverine work.
Skittles needs to go to the right more.
And plenty of targets to pull out of position.
We know that he loves to use his feral leap to go in towards the back and then last stand everybody forward. Valentina making sure it's time to have the Gambit in hand and ready to propel the team with the Raging Royal Flush. But Gen.G, they've already given up some space. They've complied in advance. Daze looks towards the back. There's the Raging Royal Flush. Can you drag the Invisible Woman from her armored carapace? But no, Daze just going to play it slowly now.
What is Daze doing?
One fight of winning this. There's the second Raging Royal Flush. Daze gets put down on the ground, but they've got plenty of healing.
What just happened?
Joining the Symphony as well. It's call and response, and the response sure is bloody. Yet another for Melophobia. New phobia unlocked.
Yeah, it was the Glatrox thrown out for Bobo, but that was all that was really time for. Even as the clobbering time ended up being used from Zenstari, it was not enough actually to stop Swamp Gaming. Just absolutely sending the Swamp straight to Gen.G. It's getting a bit more hot and humid on the server as the point is flipped over, but Gen.G 99%. Just build up those ults.
Control immunity for many. Daze goes towards the back. Who will they bring forward?
No.
Strategist. You don't got a strategy.
Wow.
Do you? As Daze punches you in the face.
It's the typewriter effect of Daze just getting the last stand, pulling everybody across, shifting it, and it's an absolute jackpot in the end there for.
That was a crazy wolf ult.
Gen.G now just have to waste a bit more time.
So valuable. They're portaling now.
But they're dedicating it early. It's not an overtime play. They're just going to try to get out of the way of Swamp Gaming that are blocking off this hallway.
All in for zone control. Melophobia around the outside.
Oh, crazy Bucky.
Of the enemy, and there's nowhere safe to disengage
That
to.
Bucky's hook is so ridiculous, man.
Confidently, no, we're not going up against an Elsa. Even more anti-heal. Perfect play coming through from Forky Dog. You want the thing, you get the thing. Instead, you look to Groot. Put it down on his head, but
How
there's
does
still so much HP to try.
Groot survives that?
And Gen.G are in control. What was gamed there? Was it blocked off by the shields? FMCL is dragged over. Look what you have wrought upon yourselves. And Daze just makes it so difficult.
Oh my gosh.
Adamantine claws carve on through, and Alex falls back as well.
But in the chaos of the fight with Gen.G, when they went for the portal, they did actually flip the objective, so Swamp Gaming need to get it to 99%, but there's not going to be much to try to stall it. It has to be Zenstari on the Venom to hit.
Oh, Zenstari looking to make the landing. Instantly going to be potentially controlled here by the Emma Frost. Takes to the sky with a symbolic resilience, keeping it going. Overtime is slowly disappearing, and Duep has pulled down into the grounds below. There's no friendly neighborhood for you here, Duep, and there's no chance for
Bobo, he doesn't touch.
Swamp Gaming have out-humidified Gen.G.
Wow.
What the Pacific Best can do here is domination. I mean, I don't know if it's a bit of an anomaly. I'll have to check with Dan Gaskin, but from the stats, I have one game. One game from Gen.G playing on this map, and it's a win against Reject, which was this event. So I don't know what's exactly been happening over in Pacific, whether we've seen the likes of Gen.G play on this map too much. But for domination, it's pretty good going. All things case scenario for Swamp Gaming. They basically beat everybody except for that team that they lost to earlier today with Team Liquid Citadel. That's the one area in domination, but everybody's losing to them. And it's Melaphobia with the MVP, and I think well deserved with like some of the hooks, the picks.
That was crazy.
Even you could say that like Days was trying
That
to
Bucky
find his
was
footing, playing the Wolverine,
annihilating.
Daredevil on that first point. Wolverine looked a lot more solid, but it was just Melaphobia just controlling where those fights were happening. And Gen.G, even with like more bodies on the point, immovable objects had to be shuffled a little bit more from what we just saw from Swamp Gaming.
This is one of the advantages of having an old head team, right? Like Krasmang and Scattergengi have been playing together, well, since the times of Jesus. And it means that they can play this very old style of Vanguard line. The Mag and the Emma together, when so many of the more like nouveau tank de jour of the Vanguards have been banned away.
Well, also, it's just like some of the scary ones, like Venom for No Dive, C in the top right, stuff like Thing, Groot, but you're leaving the Vanguard line that we just saw pretty much in every single map and series from Rad and VP, so it's still good. It might even be like one of the best in slots. Stuff like the Thing works in these kind of scenarios. They're trying to basically use the one-sided, like all the Vanguards that they had, even putting 3 on the server.
Wow, getting 4 there actually was crazy.
So Gen.G sort of pulling out a different strategy, not looking good. They can either stick to it going into some of these other like payload maps, whether it's Convoy or Convergence, it's their choice. And just sort of like either iterate on it, make it better, or just go back to what was working.
We definitely saw some interesting strats come out from Gen.G here. The question is if Swamp Gaming feel the need to over-adapt towards them when it would appear that their neutral gameplay with the old tried and tested has served them very well. Admittedly, the Thing and Groot are going to be particularly invaluable against the amount of displacement options the duelists are using on the side
Damn.
of Swamp Gaming, but they're playing
That
both
Bucky's
the Wolverine
crazy.
and the Barney.
Melaphobia.
I want to look a little bit at what Gen.G
14 finals.
potentially going to be picking up this
Bro's
event. It
actually
has
just
been
farming.
Central Park, which is like a map that we've seen a little bit of from Swamp, but not too much. It's only like 2 wins that they managed to get, and it is going to be Central Park actually. That is going to be the choice from them. So that's actually an undefeated map for Gen.G. Bit of a last bastion in the end, but it means that potentially we go to like a convoy choice of Swamp Gaming if they do end up dropping the map. And I want to see like this be just a close series similar to the one that we just saw from Rad, because you do want to see a little bit more from the Asia region. It's not just a case of like China picking up a series or whatever. Now it is just like Pacific, generally speaking. Gen.G need to sort of like lead the line with that, because you mentioned the front line, the Vanguards of Swamp Gaming, being together a while. It's the exact same for Gen.G.
Central
They've been playing
Park.
together a good portion, even with Bobo and Salvation coming from Nova, from China. That's a year ago now.
Yeah, that's true. Admittedly, their scouting in the home region might not be the most, might not have the most options, but who needs them when you are the best team in your region by a considerable margin? Oh, is that the Mandy Celestine cosplay? Very nice.
I missed it. I was looking at my stats.
Oh,
Bring them back up.
You're such a nerd. Bring the cosplayers back, Jarvis. my boy here was busy nerding out. He was looking at numbers. Lord forgive him, but he has mathed.
I was just seeing a lot of green on the side of like Gen.G when it comes to this map, including a win over 100 Thieves yesterday, which, went the distance. So those kind of moments are going to work nicely, but have a chance to reconvene, see if they can make things worse. And it's a win over TSM and Lunex on the side of Swamp Gaming in both the Stage 1 playoffs and then the preseason playoffs. So it's intermittent, I'd say, on the side of Swamp Gaming. But you'll look at the results. If you're expecting to win that first map, this is where you expect to go again after this with the choice of Gen.G.
All right, as we head into our bans, you can never guess what was banned first.
It's Mr. Fantastic.
Yep,
finally
Mr.
happening.
Fantastic off the table. Now who's going to be in goal? Mantis is going to be taken away, and it would look like there's going to be a pivot towards that first protect on Magneto now from Gen.G. The gambit that they made, the first protect on Thing, was certainly a unique approach to bans over on Domination, but it didn't pay dividends, and so Gen.G are going to be forced to pivot.
I mean, I feel like on the subject of football, it does feel like it is bringing on Big Dan, but just like, it's just bring on the defenders, hold down the fort. And then I think I'd be making that kind of like joke on a broadcast like this, but it is the same sort of premise. Magneto is going to be that main protect. It doesn't mean that Gambit is looming across, so both teams are going to be happy to potentially pick it, but also Loki does climb up the rankings when a payload map starts to come into the fray. Most certainly, when you let Gambit Loki be available on the side of Gen.G, it meant the Folky Dog and Valentina's job was very, very easy.
Yeah, for Swamp Gaming, they're one of the teams that is particularly adept when it comes to both the Loki and the Gambit, because, well, both Valentina and Forky Dog are fantastic at Gambit, and Valentina's got a nasty Lady Loki in her arsenal as well.
I mean, we saw a little bit from Swamp Gaming against OUG yesterday, like just kind of happy to have these like drafts
Adam bans.
be identical, right? Yep. And I mean, that was the one thing, as I mentioned with like VP, of like they were very good when it was a mirrored ban, and obviously that was completely broken by Rad, who just sat and chilling waiting to see who their opponent is going to be at this rate. So it is going to be pretty much identical across the lines here. We're hearing some more lock-ins, which I can tell you one of them is going to be Gambit on the side of Swamp Gaming. They're going to be defending first. And I see the hover over Invis. You guys don't get to see it, but there's still a little bit more of a look of both teams now just taking out as many strategists instead of that Vanguard approach for Gen G.
Question is, are we going to protect the Gambit here? Or are they going to go down the Virtus They're going potentially down the Virtus Pro route. They were hovering the Invis. Now
they did this last time,
the
though.
Rocket. They've got 13 seconds.
The thing is that nobody else could see this other than us, so they're on
Definitely protect Gambit, right? You definitely protect Gambit, right? They definitely protect Gambit, right?
Well, this is what Virtus Pro did on Spider Islands against Rad, allowing the Gambit to make it all the way through. It did not go well for Virtus Pro.
It did not. That's the
Gen G, what are we doing?
Like, yeah, we're happy to actually just make this a one-sided invis. It might have even been like Gen G in some of these cases. Certainly like one of the Pacific regions.
Oh, they do that.
Just, like, we don't really care about it, and it's like fair. When you're at this stage, play to your strengths, but you know that there's no Loki either, so it doesn't mean that you're just going to have those ultimates to consistently fight with. But I want to see exactly what the composition is going to be from Gen G, whether we are going to see some triple strategists, 2-2-2. Right now, it's a bit more like Gen G. You've got some ideas. You've shown this map, and it's gone pretty well, but Swamp was certainly watching in the wings. You might have even scrimmed each other because you're on like different parts of the bracket to an extent. But yeah, it's a little bit nerve-wracking for Gen G, but this is where you sort of make the big bucks, to be fair.
Yeah, it's time to put it all on the line here. Neither of these teams will be able to have a second chance. Survival in the mid-season.
All right, Gen G.
On the line, and the Americas are looking bloody powerful right now, Ryan.
Not too much to our dismay, I don't think. But I think it's also the side of it is like for Swamp Gaming, I do want to see them put under some pressure. It was very easy win over OUG. It was very easy win for Team Liquid Citadel earlier on. So I want to see them just pushed a little bit more. And Gen G on this map, it's undefeated 6-0. This is the place to do it.
Okay, question is Bobo cooking here with unlimited ammo? The ammo overload is going to be enhanced by Skittles to allow for higher rate of fire and a bottomless magazine.
Might be also just an element of like Alex coming in as a substitute. He has had the experience of Team Heretics to sort of play in the sort of like main low.
Wow, good pick on him.
Goes down. This is a good opportunity to push in, but the dive has come in for a counter.
Oh my gosh.
Which means the days goes down too.
Malaphobia must have just taken such a wide swing because Bobo
nice.
didn't even use the unlimited ammo to get that pick to open up. They could just go in with the Deliverance shotgun so quickly. Malaphobia is going to be portaling back here, and Gen G mercifully haven't got any progress on the point yet.
Might not even be able to get a
wow, what took him so long to fucking portal?
So early. It's like, I know exactly what I need to do. And because the switch over to the thing that's happening to Presman, you're able to actually get those bodies in. Valentina's there to jump into the fray, so Gen G have to do it all again.
Mystical off angle found. Swamp Gaming have plenty of HP to work with. A Bayou Bash through the midst of their team will heal everybody up as Enstar is coming awfully close towards that Groot ultimate. A strangling prison could try and tie a noose around Swamp Gaming's neck here, and with Daze down as well, you can be all the more aggressive as a group.
Let's go, Gen G.
You see Valentina and Forky Dog desperately trying to burrow their way through the
Let's go, Gen G.
in their path. Gen G. Let's have a quick listen in to see how they're celebrating that point cap with Razor.
You should go Elsa. Can you go Elsa? Oh, use your ult first, bro? Up to you. Yeah, Elsa. Just go Elsa and Hom, you can swap out there, I think. We play left side in the house. Come left side in the house. Come left side in the house. I'm just gonna rocket over the hit. I'm moving res. I'm moving res. Left side in the house. Just push card, just move card. When they touch, I will use close gambit. They close gambit. They weren't happy yet though. I'm using Timo, using Timo. Venom behind, Venom. Rocket. We can make it. Walk forward. Bow one. Nice ult. They're gonna gambit all out.
Good, nice.
You can almost make a mixtape, I suppose, with all of the mag, it'd make an amazing trance music, but this is also for Gen G. It's been an amazing run as that payload has started shifting across. So Zen Starry with the Strangling Prison, Bobo just under a good amount of onslaught from this dive from Krasmang, but it's not quite worked for Swamp Gaming. They're pushed all the way back to the second checkpoint.
Although we can't hear Skittles calling it, we'll certainly hear Skittles' mum in the crowd soon if we get yet another successful push here. FMCL already forcing Daze out of a position that they would like, and Krasmang's been discovered as well. That's going to complicate matters. Not going to be receiving Valentina's ultimate, and Daze has already had to run away. Being able to answer this, a last stand into the midst of Swamp Gaming, and Genji finally found my tempo.
They finally found some Chungus life from FMCL to go and fight this one a little bit more. So Bobo,
huge grab. Wow.
Apex Predator basically had everything set up from him from that last stand. All of Swamp Gaming pulled out of position to make it a nice.
I'm sorry, he took me out when he said Chungus life. Like,
he's absolutely cruising on this attack as Elsa.
what?
14-0.
I go look towards Krasmang and Melophobia here for a big combo. Feast of the Abyss often gets people down into the culling aura range for an execution and a reset. But also, you got to worry about that big drop down to the left-hand side. Someone could be dunked into there rather readily by FMCL. Oh, goodbye, Alex.
Oh, why did it cut away? Oh my gosh.
Break from the strategists that are going to come back as Swamp Gaming dedicate more.
Yeah, and second that Meteor Ram is over, Bobo is under assault from the Devil being let out, and it seems one by one, Genji will fall inside the castle.
Fighting in the end. Swamp Gaming still have a lot to work with, and it was one of the highlights from them over for them to challenge just the ult economy. Being a little bit more reserved, not over-dedicating, and it's great there for a fight win, and you have so much like backed up now. Genji sort of losing the objective in a rough position, but having 4 minutes on the clock, they have plenty of chances and opportunities for this team to push all the way to the
crazy
end.
lucky grab.
And Starry tries to rescue themselves here with the Ironwood wall. Wall's broken down by the frenzied arrival of the Venom, and Zen Starry just taking so much damage.
Bro, they want the Groot dead.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and the Groot ultimate as well. Call in Scalagengi and Daze for their opponent.
Nice.
And I'm afraid it's not good news, Doctor.
I mean, Duep, it just feels like every 13 eliminations that he has, everyone has been a final hit. He's been absolutely connecting with these shots from Magneto. It shows why he's so good in this meta. He's got some of the setup and even the damage boost coming in from Alex on the invis. And no wonder he's just pushing, and Swamp have to respect the space that pretty much the king of the X-Men himself seems to be taking.
Melophobia does a good job buying all of that space. You can see the anti-hero.
Meg!
There
you go. Yeah, revived.
Pretty good. A deep dive coming through from Krasmang and by Daze, but can they find the value here? Phoenix team up, allows for Krasmang to cleave through multiple players as they set up for yet another frenzied arrival.
Visible boundary for Alex when that dive comes in. It might be just making Krasmang's life a little bit harder to actually go for those picks, but Daze on the flank taken out from FMCL.
Now Krasmang has to carry a frenzied arrival and a Feast of the Abyss, having to deal with the shield in the back. Already has gotten rid of the invisible boundary, and so Swamp Gaming, they can just disengage.
That's perfect. Yeah, Feast of the Abyss forces out invisible boundary off of the objective itself, but it's still moving uncontested from Swamp.
A big pull onto FMCL.
Oh no.
The last stand. There goes the second life. Regenerative healing factor has been popped now, and FMCL can be a lot more cowed into submission towards the back. Krasmang's aim is certainly being rewarded, but a quick float away.
Invis, look at Skittles.
Rocket Raccoon will keep them safe.
Rocket, where are you going? Get closer to Invis. Oh my gosh.
Dodging, ducking, weaving. The energy of the mother is flowing through him right now. And where can Krasmang go? The door's blocked off. The
wow.
door's stuck, Ryan.
It just felt like it was a trap set up perfectly from him. You've got the peel, amazing work from the super sub of Alex, but then everyone from Genji showed up. Duep has been sent down from Logan himself, but the Rio back brings him straight back up.
Unbelievable clutch. Scalagengi looking towards the back, needs to shut this one down. Here and now, FMCL just about survives by the skin of their teeth or by the hair of their beard. Bobo towards the back. Daze is noted. There goes the glass shot. Grabbed up a couple into the hole.
No.
But Bobo's been unable.
Why didn't you let him fall off?
Melophobia with a perfect dodge. Duep has to hit the ground once again, and Bobo's found himself a brand new angle to try and play with. Daze hasn't found anything off the last stand to a grabbed in. The cleanse is solid. Valentina's quick on the sticks when it comes to a drawing of the cards, and it's a reshuffling of the fight.
It's 3 minutes already burnt off from this defense of Swamp, and Alex has built up another invisible boundary, so Krasmang wants to try and bait it out, but here it's all on the point. It's all to fight for.
Scalagengi isolated, taken in again. Krasmang goes around the back to use their biomass to try and hold this in place. 1 minute, 1 meter. All that remains here is Bobo falling down to the charms of Forky Dog, but brought back straight away by Rocket Raccoon.
Elsa.
Walls are brought on out, and there are the Thorn Lashes to try and carve through them. Krasmang's down as well, floating away in a bubble. Duep had to stand alone with 44 seconds remaining. Gen.G have reset the fight.
It's still scrappy, it's still going on. It's just been one long battle between these squads. No ultimates to rely on just yet, but Melophobia with an Apex Predator. He's setting the sights, he's finding FMCL,
That's
who's
not
just
good.
surviving consistently. The CC means nothing to him.
Has to be done here and now because we got Amplifiers here moving forward, grabbing one. They're going to call it back, but Days of Valentina already gone.
Oh no.
Taking down Alex as the majority of the heals, but Bobo smells the blood in the water.
Bobo, come on.
Sharks begin to circle, taken from
Oh,
there like an
let's go.
Gen.G finished
Woo.
their run.
And Swamp Gaming were just left a little bit sloppy. I think on the first and second defense, it was all Gen.G, but 4 minutes spot on. It's 12 seconds that are left in the bank. So there's still signs of life in the end for Swamp Gaming, who have not lost on this map all year, but just haven't played it as much. As
Yeah,
the likes of
that group
Gen.G.
blocked off the Venom from getting out. It was so
And it's
funny.
now Zenstars and Skittles that haven't been eliminated. That has continued on, but even then, it felt like maybe those like half a dozen eliminations that went against Gen.G were well after the second point. Duep, yeah, I was right. 10 final hits out of the 16 eliminations that he got, just constantly connecting with the left clicks and the right clicks.
Someone get Cozy a lasso. We need it if we're going to interview Duep at some point during this run. But Swamp Gaming still in the lead, and they still have their attack to go. They got Gen.G all the way down to overtime. And Swamp Gaming, they've been playing remarkably against all of the controlling factors. Valentina's been so quick when it comes to those cleansing cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's only that era before of just copying over the Doctor Strange ultimate on the first map of Domination. But that's one of the things, like, you forget the Swamp Gaming, still Green's playing on stage. You've got, like, a new setup. You obviously can change the sensitivity of who you're, like, connecting onto. That could easily be a setting that's, like, just missed when you're, like, setting up on stage. So it could be just those kind of small moments, teething issues as you get used to playing in this position. But you're already thrown up against, like, the Kings of Pacific.
Come on, Gen.G.
And this is one of their main castles.
I told them for a full 4 minutes here.
One of the controlling factors, the Barnet hook by Melophobia, has been taken away to go back to the Elsa Bloodstone. Melophobia was an absolute beast in the preseason during the Elsa meta, one of the best in the world.
Days is still wanting to not even go for the head-to-head with a Daredevil, who's very good on this section of the map to go for the flanks, use the sort of little bit of high-end terrain to rain havoc on the backline of Gen.G. Certainly when it's a bit more intermittent with Alex coming in instead of Salvation, means that there might be some gaps to exploit. If it isn't for FMCL, just keeping it in check.
Deja's been doing a good job here of being threatening on the Wolverine, making it untenable for Magneto to move into this zone and control it. Days falling low has already lost out of the regenerative healing factor, and it would seem that FMCL has been rescued from the Feral Leap. Still Melophobia.
He needs to... Oh.
Monster Piercer accuracy is absolutely disgusting, rancid stuff.
But a Abira back means that FMCL should be back in fray, but everybody else from Gen.G is forced
A little bit.
A third has been captured at the very least.
Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. But yes, I am.
Yeah, but Krasmang really sealing away this team. Gen.G needs to try and
There's no particular reason. It's
use
just...
their defensive bubble here. They are going to allow Valentina the time to build up.
It's so very close, but yeah, an Amplify is going to be used first. You're not going to combine them. That might be able to just actually bank up the Gambit ultimate, not even need it for this first point. As Duet goes down, and it has to be the Amplify traded on the
Damn,
other
they
side.
just blazed right through that.
Victims doesn't want to see
Oh.
this one finished already. Invisible boundaries brought on up. 2 players are stunned by the clobbering time, but there's plenty of extras off the side. Melophobia.
That is
Unbelievable stuff on the
tough.
back of the Apex Predator, and ain't no one
Yeah.
touching this point.
It's another portal that's going to arrive for Gen.G. It was just right at the end, pulled immediately off the point, means that nobody else from Gen.G is going to be able to try and contest this in the end. But you forced out the ultimates. You don't have to worry about a Gambit on the other side, and because the portal play was used, you don't get that Alcacia play where you can actually go and contest this one very early on because you tried to contest it on the objective. So Swamp Gaming have a lot of freedom to set up, and most certainly Deus is looking to leap in.
Gengi wants this poke spot and still has their cast of the sword. Oh, look, he's baiting. The second someone would pop up there, it would have been Days on the other side. Days taken so much damage, has to move in the other side.
Nice.
Valentina was grabbed by FMCL. That's a big pull from the jackpot.
Beer back means that you've got one, but Bobo's
Oh,
already
she
taken out
got
another. So this play is
rezzed.
actually going pretty well for Gen.G. The position is solid. The payload has stopped and held onto the defense. And Swamp Gaming need to be careful that they don't get spawn held here. But Gen G giving a lot of respect, mostly allowing FMCL to find another target.
Don't want to be stuck in the Quagmire. Quick draw on the shield there from Scattergengi, but that means that there's one less resource to try and work
no
with.
passive.
Disengage. FMCL just claws out, moving forward, almost as the last stand. Could bring everyone in if they could only get what they need. Into the midst of them, the last stand is ready. An attempt to block the incoming Meteor M, but you know what? Duo just having to try and take that one in midair. Knockback after knockback, control of the group. They're plant benders out there.
Just Krasman just facing eye to eye with a Magneto with a Meteor M in hand and somehow winning.
I want you to hit me.
Yeah, it's like, bring it on. Jeff, help me, please. FMCL is like the switch over to Wolverine has done a lot for just the sustain, and obviously you have the full enhanced team.
Huge.
Well, not even the Gambit on their side, it's available for days, but FMCL is just looking like he has it enhanced with the way that he's playing.
I'm second with days is taken away. This means a lot of room.
He has ultimate. How's he gonna use it?
Next Meteor Ram, still Swamp Gaming. They have so many ultimates.
If only, bro.
Valentina thinks it's winnable, and so out comes the boosted Meteor Ram. Alex surely can't survive this one. They've been tracked down, and that's gonna be
What the fuck was that?
Under the magnetic mastery of the magnetic mutant. Sitting in the middle with the bubble, good parry on the incoming leap of Days, and now you've got to disengage because so much damage is being pulled out from this Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
And more time stall, 2.5 minutes left. Yarn Amplifier and Apex Swamp Gaming are straight back in.
Oh my gosh.
What an absolute hero. Was that FMCL's ult?
That was FMCL's ult, and Volky Dog's gone down in the process, but so is everybody else on the other side. Melophobia pretty much finding a team ace one at a time, but Ultimate's dedicated. Yeah, it was one of those, like, I could be the hero. I am going to see you guys back at spawn.
It ain't that. You ain't on the title of the comic book, bro.
Not yet. But what a title of a comic book. FMCL.
Swamp got all 3 points for this map on Convergence, and then it is now Genji's turn to attack.
Taken down the CC immunity wall, and so Zenstar is going to be eminently bullyable. They could be pulled in. FMCL's
And Swampy won the domination one. You know that though.
And Melophobia still in the midst of a brawl. The monster Piercer piercing through multiple targets and just burning them.
They didn't even touch. That's so tough.
Bobo tried to get some action going.
No, Swamp is defending. Wait, no, sorry. Other way around. Swamp is attacking.
He's just dashing around like crazy, using the team up to have the 2 traps as well, so it's not even like 4 instincts, 2-second dashes.
Yeah,
like
Elsa's crazy.
I said the olden days, like 2 months ago. The Swamp Gaming actually
You should have seen
time here, but Gen G hoping to sort of pull what
Striker.
Swamp Gaming did on the defense and stall this out, but it's already climbed a good portion of the map so far because Swamp Gaming have pushed all the way to the throne room.
2.5 minutes, plenty to work with. You can see that the high ground has to be given up here. As Daze is noted on the approach, would really love to grab this mag, but the mag CC immune during the Meteor M tried to use it to peel. FMCL taken down.
He got the notification.
There's been a turnaround. Bobo around the
Oh!
back with the headshot. A wide
Bobo!
shot there is a bit of a miss. And so
Oh.
can turn it around on the off angle that was so desperately curated by Bobo.
Is flipping around to turn Swamp Gaming around in play, but everybody was prepared.
Oh, this is so tough. They're getting walked.
Melophobia sends forth the Glatrox. The minions have been sent. Skittles can't even pop the ultimate in
They're just
time.
getting walked.
Not on the cards, and Scattergengi.
No, man.
Move over Dracula. There's a new king of this swamp.
Done in good time. It took a while to get going on the second, but Gen G, first to second blitz. The Swamp Gaming on that defense have done maybe enough. It's going to be 48 seconds added in the end on the side of Gen G to make it a full minute, so Swamp Gaming get a little bit more time allocated too. Also means that Gen G have a chance to push this first. And we have seen some like crazy overtime pushes, but that requires you to get this objective. And Swamp Gaming, they might be a little bit like loose, a little bit clunky in some of these positions, but they're very like disciplined. It just feels very like reserved. So many teams tend to overplay, they over-communicate, they talk really fast, it's a little bit more chaotic. Swamp Gaming, I feel, are just like in their element. Just very relaxed, like a lizard under a UV bulb. It's just...
I was about to say.
Just chilling out.
I've just been sitting here, bro.
Yeah. I think the Krasmag saw over to the Groot as well instead of the Venom has been...
Are you talking about one of the players?
Swamp Gaming quickly realized the dive wasn't working. Too easily rebuffed by the choice of a one-sided invisible woman. And instead of just playing a lot more front to back, because hey, they have a gambit.
I think Melophobia is looking fantastic so far as well. Like the amount of damage that they're outputting and days like the Wolverine. It's not about doing a lot of damage, it's not about getting a lot of
And this is Genji's first first match
It's
today,
just about causing
so
chaos into Gen G, and that has been consistent. Gen G, it certainly felt on that defense, certainly as we got to that second checkpoint, that they were just uncomfortable everywhere they stood on the map.
All right, last time this happened, Swamp Gaming
Oh, I
lost
see.
Melophobia early to some greedy positions.
yeah, definitely because of
This
traveling.
time, being on the Elsa has a lot more disengagement options.
They are in Los Angeles,
This is an early fight.
or as British people call it, Los Angeles. Oh,
Has been caught out again. He's able to at least escape.
what happened?
FMCL and Swamp Gaming aren't losing half of their team in the first 20 seconds.
I knew we shouldn't have played catch with all that butter before we started. You'd never missed Feral Leap there from Dave.
Do not tell me Invis.
Out resources to make sure
No,
that
they don't.
get too much
How
in
the
way of
fuck?
Control. But now we're looking towards FMCL to try and turn this one around. Krasmax already had to use their bubble.
No, because Invis is on their team, on Gen G.
Now this is a very imperiled front line, relying mostly on their back line to keep them sustained in this final fight.
Overtime is clocking in, and nobody from Swamp Gaming has been eliminated. Gen G haven't had anybody go down yet, which means Ultimates are building at pace. And
Oh no.
goes low, but he's holding on with
They need to get rid of Melophobia. He's too good.
Melophobia's taking it on down. Krasmag instantly gets resurrected. He's actually going to be able to move in from behind FMCL and Gen G here. A surprise from the back could be the last thing that Gen G wants. But Dave's already been taken down. They found Valentina as well. A perfect bubble from Scattergenki at just the right moment as they get kidnapped away by the reformation of the castle. Already 2 ticks gained here from Gen G. Moving forth, Valentina heads on high. Melophobia almost already has the Glantrox, and we saw how many it took off of the point last time. If you play inside the invisible boundary, know that Melophobia lies.
Come on, Gen G, at least just get point.
Gen G are building up towards the remainder of their ultimates. Valentina sends them all forward. They're going to be caught by the double CC.
Oh no.
There's so much control, and FMCL feels like he's the one who's in it.
I mean, yes.
Ratatoska is unleashed.
Gen G says, stand still for a second. We have some work to do, but overtime is going to consistently truck along, and you can see half that wick is burning. None of it's going to come back. So Swamp Gaming looking to pull people off, and that means Jeff the Land Shark gets to say hello.
Huh? Okay, I was about to say,
They're
what?
just going to go back over to Rocket Raccoon. Maybe they're just forcing everyone out with speed bubbles.
Get in there, but the wick, look how low the wick is. What happened, Gen G?
I guess they just couldn't stay on it for too long, or it's just going down over time anyway. They need to stay on the point no matter
Yeah,
what.
it just goes over time. It goes down. Huge.
Scattergenki too, but all Valentina Eve will be able to do is flee as the remainder of their team have been ripped to shreds.
Yeah, overtime just goes down. No matter how many people we got. No, no.
They might have felt that they had this in the bag, but this push has made it to the end of the map in
I
plenty
guess-
of occasions. But has it happened at an international event like this?
I'm so confused how the overtime timer works. So it's
There
still
is an opportunity here, but Swamp Gaming have so many resources to work with. Meteor M will be the first to move on in, up against the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. They want Skittles real bad, but instead they're going to set off the Ironwood Wall and dodge away from the Rocket Raccoon, and Scattergenki is overextended.
no. He went for the BRB.
Their way around the walls. They have to make something happen.
Uh-oh.
The Glasshock's going in towards their counterpart in Bobo, else the Bloodstone is hit.
Bobo just got diffed.
On business and stands solid as an oak before Ratatoska. FMCL back and forth, claw
Oh.
after claw after claw. 3 players dragged into the
No, wait.
but no one's on the
Skittles was-
point. And Swamp Gaming hold on second.
Yeah, I just
Rocket rushing in, and then the
I was under the impression that it just goes down to the very end when you're off of it. I guess it only happens when the opponent is on it or claims it.
Done and dusted just yet. Whew. But for Swamp Gaming, it's whether this defense is going to be
Bro, I
good enough
swear
in the end. It was a fast point A take on their account.
Skittles was on it.
Gen G did buy a lot of space on that second point, and I imagine at that point, if we do get there again, if we are making some sort of return trips back and forward to the Dracula Castle, it might just be that case of like Gen G would do that in overtime.
Let's think about how Swamp Gaming took first on our first run around. It was all about bisecting the team. They forced Alex and Skittles into those backed rooms and then walled them off with the Groot. The question is, are Gen G going to identify that and modulate their positioning to not be vulnerable to such a play?
The one small update, though, is that FMCL was on the Daredevil. They didn't have the same just sustain, right? Daredevil can only do so much, and Daredevil can still do quite a lot. He just deflects everything. But FMCL on Wolverine just seems to be very lore-accurate Logan. Of just, yeah, I don't go down. Even as much as I want to go down, I still somehow find myself taking these fights.
I don't see
All right,
Sunstar
Gen G.
having got a jump pack here, which could be problematic if they do get grabbed, but of course setting up that Ironwood Wall in a or obfuscated position will grant them limited CC immunity.
Anything changing up?
They're on Jeff?
Sending everybody out
Just for a
last time
bubble.
with the Jeff, but otherwise it's the same for Swamp Gaming. Composition not changing up too much. No cheese. There's only 2.5 minutes on the clock to try.
Oh, huge grab.
To get stunned out first. And
the mid-air
knocked out of place for a second, but it gives Gen G some chance to maybe contest the high ground. At least FFCL is looking to.
Oh, that's a big grab onto Duet.
That's
nice
not
serve as well
good.
there from Daze, but it seems like they managed to slip the clutches of Swamp
No.
Gaming. Genki might have overextended to try and follow up on this one, but eventually Duet gets hunted
Getting
on
revived.
down. Bobo's gone too now.
Bobo's
For
gone.
Resurrection,
Holy
having
shit,
FFCL
dude. They're
needs to
just
find some
walking.
value in the back line, but Swamp Gaming are just all over this point.
Bobo's going to come in with the Doctor Strange, so it's about everybody else from Gen G stalling to make sure it works better than last time.
Portal opened. Could be in isolation. You could see that it momentarily grabbed out the Wolverine, and Zenstar is going to find themselves a path back onto this point as well. Alex almost up there to the invisible boundary, but Bobo's been taken out, and Alex won't be able to build it this time around. Swamp Gaming are barely having to use anything to take this point, and that's perfect considering they need to make it all the way through second.
That's so
But that's
tough.
the thing. Sorry, there's the thing. Zenstar comes in to try and fight that one a little bit more, but can only do so much. But still, time stalled out. It is going to be Swamp Gaming taking this first checkpoint and pushing on, but just a minute left, and Gen G now seeing if they can just get everybody off that objective before it goes to the end. They have to worry about Valentina, though, has got the one-sided gambit ult.
Gen G here, they want to just take 2 fights. They want to try and force out early.
Valentina is
You
not
can
playing
see that's
Elsa
why
right
they
now.
Didn't go to the second point.
Why are they showing-
Valentina's getting mighty close
why are they
here,
showing
and
her
she is
cam?
putting in so much pressure. Already, Ratatoshka's been kept away.
Oh,
they stopped by
big
Archers.
block.
Oh, Zenstar so quick on the draw with the wall. That's disastrous.
Melophobia doesn't want to go inside this time, apparently, as the walls was just stopped in, and Jan Amplifier now going to come through, as it is going to be the Royal Flush used. FMCL going down, just shy of having that last stand, but beer back means that they're straight back into the fray.
That's actually not a bad idea, getting behind the point.
Caught out here by the trap, but Krasmag's falling low. Great bubble usage and straight up into the sky. And there's a really
Groot's
safe
above.
resurrection here. Krasmag has managed to grab multiple people. Bobo's not inside of the invisible boundary. They managed to get him
There you
just
go.
in time. Scalagang is trying to hunt someone down with the meteor end, but can't find a target. Will instead settle for Duet, and Gen G will lose control of Ratatoskia soon.
But it's 10 seconds left, so you've given yourself another fight. Even if Gen G start to go down here, they're not dedicating anything more. They've got every ultimate other than the strategist, so this is just stalling because overtime is about to hit.
Huge.
And they have 100 meters
Huge.
to stop this one completely.
They just need one more fight.
Gen G have 4 ultimates to work with. Swamp Gaming have 1. This is all about economy. If you want a hero to bring Americas one step closer,
No, don't
this
feed,
bracket,
don't
it's
feed,
got to
don't
be
feed.
Daze. Oh, he's already made a move. He's got no one. Oh,
He's
got
got-
0 on the last stand, and Scalagengi's already down. Now Gen G
Groot,
are moving
kill Groot.
forward. The Vanguards are starting to dissipate before the
Yes.
Valentina's been crushed. So too are the
Oh my
Ravens.
gosh.
Swamp Gaming. Gen G rise up once again on Central Park and carve through with claws of Eastern Fury.
Let's
Brings us to
go.
a 1-all scoreline as Pacific strikes back on their home ground. Means that it has to be convoy of choice for Swamp to try to get this best of 5 over the line. But it shows
It is
in these big
1-1.
moments that Swamp
Holy.
can let it slip out of their fingers, out of their claws, and find themselves in positions like this.
What a smart maneuver to rotate around towards Ratatoska while it was still in the underground. That was where you were going to be safest from the Wolverine kidnaps because he can't take
Kevin, I
much
don't switch up. I just get
It's a
confused.
Skittles MVP as well on the rocket. Like, they were happy to go for the one-sided invis instead of going for
Yeah,
the
that-
gambit. If it's comfort, it works.
That kill on Valentino is kind of big.
Rocket, and it's one of those elements that certainly Swamp needs
Elsa
to lock
ult
out.
is huge
It's one of
too.
the few
Or not
times we've
Elsa,
seen him play on
Emma.
stage, but this series,
I
it
confuse
feels
those
like
two
it
as
could go the
well.
distance. I want to see Swamp push to see what they can do in these moments, but I also want to see Gen G show what Pacific is made for now that they've made that trip across the Pacific.
Now I'm wondering, like, what happened that we had the invis one-sided? It got so much value. I guess that came down to the Wolverine versus Wolverine being able to hit those force physics for peeling.
I mean, also just a head-to-head, but there is a desk ready to break down some of the stuff that's happening in these first 2 maps. So, guys, what is going on?
What is going on? We are having just the best games at... I'm less keen. We are having the best games coming out right now. Swamp have an incredible start. We were a little worried. You guys were talking in the break about just how much domination has been the potential, like, the pain points for Swamp Gaming in the past, but they absolutely cruised it here.
I mean, can we just talk about that epic comeback? They had a minute and a half over Gen G, and for them to be able to pull off what seemed like impossible. Swamp Gaming was clicking on all cylinders, quite literally put mud all over the ground, and they just sliced right through it and got on four-wheel drive and pushed through. I mean, Gen G, this is why they're such an interesting team and fascinating to watch.
They've really put up a lot of potential here. America Man, hi, welcome back, by the way.
Hey, how's it going, loser? What's up?
That was a good one.
I point out that two of my teams
Good
are
grab.
still going and still in the tournament, just like yours. So loser is a bit strong.
Well, that's true, but they're about to be eliminated later on because of how Swamp Gaming are playing. Looking at these highlights, yes, they didn't have the best map, but like we talked about, Gen G have a very free play style, very much so like the land of the free. And I think realistically how Gen G is playing is quite good, just to give them some credit. But that's the end of it there because Swamp Gaming tied this up, yes, 1-1. We're going to another map type that they should be good at, and I think that Swamp Gaming have the consistency to do that.
It felt like to me, listen, what does Swamp like to say all the time? We're family, we're all together as one. All I know is if you look at final hits, there was only one all-together family in that department. I mean, Gen G, they shared the load across the board, and they did answer the call of what a lot they couldn't do yesterday, even in the loss against 100 Thieves that they had in that one map of Museum of Contemplation. Like, Bobo not being able to get those ultimates, check, right? Duep getting that mag back, check. I think the ban phase was important on this one. Cool. The one-sided thing catcher wasn't the plan. You don't take the ball away from Tom Brady. No, you give mag to Duep.
You give mag to Duep. There's the thing you mentioned as a potential ban as well, but they also let Zenstari through on Groot so many times.
Yes.
There was so much attention, as Dogman brought up earlier.
Yeah, Gen G got fucking walked when defending.
Who remain unnamed talked about potentially banning out Vanguards being potentially important, and you can see exactly why by the performance of Gen G, where they just get some of their preferences. Duep, though, also a very impressive game on Emma.
For the first time, you made a good point, Tetcher. Dogman absolutely
That
so
was
wrong about
crazy
that
too.
I'm glad you pointed it out. So I think it's like Homelander said over here on the left of me. Realistically, this team, Swamp Gaming, are so good because of what they play. Duep, though, give him Magneto. I'm like that you mentioned Tom Brady. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, hey, listen, American Man, we can talk about that all day, but what I will say is I'm disappointed in that loss from Swamp Gaming there. I mean, it really was everything that they do well, and what they typically don't do outside, obviously, like TLC, but what they don't do typically is let something like that slip through. I mean, once they look dominant, they really don't hesitate, and this team does wear their heart on the sleeve. It has me worried because you gave Gen G even a sliver of that confidence from the full state.
And speaking of confidence, you've got to be a little worried about that. We have Swamp Gaming, the team where their players, it's their first ban.
Oh my gosh, that Emma ult was huge.
Every land, and they're essentially at their best ever performance so far, and they're now only 2 wins away.
Wow, 55,000 healing from Valentina, 49,000 on Forky.
Bobo with an incredible 43 eliminations. Zenstari with 49. This was just a
43 elims.
You're noticing one major thing. Bobo had 13 KOs on it, 13 casualties. So that you have to bear that in mind. Obviously, we're stat watching, and I'm watching how bad Bobo played in terms of that win. Cozy, by the way, Homelander. My apologies. I forgot he's not here.
I've got to ask what's going on.
I've got a little bit of a present for you. I know
Oh,
that
God.
behind the scenes, well, you're Homelander, let's be honest. I mean, I see how you dress, I see your hair and how blonde it is, and I figured this is for you. This is a present for you. I know that you've lost the way of America. And
what are you trying to do here? I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? And on top of that, you guys are the real heroes. You guys, listen, Bobo comes up to me in the hotel yesterday. He's like, hey, come over here, Cozy. And then he's on live stream with like half of China. Can't wait to talk. So excited.
Why are you, wait,
and
hold
listen, he calls me Homelander. They said they all call you Homelander. Listen, this is Marvel, dang it. I'm not having the milk. That's
You're having the milk.
That's
You're having the damn milk, Cozy.
Oh no. Oh no.
Somebody, okay. This is.
I'm upset.
Okay.
I need that adult.
He's lactose intolerant, by the way.
God. Help me.
You're welcome for that one. Anyways, back to the main show. Swamp Gaming, because of that.
Man, that's tough to make speechless, and damn it, you just did it there. Listen, hey, all I can say is not a lot.
Lock in, man. Lock in.
All right.
Going to Spider Islands. We're going to Convoy. Cozy, what do you think about that? Oh, man, what do you think about that?
Yeah, listen, Convoy, listen, I think Swamp gets right back here. You know, Spider Island, this is a map where they wanted to take it, you know, against TLC. Obviously didn't go the way that they wanted
It's
to. It's
1-1, by the way.
Not even getting past that.
It's best of 5. So this can go on for.
We gotta walk the walk. We gotta see how this team responds. But Gen.G, we've seen it before, Tetcher. Once
3 more
they get a
matches.
little bit of that hope, man, they seem impossible to stop. And the crowd out there, we're in America. Oh, you would think it's all in the land down under.
We saw some clips yesterday of some of the matches from the Gen.G versus 100 Thieves game, another American team, Dogman. Sorry, America Man.
You're getting lost.
I really am. I'm fried. I don't know where I am. But
Well,
we saw
let's-
them at the crowd. There was some loud support for Gen.G.
Yeah, sadly there is, and that's why we need a lot more USA in the crowd. Okay, and if I'm not seeing any shoeies on the other side, then obviously there's not a lot of Gen.G fans out there.
We'll have to see if we do get a
Why
shoey
is
by the
dude
end.
biting on his
If
non-existing nail?
Yeah, I'll get a milk shoey.
His nail's gone, and he's still biting on it.
Gaming loses this, you're doing a milk shoey.
Yeah, hey, done.
No, you have to say yes right now. My name, Homelander, you will do.
Done deal.
Oh, they're in the ban phase already. My apologies. Okay.
In breaking news, American Man found dead. Yeah, listen, guys, we've got a ban up and ready to go. It was the one-sided mag that made the difference for Gen.G. The first Loki save here, huge. We saw that before with TLC when they were going against them. Didn't go in their favor, but I do like it here.
It's kind of the argument. We saw the bait from the side of Na'Vi, from Terra, calling out iRemix. He's gonna protect.
Yeah, I know.
First, and he's going
But
to
he's
lose.
still biting
We
on
saw
it.
in the Virtus Pro Na'Vi game a little bit later on, and Virtus Pro did lose. It's a little bit of the argument of, is this Loki protect early and actually worthy pick?
Both Adam bans.
It's always a debate, yeah, and it's depending on if we go to Convoy and Convergence, obviously, with the Magneto. How good that character is, I'm kind of in that department, and that's why I have to partially agree with Dogman there, but really
Save Invis.
Going to the Invis save, and either way, don't you love to see that the Golden God is making its way, really for the first time, midway through the ban. I mean, we don't see that too often. No cheese to be had here. They want to win it the old-fashioned way, and either way, this is where you have to make it. You can't have one-sided Mag, right? I mean, at this point, if you're Swamp, you got to use this last ban on Mag, or do you just feel like they're going to give it to what?
Well, this is why going back,
they save, my bad.
Going back to stage 1, Swamp Gaming lost a match that they shouldn't have lost, banning all strategists. Fox cleverly said this was all planning for 2 months in advance. He was reading the meta back then when he lost.
No, that's a great point, actually. Yeah, Tetcher. I mean, listen, it is full strat ban here. Swamp Gaming has tried this before, and it's worked somewhat in the past, but this is a risky play. I like it.
Speaking of the strategists we're seeing banned out, you already mentioned we're seeing the Adam being banned out. There's a Rocket ban out and a one-sided Rocket secure for Swamp Gaming. When we go over the history of this map in particular, it's one of the first maps we started to see the full spawn holds on first point being attempted. It was this one and Midtown, where teams would set up sometimes with Penny. It was the first time we started seeing triple Vanguard, triple strategist, who really just try and burn time, try and delay, and make something happen.
Love the Rocket save here, the best Rocket in the game. Mini save, Forky Dog, so giving that action over to him. Wolf ban, no fastball special for days.
Not allowed.
That is interesting for sure. Tetcher.
Who have you got? Give me one word answer, Cozy.
Like Swamp Gaming here.
Who do you have, American Man? I hesitate to ask.
I'm with Homelander over here on the left. I got Swamp.
Well, there's only one way to find out who will take the lead in this series. Let's head over to Leg Day of Ryan Central to bring you map number 3.
Is there anywhere that American Man won't clip farm, Ryan? Is nothing sacred anymore? What happened to the American?
I don't know. I'm kind of into watching Cozy be force-fed milk. I mean, that just seems to be like, that's my e-sport, you know?
Mike's on, bro.
Yeah, well.
My mic's on. Oh, my God. I'm stun locked. Yo, can I get some of that? Can I get some of that nice food? I need a snack and a lie down.
Definitely need to lie down, I think, because, I mean, either these two teams, whether you win, you've got Rad that have been just chilling, setting up what's going to be the order. Well, for Swamp Gaming, it's going to be a lot less Logan, a lot less Adamantium, and it's going to be Days on the Daredevil. It's going to be that composition to break out of spawn of Swamp Gaming, trying to make this map choice work. They've only ever used it against Team Liquid Citadel, so it's kind of a new look for them to go against the big team in the Americas.
Didn't go great earlier against Team Liquid Citadel, but maybe Gen.G are a different tier of competition to an #1 seed coming out of North America. Dweeb's getting involved, and on top you can see that unlimited ammo for the
Oh my goodness.
really problematic for these Vanguards. Melophobia just
Wowie.
lets loose with adjudication and pierces through the skin.
I mean, it's also like there's no rocket on defense, there's no triple, so all of those eliminations going against Gen G have to sort of make it all the way back to spawn. FMCL is going to be actually going pretty low, but means that Gambit's available. Skittle is very low. It's just Alex, please, Alex, please heal me, please heal me. Manages to back up, but he has to give a lot of space for Swamp.
Days here. Just able to put down so much long-range pressure as well. Makes it very difficult to approach Swamp Gaming without taking a bunch of damage.
Melophobia trying to be pulled off of the high ground, but it's not going to do all too much. Not too much of a disrupting play in the end, but Gen G's composition on this defense isn't looking too robust in comparison to some of the other teams that want a full hold.
Melophobia's almost off cooldown. 10 seconds to the next unlimited ammo. So that means that Gen G needs to make a move now or never, but Krasmang might want to move first here. Almost out of a strangling prism. Up comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but still Zenstar is feeling safe inside of the invisible boundary, but there's a safety to be had, because Melophobia's just doing so much damage with the ammo overload. Look towards the back, FMCL is still back there, and Valentina Eve is looking for a copy here of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Gets it straight off of the opposing rocket, and Bobo is caught in a corner with
Bobo, what are you doing, bro?
He's going to push on, and it's an early pull from Zenstarry, but this hasn't really bought all that much time for Gen G across this series. Certainly when Melophobia sat there with the Retribution ready and waiting to strike, but if they can hold on to this ultimate for a little bit longer, they're going to use some of the other ones in case to clear off the point.
Pressure sitting and tracking. Now Daze looking for the backline. Where can Alex go? It's all about the healing, and the healing's being delivered. And now Daze might be a touch overextended. Melophobia can try and bail them out here as the judge, jury, and executioner all join the fray in favor of NA. FMCL towards the back, letting the devil out, but surely it's going to be so easy to carve through.
Oh my gosh!
And Zenstar is there with the finish. Still, there's not much to be done. Bobo sends them off the map. They need to keep it contested.
Oh no! Oh no, that's good. I'm kind of just reacting as it goes.
As Skittles falls at the hands of Krasmang and Valentina Eve's magic missiles cast at level 9 for a quick victory. FMCL's got Forky Dog. What's happening in this fight, Ryan?
I mean, Storm's apparently clearing up though, as that sort of old guard is coming in. As Spider-Man is
Where are we on Spidey, man?
But it's going to be the Punisher, not quite tagging up with him this time, instead sending him to an early grave. It seems that Spider-Man has been come and gone every single time very quickly, but it means that Swamp Gaming, for the first time out of their 4 games, have actually got past this first part of the map. It's either been a full hold for them or against. This is new to them. It's new DLC to play.
I love a new DLC, Ryan. Thank you, Guangguang. Thank you, Xiong. Bobo's got themselves an angle here. Having moved everyone to a Black Widow, they are going to be a long-range threat that Melophobia is going to have to be very careful about.
Well, Daze is not going to have the Wolverine option for one. Would have to go Daredevil if we want to close that distance, but it is the double hit scan trying to set up, use Melophobia a bit more.
Dude, Alex getting involved here on the Gambit. No fear, and Duap sets up on the cart. This is where he is happiest, sitting on the Magneto, almost has the blade back in hand, but has to back away because, of course, Scalagengi is throwing it the other way as well. FMCL went too far in towards the back, but still, after all of this is said and done, it's going to be all about the unleashing of power from the Gambit. Bobo is invigorated, and he's ready to ignite the battle and ignite the enemies.
And Bobo's got Swamp Gaming going, oh no, but Swamp have so many ultimates now that they're just happy to let that fight go their way. It's just a royal push that was dedicated in the end. And now,
ignite the battle.
Get a bit more comfortable, and Swamp Gaming need to find a way to close the distance. Daze going back to the Daredevil. It's just sort of flip-flopping away of which character he wants to be on.
Assassin's focus already found. I think that Valentina's managed to steal away a Raging Royal flush. Great play from her, but can Gen G rebuff the incoming aggression? Seems that Swamp Gaming haven't been able to make that much space off the back.
What was that?
Yeah, I mean, it's Stu It's like, where is everybody? I just heard the Gambit ultimate and nobody's actually fighting on the objective, but Bobo, we cut away from that because it was too brutal to show on TV. It's Daze that goes down as the ultimate is activated.
Oh, Forky Dog solo, follow-up coming in from the Venom. They've called in the reinforcements. They've called in the strike. Valentina's tricks don't work on Bobo. They're too smart for this one. And Melophobia's approach is shut down. Toot sweet.
And it's now just Bobo just going in for the fight. Now it's the one-on-one against the Daredevil. Magneto is there. Scalagengi has managed to
how'd they lose that?
In the process, it's traded out from Duet, but now it seems that Gen G are losing out on the numbers.
Okay, taken down at what cost? It seems that Swamp Gaming were willing to pay it. Just get the Magneto and the Daredevil on top of that Widow.
Yeah, Zenstar just trying to touch on to the point. I mean, Gen G, they've watched it up as probably like, just throw these Vanguards on the point, keep stalling it, keep forcing out fights, just basically make this a battle of attrition and Gen.G have all day. It was all night for them with the time zone difference, but they won't matter all too much. Melophobia has the Apex Predator. It's the only thing that Swamp have in hand.
And sorry, can't get away. Pulled back in by the Yanzi Street Charge. The purple's there as well. Vulnerability breaks through symbiotic bonds, and Melophobia set up. They see the landing strip for the Glatrox. The airfield is prepared. All they need to do is make the landing to bring Swamp Gaming home.
On that track, or the trap.
Just finding the right angles here, but he's trying to get this crossfire, even going offensive, but it is going to be the Devil out and the Gambit all in.
They're going to pulse the back, already for a generation of domain runes have been used, but FMCL doesn't stop it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Taken down with the constant pocket from the Invisible Woman. FMCL keeps it going.
Absolutely on the same wavelength. It's a blur
FMCL is crazy.
Rush on through, and 15 seconds for Swamp Gaming to touch. The portal's going to be really hard to do for Strange because Gen.G are in their spawn.
So instead they have to send Krasmang forward on that Venom. They had trouble on the previous map getting value out of a Venom. I heard
Mag's not being looked at because the healers. Oh no.
And Danny gets it done this time. Bobo scattered.
Oh.
FMCL goes down as well, and Melophobia will reign over these lands as a cruel monarch.
Can Bobo touch?
Just that in
No.
between. Gen.G wanted to close the distance, stop a
That's
portal
tough.
play, but as soon as that Venom swings in from Krasmang, they have to go back. People are split, and that finds opportunities for all of Swamp Gaming. Valentina does have the copy. She's already managed to grab one of the Royal Flushes on the side of Alex, but it's going to be a lot harder with a minute left and all of this high ground to perch on. You got to keep your step. We've seen people fall off of here earlier.
Scattergang, just going to try and buy all the space they can, using their metallic curtain. And you've got to make sure that Alex is staying hidden here as Duep goes above it all.
Oh.
Follow down Krasmang for a generation of maze need to be taken down by someone else, but Duep can't get it down in time. And now
The fuck was that?
charge up the Meteor M. Looking towards the back, he said, now
Oh no.
a turnaround here, possibly off the back of the group inside of the
We're seriously getting walked again, bro.
the healing, the numbers, the multiplicity of prowess as well. And Duep just has to exchange their vitality for time.
He fell down to the low ground, but still managed to stall for a little bit more time and space. Swamp Gaming now throwing the thing in, just want to see if they could get right to this choke, exactly where the Groot is, close the distance, and he's been allowed to. This is going to be hard to move Krasmang away from this spot.
A hallowed path that they must tread now. Up these difficult stairs, each step more difficult than the last. A double
Wow, they both dodged it. That's crazy.
Valentina still has options
Oh,
here. They're pushing
yes.
them out. FMCL's found her, and now only Forky Dog is going to remain on the outside.
No.
Scalagengi stands tall
Yes.
and stands proud as he will guard the realms of Swamp. With 0 seconds remaining, they must keep this one contested.
Oh, huge.
Melophobia is evicted from the other side by FMCL. As the
Great
portal
stagger on
begins to open,
Invis.
but Krasmang can't
Nice.
drive it fast enough. And Gen.G hold on last.
FMCL is absolutely earning himself a salary here for Gen.G. The parries, the blocks, even finding a pick onto Valentina that goes for the copy on the invisible boundary means that it's shut down near enough instantly. And the one time that we have seen Gen.G put onto this map from XOXO in Pacific, it's XOXO01, which is a fantastic name for a team, and very narrow to actually miss out qualifying for this event itself. But Gen.G pushed it all the way to the end, so actually it just stopping shy of third. It's good for them, but it's just we haven't seen an awful lot of it in the end. Swamp Gaming have been very good at full holding or being full hold. They want to make sure that things end here on first, and when you have the likes of Loki, you have the Rocket, you don't quite have stuff like the Adam to work alongside, but you imagine that there's going to be that triple composition coming in again. Something that Gen.G just didn't opt to do.
Jarvis, bring up the fan cannon machine, because I have never seen a more Vanguard duo thing than both Zemstari and Duep reading that clobbering time and double parrying it with the bubble and the diamond form. That was absolutely sick.
It's the experience now that these guys have managed to get, even before we saw some of the players coming in from Nova, like
Come on, Gen.G.
really make this like Chopper Mag squad, international squadrons plenty with like qualifying.
Let's lock in, yeah.
It's just even a little bit beyond that, though. For Gen.G, they've set themselves in a good position to maybe take the lead in this best-of-5 series. The Swamp Gaming's defense on their map is one to definitely respect.
All right, FMCL not going to opt in for the penny just yet, alongside Bobo's usage of the Storm. Of course, it would usually be Bobo who's playing that hit scan prowess.
There's no Ultron too, so the Penny was free, the Ultron was free, but they're still running this triple strategist just with the Rocket and the Loki. Means that Forky has a lot to do when it comes to the sort of main strategist putting out that healing. Bobo wants to try to send people out, and FMCL over on the Wolverine one-sided. Found a target to pull in, but I don't think it's actually led to any eliminations.
Yeah, I think it may well have been a clone from the Magneto, or maybe Krasman, which is able to instantly get out using their Cyberweb snares. Bobo just continues building up all of his damage. Has to be careful.
Look at Penny,
range, though.
yes.
Krasman's going to be the first to fall. Scattergengi to get revived. It was Metaphobia just have a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a
Look at Mag,
roll,
look at
like,
Mag.
around there
Nice.
If they go in,
Emma.
keep this point contested for as long as possible.
Yeah, just one at a time. Drop
Nice.
Gives Krasmang the space to go for a portal. Like Swampert very well drilled when it comes to these plays, and it's all about just stalling for as many fights as he can. Swampert just happy to go down because they're going to just contest Neron instantly again.
Have to be careful here. If you are a strategist, not get picked off early when the Goon Squad rolls out, and wow, the Gambit really does mess with that formation. Everyone on Swamp Gaming is going to have to reconsider their position, but they do at least keep the point contested, so it's not running away from pulled in to the Wolverine.
Oh my goodness.
Place to be inside of the invisible boundary. Valentina's already gone down, but should be resurrected here by Daze. The Battle Recall Breakin brings her back, but Scattergengi's not going to be able to grab it now. Wolverine's next upon the docket. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet for FMCL. Vanguards and their big health pools are easy pickings for the Wolverine, but inside of the invisible boundary, things are more complicated, and you cannot convert.
And not at all. Alex even got the royal flush, but that fight was just
How in the world did they get? Oh my gosh.
leap in, but just dodged him away from FMCL, who somehow has survived all of
How
this fight that's
did
going on.
Genji get in front of the point?
Now Krasmang has Naya Bagamoto. Going to be quite easy to shut down though between Duet, Skittles, and FMCL.
Whether they can see it coming in the end. There's another invisible boundary built up from Forky, so Swampert happy to go for this.
Melophobia grabbed on in, and towards the back, the Omega Hurricane is going to be unleashed. Valentina's already swapped over. Melophobia grabs two!
Bruh.
Skittles hiding in the same location, but I'm afraid you're going to need more than cuddles with your co-strategist to avoid
No
the incoming
way.
wrath of Melophobia.
It was Bobo who came in with the Omega Hurricane.
I mean, it's a good thing
Clear up some of these lamps set up from
they wasted their invis and they don't have Loki either.
Finds two with a Meteor M, but it's on the back line that now is time to pull out the Royal Flush.
Krasmang wants to cook. They just need to try and find the opening. Last Stand takes down both Krasmang and Scattergengi.
Oh, they have
as
triple.
They still thinks it's winnable with
Still
the
doesn't
Cosmic
matter.
Ion Amplifier, but they could not be more wrong. Krasmang resurrected, returns to the point, but is summarily evicted.
It's 2 fights, 1 for Genji, but 3 minutes burnt and bought off, and they have to pretty much get towards the end here. So Swamp Gaming going to have at least another fight. Maybe even having another portal. Daze is switching away from the triple setup to Marva 222. Might just leap into the fray and take this fight, but it means that ultimates are missing. You have to look at the Vanguards for Genji to be the difference makers.
Bobo's taking this opportunity as well to swap over in their own right towards the Elsa.
I will say Swamp did a great job defending for that long.
Wants to be in this sort of big closed space.
For that
It's
first
a
point.
scrap here at the start of Spider Island.
He's though stalling the count already. Very strong play. A couple of players
Oh.
have been stunned here by the clobbering time, but already Duep has gone on down inside of his invisible
Nice.
boundary. FMCL just keeps on playing, and Daze can't make it to the cart. He's inside of the Gambit team up, and the knockbacks are simply too strong. Melophobia's taking on Bobo on the other side, but it's a big
Yeah, take him
grab
off.
from
Nice.
FMCL, spear tackling them away from the point. And Duep is just here for a little bit of, you know, it's a cameo. New movie.
Yeah. Hey,
consume!
Spider-Man's here, everybody. And there he goes. That's pretty much about it. But Skittles had a really good invisible boundary just to sort of set up and take that fight there, like Swamp Gaming were just pulled into an awkward position. But they have another portal to go
Uh-oh.
for. Just keep forcing fights, send the bodies in, Swamp Gaming go
Yeah.
again.
Here we go yet again. Skittles
That's
already
so
down.
bad.
I'm going to call this one as you can try and rotate back towards the spawn room where you are technically invincible. Melophobia rolls the dice. No nat 20, unfortunately, for that bionic hook.
Is Pro Schizo? What's happening?
They sort of forgotten that the spawn of the enemies is right behind him, but they're still finding targets for Zara to send Starry to send him back to spawn. Everybody's going to adjust, and a great perch for Swamp Gaming to sit up on.
Melophobia looking for yet another hook. Wants Bobo.
Oh,
finds
no.
Bobo, but the peel is solid off the back of that personal Guardian shield.
Because of the swap overs as well from the triple Vanguard, it means that these ultimates have been built up fairly quickly. Deus is happy to swap over towards the Strange to go for the portal. Very close to having an Eye of Agamotto to join the other 5 ultimates available for Swamp.
Now, Swamp very close to using a bunch of ultimates as well in the back of him. Zill's already fallen on down despite being bullied up by the Gambit.
Good block by Emma.
Just gets taken out there by the shield, and already so much damage has been done. Forky Dog's still going to commit.
Nice.
Going in with the invisible boundary. Has Melophobia heard the call? Is it time
No way. No way they turn this around.
Skittles as well. The believers are
Okay, I was about to say.
Swamp Gaming, but when all the dust settles, Gen G have found their purchase.
It doesn't matter. They didn't hear a bell. Swamp Gaming are going to throw themselves into another fight. They'll have the copy and actually switching away from the invisible boundary to go for the Luna. Feeling that FMCL has just got way too much freedom. He has been swapping around, went for the Black Cat, didn't work, so he's going to go to the Daredevil to try and match Deus. But it means a change has to come in for Swamp Gaming's defense.
This is going to offer Valentina Eve a good early ultimate. Instantly copy over that fate of both worlds, but Duep's going to make sure there's no such options.
She's got Valentina.
What a play from Melophobia, and where were the remainder of Gen G? Duep was out on an island, and the
Oh
rest of
my
Gen G were watching from
gosh.
afar. Have fun, mate, but we're going to get reset over here. Tainted Voltage into a quick pull, and there goes the last one. Count them on down. The cleanse is solid to end the ultimate, but Skittles surely is going to fall to rot astern.
You have to sort of back up a little bit more.
Kill
now
Bucky,
at the
kill
end.
Bucky.
They
Yes.
just get caught
Nice.
on the exits. So it does mean that Gen G are going to try to go in as fast as they can. They've got the bodies to do it. Zenstari is going to be over on the Venom, has the ultimate, going to leap in with a Feast of the Abyss to see if he can catch on to somebody as the regeneration domain from the Loki of Valentina going to be used. Even the ultimate has to be copied in the end. But Swamp Gaming somehow bringing this out, and it's overtime pretty early on in the second checkpoint.
They didn't touch. Are we serious, guys?
No! Oh, that one dance co-stream is going to be very invigorating.
The whole cinematic universe, it feels like, felt
Wow.
Echoes across
Are we
the
dead
time
ass, bro?
streams. 1,000
Gen G,
voices
what are we
crying out
doing?
Sad unison, and that is an absolute mental breaker. And it's all grins for Falx on the stage.
I think, has Pacific woken up yet? Have they gone to bed? It might be just a, okay, we're done.
Stay in bed.
Yeah.
It was all a nightmare. It was all a dream.
And that's all off the back of Swamp just forcing as many fights as they did.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the perfect position of, like, we can go for the portal.
Gen G C9.
But, like, that
They didn't touch point
hurts if
when
you're
the
Gen
timer was
G.
going down.
You have to be able to bounce back, and we saw some, like, long fights go to
They were
distance. That's the
attacking.
one we've seen with Contemplation yesterday against the 100 Thieves. But it does mean the Swamp Gaming are one map away from knocking out the last Pacific team that we
That's
have.
so tough,
going
dude.
up against in a fourth place game against Rad a little bit later on.
I mean, I'd love a little bit more Americas versus EMEA, but I'm not sure if this is the way that I want it to happen. For Gen G, it's time to lock in or get locked out.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we're not throwing to the desk of American Man's there. I don't want to hear what he has to say about that, because it was just feeling like good for Gen G. Like, it was, defense was set in a good position. They were dealing with one of the strong teams when it came to these, like, defensive holds. It was the map choice of Swamp, but you just saw it from the glimmer of Fox's face there. It was just like, oh, okay, we'll take that, but we were expecting that to go a little bit further on.
Yeah, Gen G grin in this case. I mean, unfortunate, but like you said, credits to Swamp.
Gen
They played that
9.
defense so perfectly
Holy.
that we burned through 6.5 minutes of defense with Spider Zero, making it barely halfway through the map, despite a couple of lost fights from Swamp on that defense. They just played it sublimely and like, you know what? We don't need to win. We just need to lose slowly until you mess up.
It is just, you didn't hear a bell, but Gen G didn't hear overtime on the horizon either, it feels like. But it's the fact that this is what tests it here. That's a harrowing experience. We've all done it. Most of us have done it. None of us have really...
What are both of you
managed to
up
actually
to
go
right
on
now?
stage, mind you. But it's the fact that you have to quickly bounce back and go like, okay, that was the last map. We have the map choice now. We can go for something a little bit different and try to sort of prepare what Swamp is going for. But we are going to hear what the analyst desk have to say about that, and please, don't let American Man on stage, please.
Well, thank God American Man is gone. It is me,
I know you're
Cozy,
watching me,
joined
but like, what are
with
you
Duggan
doing?
and Hey, listen, all I have to say is it's nice to see America get right back
Eating,
on that
okay.
track as we see Swamp Gaming kind of take care of business. It's always tough to see the old the C9, the Gen G happen there at the end. But either way, Swamp Gaming, how do you feel like they played?
I feel like you're getting some maybe quotes from American Man with there saying that it's now the Gen G if they don't touch in the cart. But I felt like Swamp Gaming played a phenomenal map, and it really is through a lot of this Vanguard play, the front line, but it's everybody right now. I mean, this team is such a cohesive unit, and you know, I thought that Zen Story back when they were playing on Rootwood a little bit more was phenomenal, but now today you do have Swamp Gaming's front line popping the hell off.
Well, and Daze was able to come
Holy
back a little
shit,
bit, right?
dude.
I don't think we saw the best of it in
That Daredevil was awesome, and then the one right after.
map is Spider Island. Either way, I mean, Bobo looks so clean out there. A lot of the pieces are there, kind of like Swamp Gaming kind of giving up that last one as well. But for me, it's really that if they were going to, if Gen G wants to win this thing, it felt like they had to get that map from them. Now they got to be perfect to finish off this BO5. Gonna be a lot tougher when you are ice skating uphill, as Blade likes to say, Dogman.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that the thing is as well that you mentioned about Bobo being so good is that, I mean, even though they did lose that round or that map, it does feel like Bobo is, I mean, well, no, he is. Statistically, he's the most successful Chinese player of all time so far in this game.
By a lot.
By a lot, yes, because of what Tetris said. I mean, he's played on Nova, he did well in mid-season, and yeah, he's just such a talented player and really good. It's a shame that, you know, I think some of the other players couldn't make it, but he's really good.
Can I say this? I feel like if Swamp Gaming somehow won this whole damn thing, I think Melophobia might be regarded as the new Thanos. Like, it doesn't matter their role or
Real.
This man
He's really good as
He's
DPS.
been absolutely dominant basically every single game we've had. Even the ones that Swamp have lost, he's been a shining beacon to try and bring them back into the series, and was instrumental.
Convoy
to Swamp now
Midtown.
heading to match point, which we have just found out is going to be Midtown on Convoy for our next map.
I got some
Bro, get rid of
thoughts on this.
Penny.
I feel like
Get the.
when we saw that last map and what we've
Get her
seen
out of there.
I know they don't want to go back to domination, and I get that, but based on what we've seen out of Swamp behind the scenes in stage 1, they're not the best on domination, at least just versus Team Liquid Citadel. So that is something to take into account, but Team Liquid Citadel are closer, I would say, to getting that trophy than Swamp Gaming just because of the fact they've been dominant throughout the tournament.
So here's the thing. Obviously, Midtown really front-to-back map, right? We've got a ton of front-to-back going on it. If you look at the team,
Bro, still gnawing on his thumb, bro.
have a pretty solid front-to-back comp.
It's gone. It's gone, brother.
Really work out for them last time.
Oh my
Groot,
God.
they're gonna go that route, you know.
I'm sorry, that stuff is
The
just like,
ban phase could be ever so important.
it's a pet peeve of mine.
But I like this map. pick
People
up
biting on their
against
nails.
Swamp Gaming. See a lot of it, and this might be the one.
I'm literally going to mirror what I said during the last draft. This is the second map where we started to see these big spawn holds. We started to see the pennies. We started to see the triple strategist, triple vanguard.
A
This
bad
is
one.
where you can
The
really
bad
try and
habit.
shut down momentum of any team.
Hey, and listen, starting the right way. I like
I
it, right?
bite
Great,
my
funny business,
tongue.
just get
It's
the
a
bag,
bad
right? Just get the
habit.
big-time plays, and obviously we saw a lot of that, you know, with what was pulled off yesterday. Dog, Loki ban off the rip. You like it?
I'm a little
Yeah,
geeked.
I mean, this is kind of an interesting point because of, like you guys were talking about, I mean, maybe you get the one-sided Loki. Is it really worth it? On Convoy and these type of maps, it's kind of worth considering, at least what I feel like about the meta, which is everybody has their own takes, so I'll take it with a grain of salt. It does feel like Loki is almost as good as Magneto, I would say.
I'm surprised it's not painful because he's probably going below the line.
That have an amazing Loki player, someone like Valentina having access to Loki. What does it do? Hey, if you have an amazing mag on the other side, it's a quick way to shut down that Meteor Imp and you have all the other greatness that comes
Bobo
from it.
side eye.
We've talked so much about, hey, what's the optimal pick here? What's the best pick here? But sometimes you just can't
Bro,
beat
that-
a player on your
that
team
dude
who
looks
goated on a singular
tired.
hero and making sure that they absolutely get it so
Yeah.
they can get some control through. They now have access to the Loki. They prevented access to Loki and Adam on the side of Gen G, so if we do go for spawn holds, Gen G's is suddenly a lot weaker.
This is a sexy draft right now from Swamp, in my opinion. I mean, if you look at what Gen.G's trying to do, listen, I like the Gambit. It might be one-sided unless they choose
Oh, my
to
lights
save
are dead.
here,
Great.
which, you know, might be the play. Either way, you know, one-sided mag also is going to shut down a lot of the 3-3 or any of the Vanguard business you want to do. We saw Melophobia pulling off some
One-sided Adam and Loki.
One-sided Adam, though. Hello, special Marvel Zombies.
Crazy.
Right through the holes. I'm digging it.
And what my problem with both these squads so far through the draft phase, because I do have a bone to pick, it's that they're not doing what somebody like Navi would do. I feel like they're very adaptive, or they have great adaptations rather.
No
in terms
invis.
of their ban phase, in that they're doing things ahead.
They don't
ahead
have
of the
Gambit.
meta and ahead of the curve.
No one
Right now,
has
Swamp
invis.
Gaming is doing something we've seen all tournament, and I like when we have new iterations come out.
Genji with the rocket at the end, just so they have at least one revive. We are heading into what could be match point for Swamp Gaming. Cozy, who do you have?
Yeah, I got Swamp again, taking this home and moving on forward. I'm shocked that Fox, who doesn't like the triple, went with the cheese for the end here.
And Dogman.
Yeah, he looks like he's ready to go for this match as the coach of Swamp Gaming. I got Genji, though. I think they'll come back, even though this is a tough map for them.
There's only one way to find out, though. Will Genji bring it back and keep the hopes of Pacific alive, or will Swamp shut them down? Let's head over to Leg Day and Ryan Central.
Hey, Ryan, what's the matter?
A lot, I think. But in this case, it's a map. I sort of highlight this, as you pointed out. These are the two teams that have brought out a blade on this map, whether it was the grand finals of last year with Gen G or Swamp Gaming doing it in the playoffs here. It could show up. It's less than likely, certainly with the team-up changes, but there is always an option. If there's any kooky, crazy ideas that Gen G have been sat
Loki,
on
Rocket,
in
Adam.
the Oceanic region,
Rocket,
now is the time
Gambit.
to use them.
All right, Genji.
Herbie POV.
Up against the wall now. Swamp Gaming are on the precipice of victory and booking their ticket deeper into our lower bracket.
It's going to be Gen G attacking first on that map choice. They have to want to draw this line, and they have to draw the Penny's utility out as much as possible.
Why are they so split?
For the Storm to try and clear this, but they do find a first pick on Scat again.
Yeah, but here comes the first resurrection. Battle Recall Beacon already used. Now you just got to worry about the two resurrections.
Why are they there?
Melophobia and Valentina. Eve, so much damage taken already by Zenstari, but the healing
Holy
is good.
moly.
The triage is strong. You've got to worry about those Penny mines. For Spider Spawner has been taken down instantly by the Vortex of the group.
It worked.
Look at this Gambit team up. That's actually split Swamp Gaming in half and allowed for some space for Zenstari to get stuck back into this point.
As if there wasn't enough to deal with on the ground to move people in and amongst these positions. But
oh no, he's too big! He's too chungus!
He's too chunky to fit
Shut the
through the door. Put him on a bit of a slimming plan, but Daze has managed to get himself out into the fight.
Bro, if you're not Bogart, you're not allowed to say Chungus over the age of 30.
Oh, the extra HP from the charge wasn't enough. Now Daze taken down. Might well be resurrected here by the Battle Recall Beacon. Indeed it is, but still too much has happened already. Many players falling. Valentina, Forky Dog, all gone.
Wow.
And still
Just killed Penny right there and killed.
That resurrection, so it's going to have to come back next time.
It feels
Just cancel that, Adam.
Gaming's whole composition with the draft. It's about how this first point goes, and we've already seen that
There
they
you
like
go.
to take as many fights as they can do. Scatagenji's going to come in again with the portal, and
Bobo.
Revival's on the way.
Oh, Bobo's got such a good angle.
Oh,
though.
good
Bobo's got
angle.
Such a good angle. The adjudication's just tearing through them so quickly.
He knows the perfect angle.
The strategists don't have a good line of sight here onto Bobo. And the second that the Gambit comes up to try and pocket them, Bobo's going to leave. Out he goes with the Judge, the Jury, the Executioner, all are coming in to show.
Oh my
what they
gosh.
think of Swamp Gaming. Daze, Scattergun,
Huge.
Melophobia, all falling tandem. All
Bobo.
And it's just as Camera Revival came online for Melophobia. He had the life cocoon, but he's decided to opt out against it. It might not be much of a chance to touch now.
Zenstari's going to look for an early ultimate here. Maybe wants to try and get rid of Valentina before she can make something happen. You can see already all the CC's heading their way. Going around the back, Valentina's fallen, Melophobia too. Finally, Gen G have actually managed to win the initiative fight.
Let's go.
Miss as well, right? Because Melophobia
Full
gets sent
4
down again.
minutes.
Life cocoon and
Good
Valentina
stagger.
was at 98% to go for the copy. So no
Good
Camera
stagger.
Revivals get used in the end. At least they have the strategist ultimates, but that whole strategy playing around the one-sided Adam.
Bobo 15-0 is crazy.
They have the resources they need to retake control. 2 Cosmic Yarn amplifiers to play with.
1 and 5.
Going to be able to sort of take those fights, and Melophobia being over on the bookie feels like that has been one of the saving graces for Swamp. Melophobia has been certainly on one, but he's already pushed back to second checkpoint.
So much space has been gained, but maybe Swamp Gaming just want to play inside of a second zone so they do not get snowballed, instead opting for a more defensible position.
Why is he shooting the wall?
The underground, Valentina already having used the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, copied it away from Forky Dog. Genji looked for a disengage here, perfect timing.
What the
onto Zenstari, but
dude?
Harry to get away from a trooper's fist and up into the sky, into the midst of Genji. Daze falls on
No.
He's gonna try and save them all via the
Wolverine
power of the
ultimate.
mind itself. FMCL resurrected, all's fair in love and war, but Skittles tries to tilt the tables in their favor.
Groot dead.
Goes up against the damage boost.
Both
Adjudication
Groots.
Shotgun is just too much damage to try and deal with. Bobo parries an incoming
The fuck?
grab. Yeah, using the turret, but then they're just stuck in place for Scattergun.
I guess, but he died anyway.
Attempt to just try to hold on, to pull out something in order to protect from this oncoming storm that is Swamp Gaming. But it means that copy is
Jesus.
done. The Yarn Amplifier is going to be quite a way off for Swamp Gaming. And the Royal Flush very close from Alex at this point. Gen G, I would have thought that they would have switched up some of their composition a little bit. No, Bobo wants to stay over on that Punisher. And if he's timing well with all of these like bits of utility, the unlimited ammo with damage boosts, yeah, he is a winner for Gen G if he can get stuff going.
Oh, Days already has made their position known here, and yep, is actually going to fall.
Oh, shit.
He gets shut down by the bubble. FMCL gets dragged in, at least the Melophobia and Scatagingia there on the other side to make this one work. Great triage there from Swamp Gaming onto a plan that went a little bit awry.
Means that that's pushed all the way back to spawn, so what's going to be the way? You might even have to dedicate stuff like...
Why is FMCL doing that?
Just get back out of this first choke point.
It's a great hold here from Swamp Gaming, and they're doing this thing once again where they just keep on fighting and draining that time back.
FMCL is going towards the Black Cat. We've seen spitterings of it, honestly, but really not picked too much out of it.
Black Cat.
So calling card needs to be built up. He wants to try and dive in and just goes invis off the back of the Silent Seduction.
Oh.
To work with going towards the back. Raging Royal Flush
Oh,
makes it so
Bucky.
their angles. They want Melophobia so
Nice.
bad, and they are going to grab them. Carbon Fist pierce the flesh of the wayward Bucky, but Bobo's just taking so much damage. Well, my boys heals. Forky Dog take him down in the back.
No,
resurrected, but
bruh.
Skittles has already been taken down, and Swamp Gaming, they have locked down Grand Central Station.
They're just losing too many people in quick succession, so every time we do see Skittles be right back, bring somebody back into the fray, they have to go down again because everybody else from Gen G started to drop.
I don't want to say it's over, but
it's
it's looking like it's over.
And certainly now the Swamp Gaming building up the strategist ultimates again means that there's a sustain, but there's a chance here.
Gen G just has a hard time like actually attacking.
Already in Valentino, ready to match. Putting it up on the high ground is a great location. It's going to be difficult to try and take on down. But Zenstar is looking for something here.
Oh.
A multitude of players are grabbed on in, and Daze is going to be the first to fall, but should be easily resurrected on the other side.
Am I a liar?
FMCL, the Black Cat may finally pay some dividends, but Melophobia still alive and kicking.
Maybe.
Alex getting involved himself. Scatagengi down to 3
She's
HP.
okay.
Someone's
There you
gonna
go.
finish it. It's got to be Alex there. The tick damage is enough. FMCL goes deep. A phantom pursuit onto a wayward tree, and Melophobia still needs to be evicted from the back line, but not before Alex is traded out on the other side. Krasmag floats around in a bubble. It's just going to keep this one contested.
But overtime now, and I'm sure the Gen G are going to attach themselves, handcuff themselves to this objective so it doesn't C9 again. But calling card is really the only thing.
Yeah, please do not C9 again. That'd be terrible.
FMCL can't be the one to go in from that Route 1 approach. He has to go in and flank behind.
Forky Dog has the answer. Forky Dog has the tickets to the finals. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier already used. The calling cards are sent on forth. The team bisected by the Gambit team up. And you can see that FMCL has so much position to move on in.
Huge. Huge.
No resurrections this time.
No.
FMCL, Melophobia will find them all. And they're not going to stop right here. Yeah, there's going to be some desperate attempt.
No way.
All they've got is a tree. And they're going up against the entire swamp of mangroves.
And Swamp just keep clearing Gen G out in such a way that there's no chance to keep stalling. Time is the name of the game for these objectives with a payload. And Swamp are really making those things count. Gen G went for the attempt of the Strange Portal, but much like a lot of the other ones that we've seen
This is
today,
terrible,
it's
dude.
just, you're just coming out of spawn. You can't really get set up. And Gen G just losing out too many people.
They need
too
to defend
many
with their
times.
life.
And Melophobia again, the king of it. Not that many final hits, but when you're playing with this amount of sustain, you're not seeing that much eliminations in the server full stop at this point. Really looking at Bobo that's managed to get the 10 final hits, 15k damage. And one thing to really sort of highlight, I believe, is just Valentina Eve. It's the small stuff. It's using the copies, the regeneration domain on Loki, getting the copy over on Rocket for an Ibira back down using the Yarn Amplifier. It's like all of the utilities available. Gen G are probably wishing that the likes of Jean Grey was a little bit more meta, because Swamp Gaming are just throwing out all of the utility when they get their hands on it. And Valentina's had so many good lamps coming in from the Loki. It's saved them from some big ultimates from the likes of FMCL.
I mean, she's got a great multiplicative punch, right? Because not only do you
Herbie
get the damage boost
POV.
from the lamps before you copy
I
it
Herbie.
onto the Rocket Raccoon, you also are going to get the multiplicative damage boost from a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. So in those first few seconds before the lamps are taken down, you are doing so much damage you can get that crazy burst.
And I think every time that we've seen the double Be Right Back's been placed down, they have brought people back in that little window that they have of the God of Mischief being in play. But Gen G want to try and make this a full hold defense if they can, but a lot of the tools to do it have been banned away. So
Oh,
they
no
have to sort of
passive.
dig in deep with a 2-2-2 setup.
Dave's just walking up to them, menacingly. has lost their regeneration.
Rocket dead. Nice.
Folkydog's already been found in the back by Duet, being able to weave those sword blasts through the midst of Swamp Gaming.
How are you
taking a lot of damage and it's gonna
taking so much
require
damage?
rotation from Gen G.
Krasmang's walls are going to be a real problem here as Melophobia is trying to sort of do his best like impression of Bobo, what he was able to do on attack. But Bobo finds that pick up the days, Beer back.
No.
Yep, Zenstari. Don't know if they're going to have any similar luck here. Indeed, they will be resurrected. That means FMCL won't be able to come back very
Dang,
quickly.
bro.
Gen G are giving up so much space here, which means they
They need to lock in.
It's staggering. It's one after the other, just in a way that Gen G can't quite disengage for fights they don't want to take. Like now, they're pretty much forced to fight here for Swamp, and they don't want it.
They're never Bobo's behind them. Isolated. They can get themselves a 5 versus 1 right now, and yeah,
Bobo.
can't stand up against the arrayed armaments of Swamp Gaming. So close towards the goal already. Swamp Gaming moving fast. Big pull in onto the group who takes the Viscard, try and turn this one around. But Krasman could be the final note in this symphony with their own ultimate. No one can approach the cart, and that is going to be Bobo with the quick TP that's a touch too late, surely.
Bruh.
He's even attempted it. Krasmang's gone in on the other side, like just close out the distance. He's managed to actually a little bit closer to comfort. But at least a window there for Swamp Gaming. The changes have to come through. Bobo going over to the Black Widow. Needs to keep check of Days.
Bro, are they playing this like it's ranked? What are we doing?
Just cannot get a hold of this.
What is that from Krasmang? I'm putting that wall in my little Rolodex of tricks for comp.
It's rebuilding its way into Midtown, and they're already making
Oh my gosh. Crazy damage.
It's not going to be too long out.
Yeah, extra damage going to come through from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but as far as Swamp Gaming are concerned, they have not lost anyone, and Zenstari went too deep, and that was Melophobia's time to break on out. A perfectly positioned
The
shield
Emma
there from
block is
Skelegengi.
crazy.
Days is only going to add to this. There's no mercy remaining in Days' heart, even if their grab did get peeled away from here by Alex. Bobo's going to go for the Assassin's Focus. Oh,
Nice.
Zenstari and FMCL find low HP targets. Skelegengi's on top of the wild Black
Oh,
Widow.
no.
This backline is being severely punished.
And Valentino was able to at least grab 2, but the duelists of Gen G have given themselves a bit of respite. You'd think so, but they're still going for more. Zenstari is hungry to find his backline, and Folkydog for a second has gone over to
That's
Elsa.
not Bobo.
Now he's gone over to Luna just to go for the portal for Days as Swamp Gaming are back in.
This is TPing back. Not the ideal hero for this, but we'll still have access to that big dark maelstrom. FMCL towards the back, letting the devil out. It's going to be combined with Zenstari on the dive, but they are going to be partitioned away from the remainder of the team.
FMCL, come on.
Now, but seems like the back and forth feeling between Folkydog and Valentina is very solid. Bobo now going to be isolated and can be shielded away from the remainder of the team. Valentina looking for a copy, manages to take
No. Oh, yes, yes. Huge. They need to get on point, though.
Valentina traded out with Skittles. Melophobia next to go. This is such a disgusting back and forth, and it's all about the backline for Gen G, but they don't have the staying power on the point. Alex is going to have to try and make it work themselves, but going up against all of this biomass, Swamp Gaming stand tall.
Oh.
Stand proud, stand ready to advance in the brackets.
It means
Swamp Gaming.
2 of Americas, 2 of EMEA, as Pacific have to sort of finish out in a 6th place finish. And Swamp Gaming, they're not going anywhere. They've got Rad to play up again next to see who's going to be making it to that final day of mid-season finals.
That's so
Like,
crazy.
commiserations for Gen G. A harrowing moment that came in over on Spider Islands, but Swamp Gaming showing that this environment is their
That's so
environment. They
crazy.
look comfortable, the meta suits them, and they know exactly how they want to take this approach. Now they want to take the lives of an EMEA team in Rad to send one of them home.
Great to Swamp Gaming. They went into a game that was fully Gen G pilled, and they managed to win it. That was an absolute maelstrom of chaos. What were those last 2 fights?
I mean, it was everybody was so spread out as well. It did sort of just descend into a bit of a doom match. It
That's
felt like
unfortunate, man.
You got Bobo trying to set up with the Black Widow, but then you don't have much that can actually just keep on the objective itself. People get separated, and so much of a focus went in. Just a small adjustment. Swamp going for the portal play, having Folkydog move over to the Luna just to get away from the Rocket to give themselves a little bit more going
What's chat
power.
saying?
Find some of the isolations, CC some of the people at FMCL that are just in the backline. It was a very quick sort of knee-jerk reaction, I felt, but it broke the ankles, it felt like, from Gen G, who just ran out of steam at the end.
Swamp Gaming, they are going to have a very busy day today, Ryan.
I mean, yeah, they go up against like the team that has been harrying them in their own region. into playing somebody that I imagine you've been scrimming quite a lot even with Ping or even at this event because you're on other sides of the bracket.
Yeah.
And then going up against Rad, who I know Fox has had some good opinions of the likes of, you know, Crazy Kitty and stuff on the other side. Now he gets to see if he can sort of outmatch them when it comes to the draft. To really, like, you've got the second seed of Americas versus the third seed of EMEA, really has sort of climbed over Virtus Pro. Pretty much
Kevin, you trying to watch this off stream? The rest of this?
Citadel, who we're going to be seeing tomorrow, really seeing who's going to be the better region.
I mean, it's what's been incensing chats across esports for generations, right? NA versus EMEA. And honestly, the Americas region is looking more powerful than they ever have. But the big avatar of EMEA, Na'Vi, is looking still infallible.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like that series as well, like a general like MVP to work with would be like Melophobia for the series. And that's exactly who Cozy is.
Melophobia, low-key MVP.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Swamp Gaming. Taking down Gen G and now ensuring, once again, LAN will go through the EMEA or America. I have Melophobia here, getting MVP after MVP, play after play. It feels like we've been talking for so long to lead to this moment. You're on your second LAN win. You just went through a bit of a nail biter. What's on your mind? How are you feeling?
I mean, I feel amazing. This everyone's first LAN on our team. You know, we competed last year. We did pretty okay, but this was always what we were striving towards. And I mean, it's surreal meeting the fans, meeting players, like surrounding myself by people who do what I do. It's surreal.
Hey, Melophobia, first of all, beautifully said. I've got to ask, I mean, you are Thanos at times. Do you feel extra pressure because you, as the one on the team that just has elimination after elimination, and a lot of that match can run through you, does that build extra pressure behind you?
Yeah, I know a lot of people expect me to be the best, anything else, Bucky, whatever. And, you know, it used to get to me, but I mean, the pressure that I put on myself and with how much I believe in myself far outweighs what other people think. Like, no matter what happens on the stage, you know I believe in myself. That's all I need.
Amazing. I love to hear that. Listen, hey, love the claps on it. TLC, Swamp, upper bracket, they put you down here now. Walk me through that, motions forward. Obviously, revenge match can still happen, absolutely.
I mean, you know, people look at the loss and think, you know, that sets us back. They're the only team we've lost to yet. And, I mean, besides Rad and shout out, yeah, we lost, we're the only team to take maps off of them. And it's just like, I feel good. We look back at it. We realized, you know, the mistakes that we made, you know, not in game, in the ban phase, et cetera, and the mistakes we did make in game. And I felt like it showed in the Gen G match. And I feel really confident going into that.
I love that. Lastly, I'll end on this. You're going up against Rad, who they just took out the champs in Virtus Pro. How do you feel like you match up against Rad moving forward, which will be the match to come?
It's hard to say. Like, you know, the practice and scrims, that is 100, if not 1,000% different than what happens on stage, how I feel on stage. Like I feel in my zone in this arena, and I mean they're tough. I'm not gonna say, you know, obviously they made it, they beat VP, but I mean I think it's a win for us, 3-1 if not 3-0.
Well, the job's not finished, and again, it's just been amazing to watch your journey. I've been watching it a long time with Marvel Rivals. Again, give it up for Swamp Gaming as they move on forward through the lower bracket, and Melophobia, Desk, break it all down. What did we just watch?
We just watched an incredible series of Marvel Rivals, Dogman. We had one of our best series once again, which is kind of seems to be a theme with Gen G, but Swamp what a performance.
What a performance from Swamp. I mean, they continue to impress throughout the tournament, and that's the concern, or that was the concern about Swamp going into this, is are they too green? Are they, you know, experienced enough? Kind of the same dialogue we have with Rad, and, you know, going back into it, it seems like they've really prepared well enough, and they've continued the storyline, right, between these Americans and EMEA, right, Tetra?
Yeah, we're down to our final 2 teams in the lower bracket before we get to an upper bracket match later on, and we're down to our final 4 teams, which happens to be 2 EMEA teams and 2 Americas teams, and 2 of them have never been to LAN before. Ooh. And speaking of LAN, we apparently have another interview on stage, so let's head down to Cozy and see what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tetcher. Listen, with high highs can come low lows. I think all the fans here and across the viewers across the world have just loved Gen G in this story. From last LAN to this to China, Bobo, you're a sensation. And the entire team of Gen G, we love, the support is there. Want to talk to you as we say goodbye on what are you feeling? What do you want to say to your fans at home and here in this arena today in LA?
Bobo.
First, I want to say thanks, Alex, because we lose our support. Salvation, he can't here. So we call Alex come here, help us. He played very good. Shout out to my, Swap Gaming. They are very strong. We already try our best. We still lose. Our mid-season story is, and we won't stop. We still wanna chase the champion. Maybe not today. You know what I mean? Maybe not today. Maybe not next month. Maybe not next year. But one day, maybe we will be the champion.
Can we give it up here for Bobo, everybody? Gen G will return. Thank you so much, Bobo, and we wish you best of luck, and we appreciate you and all of Gen G once again. Tetcher, Desk, break down the action of Gen G versus Swamp Gaming.
It truly does feel like a crowd favorite team. Gen G captured everyone's hearts when they were Chopper Mag at those grand finals last year, but they really do feel like they have just continued to grow in both the love of the fans and in skill. Like Bobo said, maybe not next year, maybe not next month, but in the future, I really do see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could tell that meant a lot to Bobo to say such special words like you said. And, you know, I mean, just huge shout out to our production team over at Game Square. Same thing with Cozy for getting the interview with Bobo on stage, because I know how much that means to the players. I mean, there's a situation that I had to deal with in another league where they canceled the loser interview because a player cried on stage. And I understand that's a very sad, like, a lot of people don't want to see that, but that's a part of the game.
Yeah.
These guys put so much time, so much hours into it, and Cozy very well understands that. That's why Bobo got the interview, got to speak his heart out, and it's hard to do that. So I'm glad that Bobo did it. He did such a good job in the interview.
Just to say, you know what, we just lost to a great team, and we will be back, right? I mean, that's a beautiful thing about esports and hero stories, right? Like, the heroes don't always win. We saw that in Infinity War. I mean, come on now, but without the Infinity War, there couldn't be the end game. So I really, Bobo, we've fallen in love with this kid, going all the way back again to China, through Atlanta to today, and Gen G, honestly, and Bobo, great. Gen G, I have fallen in love with this team, Tetcher.
It's exactly what we're saying right before you got here. They have really just captured the hearts of everyone. But speaking of capturing hearts, we have to talk about Swamp Gaming. Their first LAN versus Rad, their first LAN, but Swamp, everyone
Kevin,
seems to just
are you trying to watch
with this team. Maybe it's because
the rest of this
America, the
off
American
stream?
fans are really starting to get behind them here, Cozy.
Yeah, for me, listen, we said this kind of in a segment, right? That we haven't, and funny enough, Melophobia said it on stage, right? He said, we've only gone against TLC. That's all people are seeing with us, right? And so we got to see them now.
Else, please.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see them against Gen G, who obviously, I mean, they eliminated 100 Thieves pretty quickly there. And then they looked strong, obviously, even outside, I mean, take away Central Park and the shenanigans at the end. Swamp Gaming looked pretty dominant there, right? Throughout most of that series. And so I've got to say, obviously, we're going to see them in the matchup up ahead. But yeah, they are showing that they are every bit of a 2 seed and maybe more.
And you talked about, you've been singing the praises of Melophobia, and that's been a great call out, considering on the bench of Swamp Gaming, they have another fantastic hit scan player in Amadian, but Melophobia is just such a talented player, such a flexible player. Back in the day, started as Magic, now goes over to things like Buck.
Hasn't he grown up so much too? Even in just like the year and a half of like doing interviews, he was like the quietest man I knew, and it's crazy to see Ted.
Look, man, I actually want to bounce off you a little bit here. You talked about he's been bringing out the Bucky. Bucky's been really creeping up. That we started off with a lot of Widows when we first started, and then we moved to a lot of Elses. But Bucky has actually been the constant here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has to do with the character's mobility and that kind of stuff. There's so many different ways to move around, not go down and get KO'd. That's the tough part about this game. That's the hard part about why so many players that were washed up from other esports that we brought up earlier didn't make the transfer over, is because you have to play your life so much more than other games.
Honestly, yeah, if you look at Melophobia, the reason I talk so highly of them is because people like Terra and Energy, they can play anybody, and that's Melophobia. When Daze plays well, that allows Melophobia to access that hero pool. I feel like the only time Swamp can struggle is when you take greatness and you try to put it in a box. You can't, right? And so Melophobia, when the access is there to go Bucky, to go Elsa, to have the hero moments, which is why I asked him, Tetra, on stage, like, is the pressure there? Because it does. The whole team's great. If Melophobia doesn't play his game, it's done.
We have two of the most experienced teams in Marvel Rivals Ignite playing in the upper bracket finals. In the lower bracket finals, you could ask them if there's any pressure. It's about the best possible case scenario for Swamp Gaming now, because they're playing against the only other team left in the tournament with almost zero LAN experience, with the exception of MASH, who subbed in for OUG here. Rad versus Swamp to try and move on to that lower bracket final.
And it's like looking in the mirror. I mean, these guys basically had the same exact path, right? Just through and through, teams that were green, trying to figure it out in their region. Coming through, they had to play, Rad on their side had to play against Na'Vi, which is the same situation like you guys said about TLC.
I just think it's cool because no matter what, I think both these teams, they have a shot against whoever's going to be sent down from that upper bracket, but we love them both. This is an amazing finish. Tetra, I said it. America, EMEA, land still runs through them one way or another. That was a big takeaway for me.
You talked about teams that have tried to earn it. You've talked about teams that have really just been trying to fight to finally earn that spot. Will it finally be America's time, or will it be time to send one more of them home? We're going to head to the break, and when we come back, it'll be one more goodbye. Will it be Rad? Will it be Swamp? Don't go anywhere. We're about to find out.
Razor ads. Two more hours, bro. Kevin. There.
This was inevitable.
There is only one path to peace, the Avengers' extinction.
Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pietro.
Bro, when are they gonna add quick? When are they gonna add Quicksilver to this game?
More matches, more rewards. Earn exclusive rewards throughout the mid-season finals via Twitch drops, in-game missions, and in-game predictions.
Fat shark. Fat shark. Fat shark. I hate fat sharks. Oh, that sucks.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. All good things must come to an end, and day 3, we're getting close, my friends, because we have had an incredible day of action, and we've had to say goodbye to some great, powerful teams. It has left us in the lower bracket, and Ryan, Swamp Gaming, Rad, both these teams deserve to be here in this moment, right here, right now. You just casted Swamp Gaming. Immediate thoughts?
I mean, I think that Gen G played well. They had a substitute, Salvation missing, so it's one of those cases. But I'm impressed that Swamp Gaming sort of kept their heads above water. It didn't feel like they panicked. They didn't really flounder too much. They had a game plan and they were able to stick to it in a sort of new environment, right? So it feels that these are the two green teams that didn't have any line experience going into this. Swamp is looking the most composed of the two.
Yeah, listen, I mean, this is a matchup that I feel like we've been waiting for. Not only America versus EMEA, I think that's always just, setting up for a good time. But really, the way these play are very similar in their play styles. You kind of have a somewhat hyper carry, if you will, Crazy Kitty and Melophobia. Backline's both very solid and holding up strong. For me, once again, it's that front line versus Rad. I feel like Vaudable, when we look at Swamp, Krasman, Scatter, they can play with anybody. They showed that there with Gen G. They got a big assignment here with someone like Ducky.
Well, it was so interesting, too, because, it felt in the first series of the day that Days Wolverine wasn't really doing as well as it could have. We saw a lot of it towards the end here, though, and I feel like he's been able to lock in since then, and that might be a good counter once the Ironwood wall is down to take out Ducky.
Yeah, no, I mean, without question, right? Listen, Rad, they're definitely feeling themselves. They just beat VP, sent them packing. I mean, that is just such an emotional high to ride off of. But the hot team, who just played, sometimes that can benefit you. I feel like most of the time, especially in an environment like this, I would want to be in Swamp's position. You just got off a game. Some don't like it, but what do you think?
I mean, when it comes to jumping on the stage, so often it's been Rad that have just been in and off of it multiple times a day, so they're kind of used to it. I would have thought that, you know, you'd maybe do some sort of warm-up scrims, but that's hard because you've got teams maybe taking a bit of an interim, certainly at this time, depending on what part of the world that you're in and playing from. But they were mostly just watching this series, just taking it a good moment to make sure that they're set up. I think for Rad, the thing about it is like the first maps in these series, like we saw going up against the likes of 100 Thieves, just trying to go for like one-sided, like
They are
Black
in
Cat,
Phoenix?
Daredevil going for that in the bans. Today, though, we saw like the Ultron, right? The Ultron Protect, trying to play around that a little bit more for Crazy Kitty. So I would like to see just Riot like not go too crazy with some of the ideas, just use this best of 5 as a way to feel out what Swamp want to try and play, especially if domination keeps cropping up.
For sure, learn from your mistakes. We haven't gotten a lot of EMEA versus America, but if you do look at it, I mean, it's kind of, it feels like forever ago at this point.
Yeah.
And it almost feels like a different Rad team at this point, but to your point, 100 Thieves, they kind of took care of business. When they did go against Rad, we know what Swamp could do against 100 Thieves throughout the year. So when you look at the two, obviously you're American man, but you're from EMEA. I mean, who do you like in this matchup?
I mean, the big thing for me here is momentum, right? We always have to talk about that. Usually a team coming from the lower bracket has a decent advantage going into those finals. It's what we saw with preseason from Swamp Gaming, or from TLC, excuse me, against Swamp Gaming in the Americas region, and worked out well. They got the win there, and were eventually able to carry that forward. So Swamp Gaming, I think because they have the momentum, the nerves are gone, they're on the stage, they could take this.
I mean, I think that's what they're like leaning towards in the end. But I think the thing for Swamp is that even though, you know, the amount of times I tune into like Falx's stream and disparaging our region, he always takes time to compliment Rad. He always takes time to compliment Crazy Kitty, especially. Like, it just passes the eye test consistently. And some of those inconsistent parts, whether it's the front line of Vanguard's overstepping, being punished for it, or some of the MASH ultimates that we've seen, they somehow, for one, still make it work, and two, they're becoming less frequent, I suppose. Some of those like really egregious errors that you see on stage from Rad becoming less and less as this tournament has gone on.
I like that you said the eye test, because it's the it factor. We see it in sports, it's in esports too, and that's what I wanted to see from Swamp Gaming that last series. Like, you just lost kind of a map they gave up, right? How do you respond? You let it get your mental? No, they handled it well. Rad, though, has been in that position how many times now? Backs against the wall, elimination here, you know, more, and so they've got the it factor. They've shown that under pressure completely, they're still fine. Whereas with Swamp, they got pushed a bit, VOD, but pretty comfortable throughout this, I would say, land so far.
The one advantage I say Rad have is that they played through the play-ins. They played every single day of competition. They've been warmed up. They know the setups. They know exactly which rhythm they need to get into. Swamp Gaming has only played a number of series this go around, and I think this ban draft is going to be so crucial for this. Last time we saw more mag prioritization for Swamp, and it didn't work. They lost that domination, but
Yo, Daniel, you trying to watch the rest of this?
Yeah, we see the handsome man, Fox, ready to go.
Off
Once again, you
stream.
said the fit won't help him
I've been
here on
streaming
the
for
stage. Well, we'll see if it matters. We do have a
almost 6 hours.
mag. We just had that against
I'm trying not
what
to go
was
over
Gen G,
6.
Dwep, the best mag, some of us say. I like that they're doing more of the same against Rad and the powerful Vanguards.
Well, I think as well, from what Rad found out against Virtus Pro, when the mag was taken out on both sides, you don't get as much sort of protection from some of the mistakes. Certainly if you're like out of position, the bulwarks aren't there and available, and that really hurt VP. So I think it's one of those cases that Rad would rather have the Gambit for MASH than actually have that protection. Means that the Vanguards can sort of open up a bit more.
And VOD, you know who's the other one that can help you from mistakes is Loki, right? You get the lamps from the whatever
Iron
chaos
Man.
out there. Rad made sure they don't have both.
Crazy.
Yeah, I think the Loki's a huge comfort pick, I would say, for Valentina, and we saw them actually saving it a couple.
I bet. I bet. Thank you, Daniel and Kevin and everyone else who joined. Man. Ignite takes so long, bro. Every day. But yeah, thanks everyone. I'll see y'all on Monday. We're playing Skate Story Chapter 6. See ya!